Chapter 1051 Drow Poison. Joan does not lack a potent deadly toxin, but lacks such a control-based toxin. Sometimes he didn't want to poison someone immediately, but wanted to catch alive, hoping that brute-hearted brother would be in a state of disability, and lie down. Let him be at his mercy. On such occasions, Drow Toxin is more suitable than the fierce poison that sees the blood to seal the throat. Especially after the attenuating treatment, it is used together with other slow-release solvents, which is equivalent to a powerful sleeping agent and generally does not cause fatal consequences. If he got the bottle of Drow Toxin earlier, he didn't need to waste a 3-ring spell slot to hypnotize Arnold the Spider. Just give him a small dose of Drow Toxin. He slept all day. Of course, Drow Toxin and the derived sleeping medicine can be used as the material for Poison Strike. In this case, Poison Strike appears to have the same effect as Deep Sleep. In fact, the internal sleep principle is completely different, and the applicable occasion is also different. Deep Sleep is a confusion control spell, suitable for dealing with the kind of strong, but simple-minded, weak-willed creatures, such as ogres. Poison Strike is a necromantic spell, with Drow Toxin. The applicable population is the opposite of Deep Sleep. For example, a devout monk has a very strong mental will, and it is difficult to break through the will defense by casting Deep Sleep on him. But with Poison Strike plus Drow Toxin, your body is not strong enough. The resistance to toxins is poor. No matter how strong your will is, it is useless and you can't discuss it directly. Apart from poisons, spellcasting materials, family crests, a bag of bits and pieces of precious stones, and gold and silver coins, there is no other valuables on the Drow Warlock. But Joan is not disappointed after all. He still has a body. The Warlock's blood, which contains the blood lineage of the Dark Elves, Joan has been coveted for a long time. Of course, he will not be polite. The largest needle is shown. Start work. Sorry, although you are already dead, you still have to trouble you to devote yourself to the cause of scientific research again. Dark Elf belongs to a subspecies of elves, biologically classified as supernatural humanoid, and has a close relationship with humans. If Joan uses the blood of Drow Warlock to prepare the awakening agent and injects himself, it is a quasi-homologous enhancement, which is relatively safe. The sorcerer's strength is average, only 6th level, the same as Joan's mage level. Joan does not expect to interpret any unknown spells from his blood, but only his Drow bloodline and the genealogy of his fathers and fathers. Using this man's blood, Joan can forcibly acquire the Drow descent and build a bridge through which he will be able to obtain the blood power of mixed blood Drow-like creatures in the future such as spider elves. Joan drew a large tube of blood from the fresh body of the Drow Warlock, together with the blood sample of Arnold, and put it into a special Kingbing blood storage box. Draining the last value of the Drow Warlock, Joan stood up with satisfaction and returned to his companions. The battle between the mountains is now over. The Drows dropped 10 bodies and retreated in a panic. On Joan's side, except for the giant bug summoned by Joan himself, most of them fulfilled the mission of cannon fodder and died tragically under the sword of the Dark Elf. Although the rest of the companions were light or heavy, they were fine. Angel unfolded a scroll, cast Refuge Hut on the spot, and greeted everyone to enter the house to rest. After a fierce melee, everyone is exhausted and needs a safe base to breathe. There are a total of 3 members of the team who are good at healing and hemostasis: Priest Lowry and Paladin Audrey. Needless to say that although Holden is an arcane spellcaster, he can also cast low-level healing spells. Minstrels are such a great oil profession. They know a little bit about any technology and move wherever they need to. Audrey observed the team's injuries and urged his brother to come and assist him in treating the wounded. At the same time, he suggested that Lowry should not care about anything else and concentrate on helping Arnold lift the spider curse. The others suffered nothing but skin injuries. With her and Holden's abilities, it's not difficult to cure, but the curse Arnold suffered, neither of their sisters or brothers, could only help Lowry, the team with the strongest medical ability. The priest gave it a try. Lowry quickly checked Arnold's physical condition and later announced bad news to everyone. "I'm sorry to disappoint everyone. The usual magic technique of removing the curse can't make Arnold back to its original state. I am afraid to use the breakout enchantment or ruby reverse ray to completely remove the curse of spidering. Remove curse is just a 3-ring magic, usually used to clear low-level curse effect. As for spider curse, from the magic level, it is likely to be a spell with up to 6 rings, which has greatly exceeded the 3-ring the healing power of remove curse." Lowry mentioned the breakdown enchantment and ruby reverse ray. The effect of removing the curse is stronger, but the former is a 5th-ring spell. The latter is a 6th-ring spell. No one in the field can cast such a high-order spells. Everyone looked at each other, and the hut fell silent. Finally, it was Mr. Pastor who broke the silence first. "I had given Arnold a sedative, and I sleep for a few more hours, which is not harmful to him. The Drows may launch new attacks at any time. It is very unsafe here. I plan to take Arnold directly back to Meadged University and ask my mentor to get rid of the spider curse for him." "Angel, Lane, are you going back with me?" Angel and Ryan glanced at each other, but they both looked at Joan. Joan saw their thoughts and nodded gently. Angel grasped the understanding and said to Lowry, "We will go back with you." "Okay, clean it up. We will leave immediately." Lowry thought for a while and turned to look at Joanne. "Joan, what are your plans next?" "Hey Isla, Audrey, Holden and I will also visit an old friend in the Blood Tundra. After you leave, we will also send it directly, and we do not intend to stay here for a long time." Joan briefly introduced the scheduled itinerary of his team. "In this crisis-ridden place, everyone has no intention of staying for a long time. After a simple farewell, the 2 teams will gather together in a pile and prepare for collective transmission." "Wait first." Lowry just started the transmission scroll and suddenly changed his face, raising his hand to signal Joan not to cast a spell first. "Something's wrong." Teleportation can start normally. "This area is blocked by spells. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.untitled.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1052 Demon Spider. At the same time when Lowry noticed the anomaly, Joan also sensed a strange turmoil in the magic net distributed around the refuge cabin. It is a pity that it is a certain high-level divine effect that caused this change, and he could not identify it. "It seems that someone has cast a law to seal off this area where we are, dimension lock, or forbidden technique." Joan clenched the scroll and looked at Mr. Pastor. "Mostly it's the 6th-ring forbidden." Lowry casually made a bitter joke. "At least, this is not the worst option." "What the is? What happened?" Hayla was overwhelmed and asked weakly, as if responding to her doubts. The young woman's laughter suddenly came from outside the door of the cabin. It sounded eerie and seemed to be unwilling. Everyone's eyes immediately turned to the place where the sneer came. Outside the door of the house, the 3 hazy figures, which themselves released the invisible state, are slowly appearing. Joan first observed 2 male drows. The man on the left is thin and strong, with a thin sword and dagger hung around his waist. In addition to the soft and tight leather armor, he is also wrapped in a black silk-woven cloak. Joanne also noticed that the magic net around the cloak was regularly twisted, which showed that this was a magical wonder. Next to the man in the magic cloak, was a mage in a robe. The lowered hood covered half of the face, and he could not see clearly. Joan cares more about the cane in Master Drow's hand. Obviously, it is a wand. The head of the rod is inlaid with crystal clear sapphire, which is as large as an egg, cut into a shape of a regular polyhedron, and each cut surface reflects a faint blue light, which makes Joan think of the compound eyes of insects. In addition to the decorative effect, sapphire has a more practical use in the enchanting process, which can significantly enhance the power of the summoning magic guide. It can be seen that what the Drow mage holds is probably a high-level summoning wand. In the middle of the 2 male dark elves, the first thing that emerged was a huge, blue spider-like monster. Unlike ordinary arachnids, this monster only supports the huge body with 6 long legs on both sides and the rear. and the two front legs are raised like the forelimbs of the praying mantis, like two sharp scythes, shining a faint blue light. It is likely to be highly toxic. On the back of the blue giant spider, stood a drow girl with thin waist and long legs and a skin color like glowing obsidian, dressed in fine gold chainmail, playing with a 9-head snake whip in his hand, with a beautiful face and flash. The bright silver hair firmly attracted everyone in the house. The black-haired chick with the bald head. Is what you said about the Dark Princess before? Hayla looked at Claudia Bellamy up and down and snorted sourly. She doesn't look as good as she looks. How terrible that drow woman is. You can look at her feet and you can guess a score of 8 or 9, Joan whispered. Hayla looked down, looking at the oversized spider acting as a mount under Claudia's feet. Joan, do you mean that blue mutant spider, variant spider? Joan shook his head. No. That monster is much more powerful than the variant spider. If I'm not wrong, it should be a hunter spider from a bottomless abyss. The hometown of demons, the bottomless abyss, is undoubtedly one of the most terrifying places in the entire multiverse. However, even in this terrible place full of chaos, blood and killing, there is a unique ecosystem adapted to the local environment and a complete food chain from bottom to top. If we make an analogy between the ecological environment of the bottomless abyss and the natural world, most of the demons that can provoke a storm in the world, but at the bottom of the food chain of the abyss, like the insects and small animals in the natural world, a large number, but only high-level, plunder the killer of the eaters. Hunting spider is a predator in the abyss, and its position on the food chain of the abyss is comparable to the fierce beasts of tigers, leopards and jackals in the natural world. Demon spiders are strictly a subspecies of demon supernatural beings, but they do not seem to agree with this biological positioning. As the name suggests, the demon spider treats itself as a killer specializing in hunting other demons, and is a model of black eating black. No matter the intelligence or combat strength, the demon spider is much stronger than the variant spider mentioned by Hayla, and even all the supernatural arachnids that Joan has contacted and studied before. In addition, the demon spider also has a supernatural ability, which can be teleported at will. The prey targeted by the demon spider, even if it escaped to the end of the world, can't get rid of these cruel and patient hunters. Those unfortunate prey, every minute and every second, may be subject to a sudden attack from the demon spider across the plane barrier. This kind of unpredictable days is as good as death. The only thing that is thankful is that the demon spider is very picky about the taste of food, only loves demons, and has little interest in our human flesh and blood. Otherwise, with their ability to teleport freely across the plane, I am afraid that the human world will be harmed long ago. It's not like that. Joan recalled the description of the demon spider in the illustration of Vale's Monsters Abyssal volume, and added a few words to remind his companions to beware. You have noticed that there are no two front paws raised by the demon spider, and it looks like you want to hug someone at any time. In addition to itself, the demon spider can also carry prey that is firmly embraced by the pair of front claws and carry out cross-border teleportation. If there is a conflict, everyone should be careful not to be hugged by the monster. Otherwise, even if it was not shredded on the spot by the pair of guillotine forelimbs, but brought back to the bottomless abyss by her, it is unlikely to come back alive. After hearing his warning, everyone changed their faces. Hayla wiped off his cold sweat and said flatly, "Since the demon spider is so terrifying, the woman standing on her back is obviously more difficult to mess with." Looking at the other party's attitude, "I'm afraid it's bad intentions." Audrey looked dignified, reminding her companions to make the worst plan. "We have been trapped here by spells and unable to teleport. In the next 8 or 9 cases, there will be conflicts. Everyone is ready. It is impossible. They can only break through each other and be able to run away one by one. Running away separately is not an inspiring decision, but if it is time for despair, I am afraid that will be the case." As Audrey said, it is better to live one by one than to die here together. Sensing that the morale in the cabin was depressed, Audrey grinned reluctantly, trying to motivate her companion. "Of course, this is only the worst plan. In fact, we still have the power to fight. and we don't necessarily have to go there. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.untitled.novel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1053 Confrontation. Joan silently listened to Audrey's analysis of the current situation, while also thinking about countermeasures against the group of uninvited guests outside the house. A thought gradually formed in his mind, and he communicated his thoughts to his companions through the magic communication network. If the conflict is unavoidable, you will deal with the Drow priestess and her two men, the gargoyle, and let me resolve it. Everyone's eyes were focused on Joan's face like a spotlight, and their eyes showed their moods. They were surprised, doubtful, and more admired. To deal with the Dark Elves, everyone has some actual combat experience. Although the overall strength is not as good as the other, after all, there is still the courage to fight. But if they were allowed to single out the big spider from the bottomless abyss, and even the devil was frightened by the wind, it was inevitable that he would be timid without a fight, and his heart would be hairy. Now that Joan offered to chew on this most terrible hard bone, everyone can thank and admire. And the only thing they can do is to do their utmost to resist this upcoming storm. Outside the refuge cabin, Claudia's glamorous Stanfeng eyes narrowed slightly, using a special prophecy spell, blocked by the force field shield, and peering into the movement inside the cabin. There were a total of 7 people in the room, in addition to the sleeping Arnold, who was sleeping. She blessed caring on Arnold. Not long ago, it was through the spiritual link formed by this spell that Arnold was injured and comatose, and she was alert to the situation. Varys, these 2 officers, riding the demon spider, came to find out. The invisible law ball opened by Pylos escorted Claudia and his party to the war zone without knowing it. When they arrived at the scene, the battle had just ended. Claudia did not rush to deal with human explorers from the surface world. Under the cover of Invisible Sphere, he quietly set up a 6-ring forbidden technique in the area where the refuge cabin is located, cutting off the retreat of the other party. Before showing his tracks, Pylos, Varys, be ready for battle. Claudia played with the Hydra whip and casually explained the basis. Varys stunned slightly and tentatively asked, His Royal Highness, you should be persuaded to surrender in accordance with the usual practice. Do you mean, don't want to stay alive? Claudia shook her head gently. Varys, you misunderstood my intention. I have seen the situation in the refuge cabin, a total of 7 humans, and they all look very young. Although I can't hear what they are talking about, it is clear from the changes in their expressions during the conversation that they have understood our origins. Even so, they still picked up their weapons and are preparing for a battle. The courage is commendable. Under the current circumstances, trying to persuade these young and vigorous people to surrender is a waste of lips. Only stepping on them and crushing their arrogance can force them to obey obediently. Claudia smiled slightly, and seemed to inadvertently wave to the location of the refuge cabin. The distribution of the magic net around the refuge hut suddenly experienced a sudden turbulence. Under the impact of the dispelling technique, the force field shield was like a glass window that was hit by a storm, and cracks appeared in a crack. Anne and others also lost their cover and were exposed. Claudia bent her knees slightly, and jumped from the back of the demon spider with a light and elegant posture. Pyros, Varys, don't underestimate the young people on the opposite side. They have only 7 people, but they can easily repel the hunting team who came to encircle and suppress, and they also captured Arnold, showing their good strength. Only the 2 of you can't figure them out. I will send Ling-a-Ling to assist you. The next step is to see your performance. It is best not to let me down, Claudia said lightly. Faceless Pylos and Sorcerer Varys looked at each other, put away the thoughts of beneath the enemy, and bowed deeply to their mistress. Your Highness, rest assured that we will go all out. The demon spider Ling-a-Ling, shaking the sickle feet impatiently. She couldn't see anything special about the 7 little guys on the opposite side, all of which were finely skinned and tender, more fragile than the devil's lowest timidity, which would require Pylos and Varys to intervene. She can easily kill all enemies herself. The words of no one beside Claudia, with the night wind, vaguely spread to the ears of Joan and others. "What's the matter with that drow woman?" Hayla looked at Claudia in a mixed mood, both confused and uneasy. Listening to what she said and what she said, she seemed to disdain to take action in person and didn't take us into consideration. Mr. Bellamy's eccentric temper is well known in the Onnell dungeon. Besides, she is a 13th level priest, and she has to say that there is indeed an arrogant capital. Angel said with a wry smile. The arrogant arrogance of that drow woman is a good opportunity for us. She does not take action. The 7 of us only have to deal with the sorcerer, the faceless man, and the demon spider, and the odds are still great. Through the communication network established by Audrey, the current situation of everyone is analyzed from the most reasonable angle possible. But this situation will not last long. When the woman finds that her men's hands are not enough to defeat us, she can't put on the shelf anymore. When she comes off in person, our situation will become very dangerous. So we have to use all our strength as soon as we can, killing or damaging her men as soon as possible. When she has to come down to deal with us in person, she has been isolated, and no matter how strong she is only a person. Easily withdraw from the blockade area of Forbidden Technique and take Arnold to escape from this place. Everyone felt that her analysis made sense, and she had some confidence in her heart. Hurriedly blessing various spells to enhance combat power and strengthen defense, to meet the upcoming test of life and death. According to the pre-arranged arrangements, Joan will stand alone against the most threatening monster demon spider among the 3 of the enemy, so he will also make some preparations for this. Joan's understanding of the demon spider is mainly from the literature. Like most supernatural arachnids, the demon spider is also very good at spinning webs, and it is highly toxic from teeth to claws. The toxins produced in this kind of organism are mainly hemolytic or neurotoxins. Joan guessed that the demon spider should be no exception. The difference is only the intensity of the toxicity. For safety reasons, Joan took a bottle of antiviral potion brewed with tears of God in advance, plus the antiviral physique obtained after taking the dragon egg. Even if it was highly poisoned by the demon spider, minions are injured and I can support them for a while. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.untitled.novel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1054. Call. After taking the antiviral agent, Joan inspired 2 mythical powers one after another, photographing mythical shield and mythical mage armor on himself. Now, his defense is equivalent to a knight with a tower shield and steel plate armor. Although the claws of the demon spider are sharp, it is not so easy to tear his well-protected magic armor. The effects of mythical transfiguration and awakening agent are still continuing. Lowry's previous free action blessing for Joan is still in effect. These are the capitals of his confidence to single out the demon spider. Joan originally wanted to bless spells such as haste or flash, but the enemy on the opposite side had already begun to act. The magician Vrees flicked the magic cloak, and the whole person disappeared out of thin air. Sneaking in stealth, Kiaun opened the seeing invisibility attached to the prosthetic eye for the first time, captured the hazy figure of the sorcerer, and waved a flash dust. There was a cry in the darkness, and the figure of the sorcerer emerged from the edge of the area shrouded by the flashing dust, and his steps seemed to stagger. His reaction was quick, and he immediately closed his eyes when he noticed that the situation was not good. And he was not blinded by the strong flash of magic at the moment of the spell explosion. However, he was already covered with stars and glowing dust, and he was temporarily unable to enter the invisible state. The sorcerer, to put it bluntly, is an assassin who knows a little about spells. The ability to cast spells is only an aid, mainly relying on stealth backstab to eat. Glistening all over the place, the traces of Vrees are nowhere to be seen. At best, it is just an enhanced version of the Drow warrior, which is not a threat. Joan glanced coldly at Vrees, and turned his attention to his partner, Faceless Pylos. Compared to Vrees, this Drow mage is much more threatening to Joan and others. Hiding behind the demon spider, holding up the sapphire wand, and inspiring 6 fifth order monster summoning in one breath, around the ground, all covered by the radiant summoning circle. In less than a minute, Pylos summoned 10 violent bats, 6 hell dogs emitting sulfur smoke, and 2 large wind elements that roared and swirled like a tornado. Holden and others were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. This Nema perverted summoner. One person is an army. How can this fight? Joan frowned, took out the blue icebox holding the eggs from the storage bag, and poured all the remaining eggs onto the ground without hesitation. Subsequently, the giant wand was illuminated, which also stimulated 6 energies, turning a total of nearly 70 eggs of various colors on the ground, all of which were transformed into adults, including the big stag beetle, the projectile beetle, the ground worm, the variant spider, and a large group of vibrators. Winged bee. These giant insects, alone, are not as powerful as the monsters summoned by the faceless man with a 5-ring spell, but they win a large number. Under the command of Joan, they attack by the surface, the ground and the air. Pylos' vague face twitched violently. As a summoner specializing in the school of curse lore, this is the first time he has fallen out in the summoning duel. What made him even more depressed was that the young mage was not very good at summoning spell-like spells, and his ability to cast spells was even worse than himself. Knowing where weird bug eggs came from, we created a giant army of worms out of thin air. After the initial shock and anger, Pylos hurriedly directed his summoning creatures to stop the swarm of insects that swept across the opposite side, and his heart was a little uneasy. The ferocious bats, dogs and large wind elements he summoned, although the number is small, but the overall strength is still greater than the opposite swarm. Fighting to the end, theoretically survived must be his summoned creature. However, this is not necessarily the case. These monsters summoned by Pylos have a short lifespan of only 10 minutes, after which they will automatically decompose into disordered magic power and return to the magic web. If he could not solve the battle within 10 minutes, he would have to face the worm siege in person. Claudia, who was watching from the sidelines, had noticed that Joan was the core of the enemy, and gave the demon spider a look. Ling Ling had been waiting impatiently for a long time, and received a hint from the owner that she immediately raised a pair of sickle feet and flung off 6 long legs. She flew to the boy mage who called the swarm opposite. Ling Ling and Joan are within 100 yards, and there are many giant insects and Pylos summoning creatures. The grumpy female spider rampaged all the way, and on the way, all creatures that encountered obstacles on the way, regardless of enemy or enemy, unified their claws. The huge monster demon spider, like a heavy tank that rushed into the sky, rushed towards Joan. For the time being, Joan doesn't want to bump into this mad female spider. Without thinking about it, he becomes the best moving hornet form, fluttering his wings and taking off, thrillingly avoiding the sudden jump of the hunter spider 30 yards away. Hit. Joan, the incarnate bee, fluttered his wings at high speed, hovering about 60 feet above the head of the demon spider. Maintained at this height, the demon spider can't reach him even if he uses the power of breastfeeding, and most of Joan's spells have a range of not less than 60 feet. Of course, it is not so easy to cast a spell in the form of a giant bee. With the help of the super magic skill wild casting, Joan can use the flexible bee of the giant bee to replace the gestures of the 2 hands, and by changing the vibration frequency of the bee's wings, a buzzing sound can be used instead of singing the spelling spell. However, Wildcast also has troubles that cannot be solved. In the form of a giant bee, Joan is inconvenient to use cast materials, so he is more willing to cast spells that do not require materials, such as magic missiles. Suddenly, Joan thought that when he was recuperating in Barden Spa, he used a 3-ring spell called Dominant Insect in the blood sample of Mrs. Josephine. This spell can be used to control the minds of insects and turn them into loyal servants of the caster. But Joan is still not sure. Like a demon spider, which looks like a spider creature, is it really a worm? If the answer is no, casting dominant insects to her is equivalent to wasting a 3-ring spell slot in vain. For the sake of stability, it is better not to take such risks. and it is more reasonable to choose other spells that can be applied steadily. However, Joan's overexcited curiosity, but at this time was just about to move around, really want to experiment with the demon spider to verify whether dominant insects are effective for her. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.untilenovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1055 Buzz Monster. Just when he hesitated, the demon spider had preemptively launched an offensive, sprayed translucent sticky silk with his head, and spread a large web in the air. Joan couldn't help being caught in the cobwebs, and wanted to get rid of the shackles as soon as possible. However, he changed his mind as soon as possible, but tried to stretch the bee wing that was stuck by the silk, dragging the heavy cobwebs, and gliding toward the distance. Ling-a-ling, the demon spider, can understand elven language, human common language and abyssal language, but she does not have organs such as vocal cords specially used for vocalization, and cannot speak. But fortunately she can establish with all intelligent creatures through telepathy to build a bridge of spiritual communication. Seeing the big flying insect wearing a yellow-black striped coat in the air, has fallen into his own net, flying over in ecstasy, and at the same time sending a provocative mental wave to the other party. Stupid buzzer. Struggling is useless. Joan sensed the clamor she was loading in the mental fluctuations, and then froze for a while before realizing that the so-called buzzer refers to her form of a giant bee. Does this demon spider actually recognize bee creatures? This is really a shame for arachnids. But think about it carefully. In the extremely harsh environment like the bottomless abyss, there are probably few insects like bees. In the dark areas where the sun is not seen, bee creatures are also rare. It is normal for the devil spider to recognize it. But she's just a little bit of insight, and forced to name the giant bee. Why Buzz Monster? It makes people cry and laugh. At this time, Joan had glided to a height close to the ground and adjusted his posture to make a smooth landing. The violent wind blowing behind him showed that the demon spider was approaching quickly, and at the same time, waves of mental fluctuations were also hitting Joan's mind. Little baby, you can't run away. Come to my mother's arms. Wow, haha. The old lady will catch up with you. What the is this? After Joan dragged the spider web down to the ground, she couldn't help but look back at the croaking female spider with its teeth clawed and rushing. Are all the demon spiders so wild and clamoring? Or is this the only one called Ling-a-ling special? Joan suspected that she tried to use these nonsense to disturb her mind, tolerate irritability, and to ignore her mental attack. Wow, haha. Buzz, the old lady is already catching up. Why don't you run away? Baby, stay on your stomach. Mom will cut your head gently, cut your belly, and make you die less painfully. Ling-a-ling laughed and gathered the spider silk, dragging the giant bee trapped in the net back to himself, and a pair of sickle-like forelimbs rubbing against each other, making a numbing scalp-sharpening sound. Just when she was about to wield a knife at the moment of the giant bee, the prey in the net suddenly showed a golden magic halo around her body, so fast that she got rid of the cobwebs, and leaned back with the long sword-like tail needle. A large amount of toxin was injected into her chest by the way. Stupid spider. Fooled. Low-res free action imposed on Joan is still working. Originally he was able to get rid of the shackles when he was caught by the spider web, and deliberately pretended to be bound by the spider web. In fact, he set a trap to trick the demon spider to relax his vigilance and take the opportunity to launch a counterattack. After stabbing the demon spider with a tail-pin sting, Joan didn't hesitate and flicked away with a single blow, flying over 100 feet to ensure that he would not be counterattacked by the demon spider. Joan fluttered. After being ridiculed by the female spider for so long, now he finally made a bad breath. Very happy. Overlooking the ground, the demon spider, who had just been stabbed by him, looked badly injured. Staggering around in a circle, he finally couldn't support it. He fell to the ground. 6 steps twitched, and his 2 front paws covered his chest tightly, as if the heart had been cramped to the point that he couldn't breathe. I'm going to die. The last trace of mental fluctuation Joan sensed sounded more like an unconscious dying moan. The scene in front of him was a little beyond Joan's expectations. The seemingly arrogant and fierce hunting demon spider. How can it be so easy to hit the street with a shot? This female spider seems to be more fragile than it looks on the surface. Is she allergic to bee venom? Joan switched to demon form, pulled out the revolver, aimed at the dying demon spider, and fired twice. 2 lead bullets hit the azure blue exoskeleton of the demon spider, and were immediately bounced away, leaving only a few scratches. Joan was not surprised. Powerful monsters such as the demon spider have natural magic armor. As long as she dies, the magic armor will automatically take effect and absorb some of the damage caused by external attacks for her. Joan put away her pistol and wanted to use magic to attack the demon spider to verify whether she was really dying or pretending to be dead. However, he inadvertently found that Claudia, the hostess of the garter spider, was still standing on the sidelines of the battlefield, seemingly not caring about the life and death of the garter spider. Claudia's seemingly ruthless attitude caused Joan to move her heart slightly and realize what she was doing. Then she added a magic tooth to her hands to converge the bee wings and landed on the front of the demon spider, looking forward. Sure enough, at the moment when he had just taken steps, the demon spider suddenly turned and jumped, knocking him to the ground. Ha ha, Buzz, you are fooled this time. Ling-a-ling's 8 eyes overflowed with ecstasy and hugged Joan with a second pair of feet, while gathering sharp sickle feet, trying to pinch his neck. However, she soon became unhappy. The prey hugged in his arms suddenly gleamed with golden light all over his body, and in a blink of an eye turned from a thin bee to a huge mutant snow monster. In the process of transformation, Joan's body expanded sharply, and he suddenly stretched out the 2 steps of the demon spider, grabbing him, and at the same time raised his sturdy arms, grasped with a pair of huge palms that magic. The devil's front paw resembles a sickle, struggling to pull away to both sides. The 8 eyes of the demon spider were glaring round at the same time, screaming and desperately gathering the claws, trying to suppress the gradual out-of-control white-hair prey in his arms. Joan's strength is more dominant than that of the demon spider in the mutant snow monster form, but the other 8 tightly hugging his long legs are also a big advantage, making him unable to get rid of this female spider for a while. Entanglement. The giant blue-haired spider, and the equally huge white-haired snow monster, grabbed each other tightly without letting go, tumbling around on the ground, writhing so uncontrollably. Joan didn't want to wrestle with the demon spider endlessly. In case the other party found an opportunity to perform alien teleportation and dragged himself back to the bottomless abyss, it would be troublesome. He glared and launched a shiver stare. Both sides faced each other and glared at each other. At such a close distance, shiver gaze could not be missed. However, only 2 tremblings were made after the demon spider hunted, and it returned to normal. It seemed that neither frostbite nor paralysis occurred, which surprised Joan. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.untitlenovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1056. Dual chilling gaze didn't work. And after thinking about it, Joan realized that the problem might be in the special constitution of the demon spider. This female spider, wrestling with the mutated snow monster, does not fall, and has a strong body of the devil family. With few exceptions, demonic creatures are mostly immune to electric shock and toxin damage, and are also very resistant to fire, freezing cold, and strong acid corrosion. The chilling gaze shot by Joan just now has only 3 energy levels of cold damage, which is not enough to ensure the natural cold resistance of the punter. Having figured this out, Joan immediately adjusted his tactics to launch a debilitating ray with an enchanted prosthetic eye, reducing the strength of the demon spider. The tarantula's talent resistance is not resistant to the beam of grey rays emitted by Joan's right eye. The negative energy flow penetrated into the body, which immediately made Ling-a-ling feel cold and exhausted. Joan took the opportunity to press her under her body, swinging her head, hitting the face of the demon spider with a ferocious head and blood splashed on the spot. Ling-a-Ling's face twitched in pain, and she clung to Joan's 8 spider legs, but she was unable to relax. Joan stood up and put his arms up, lifted the demon spider high, shouted and threw it out, hitting Claudia, who was watching. Claudia's gorgeous face froze slightly. Her wrists flickered, and the Hydra whip swept across the sky, entangled the demon spider that had fallen down, and held her firmly, and placed her on the ground. 9 live snakes wrapped around the long whip of the demon spider, slowly stretched out and retracted. Claudia looked up at the giant white-haired monster on the opposite side like a moving snow mountain, licked his lips, and there was a burning spirit in his eyes. I really can't figure it out. How can a little mage like you become such a powerful monster that is squeezing the demon spider? Claudia stared at Joan, the confusion on her face eventually replaced by a sneer. But it doesn't matter anymore. It's rare to meet a strong enemy who deserves my serious attention. Little master, let's take a victory and defeat. Claudia shook her wrist, and the Hydra whip hovered in front of her, as if forming a screen. The surrounding magic net is also like being dragged by the high-speed rotating whip, weaving a dark area, covering Claudia and the surrounding space. Joan was also shrouded in the dark enchantment inspired by Claudia's 9-headed snake whip and immediately recognized that this was a 3rd level darkness higher than the 2nd level darkness. It is used to eliminate the strong sunlight glow simulated by daylight. Claudia's move surprised Joan. The witch pulled himself and his opponent into the dark space created by magic as soon as he shot, presumably to prevent him from performing daylight. However, the dark vision of the Drow family cannot penetrate the darkness, so Claudia's own vision is also severely limited. In the darkness of the endless deep sea, the voice of prayer vaguely came to make Joan realize that Claudia was performing divine magic under the cover of darkness, and quickly inspired the devil attached to the right eye. A faint halo appeared in his eyes. His eyes were completely dark, and his normal vision was restored. Not far away, Claudia held the gold holy emblem in her left hand. Her gorgeous face was solemn, her flamboyant lips smeared with sapphire blue lipstick. She was chanting a prayer in praise of the Queen of Spiders. One after the other aura of magic emerged from her. Joan's divine knowledge is indeed inferior to arcane, but with a little identification, it is not difficult to see that Claudia has blessed himself with 3 enhancements of spiritual favor: magic power and pious shield, the magical power and defense, and the 4th magical power she is performing at the moment, even doubled her size and turned into a giant female up to 12 feet. Is this righteousness? What he saw in front of him surprised Joan secretly. Claudia's various magic skills can greatly increase her combat effectiveness. Among them, the most remarkable effect is the 4th ring of spirit and the 5th ring of righteousness like a rainbow. The combination of these 2 magical techniques known for violence, the power attribute alone, increased Claudia by an additional 10 points. Claudia has a very rare bodybuilding physique among the dark elf women, born with a strange power, comparable to ogres. After gaining the magical power, her size is still slightly petite compared with Joan's mutant snow monster form, but she has not fallen in strength. Joan didn't want to see Claudia continue to cast spells to strengthen her combat power, and immediately took a big step towards her. Claudia suspends her spellcasting, moves her feet quickly, and avoids the mutant snow monster. However, she soon noticed that the other party turned and chased her, raising her eyebrows in surprise and sighed. Little master, you can see me. Joan didn't make a sound, but through Claudia's unintentional words, he was not difficult to find that the other party also had the vision to penetrate the deep darkness technique, so as to rely on the eye of the devil or other ways to enhance vision. It is unknown. Several long and narrow shadows suddenly flew in the darkness, and the soft whip was sturdily drawn on Joan's back. And then the harsh wind screamed. In the mutant snow monster form, Joan had to sacrifice some agility for the huge body shape. Although he realized that Claudia was whip and whip, he could not dodge the leather whip that was faster than the speed of sound in time. Claudia's whiplash was strong enough to pull off the thick tree. Fortunately, The mythical shield and mythical mage armor blessed in advance by Joan are still in effect, mutating the snowy monster's tough skin and a thick long hair, and providing an additional natural defense comparable to a set of steel forging full-body armor. Claudia's whipping was certainly fierce, but after being weakened by heavy defenses, the final kill on Joan, which was a fierce tingling from the back, was not a big deal. Joan stared at Claudia closely, glaring fiercely, ignoring the storm-swept leather whip, and rushed straight away. Fighting hard, he was beaten 3 times by whipping, and finally approached Claudia. He shouted his long arms, struggling to blow her away, and flew into the distance. Boom! A dark princess transformed into a giantess, fell heavily on the ground, her hair buns scattered and her silver hair flying. Almost at the moment of landing, Claudia flipped backwards with her backhand, with a set of healthy but graceful gymnastic movements, thrillingly avoiding the heavy giant foot stomp down by the mutant snow monster. The earth roared, trembling. Claudia's eyes touched the trampled pit under Joan's feet, and her pupils contracted slightly. Fortunately, she responded fast enough, otherwise this foot will stomped on her, stepping on her head on the spot. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.untilenovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1057 Vampire. The throbbing in the eyes of the Drow priestess faded and replaced with fanatical fighting spirit. She gently wiped the cheeks cut by the claws of the mutant snow monster, and applied a touch of blood to her lips with her fingertips, sucking with interest, and suddenly giggled. It's not bad. It's so enjoyable. Joan looked at him in surprise. Claudia's gorgeous smile made him shudder. Is this woman afraid to be a lunatic? Joan had to admit that, with his limited knowledge, it was impossible to understand this kind of crazy woman who became more excited after being beaten. Shaking his head helplessly, he gave up understanding Claudia's mentality and strode forward. Whether she is crazy or pretending to be crazy, unify her fists. Claudia did not rush to dodge, and took a gold shield from the storage bag. Compared to her figure 8 times larger now, this shield is only the size of her slap and looks like a toy. Claudia threw the shield into the air and whispered a spell. The magic power of the shield was awakened by her, and suddenly expanded into a huge adamantite tower shield, suspended in front of Claudia. Where Claudia went, this dancing sky shield followed her where she floated, orbiting her like a satellite. Joan approached Claudia again, rounded her arms, and slammed it against the top of her head. Claudia stood there without evading, her lips sneered, and she swept the whip to Joan's chest. The floating tower shield that slowly revolved around Claudia seemed to sense that the hostess was being attacked, and suddenly accelerated and flew upwards, just to block the giant palm that fell from the head. Boom! Joan devoted his best effort and shot it on the adamantine tower shield. The tower shield sank in the roar, and Joan was numb by the shocked wrist. At the same time, Claudia's hydra whip lashed him, causing not only a sting, but also a cold magical power that penetrated into the bone marrow. This time, Joan couldn't help but shudder, staggering back, almost fell to the ground. Claudia's whip is not more powerful than the previous attack, but she also applied an injury while swinging the whip. When the leather whip was pumped on Joan, he injected 5 energy levels of negative energy into his body, causing lethality, which was far more serious than the blood marks left by Hydra whip on Joan's chest. Joan stopped his backward steps, covering his chest scar, and looked at Claudia in surprise. If he remembers correctly, the injury technique is similar to the Electra Claw in arcane spells. It needs to touch the target to cause damage. In Joan's impression, in addition to his Mage Ghost Palm and Sub-Mystery, there is only the Magic Warrior professional ability of Magic Warrior, which can use weapons to deliver contact spells. As a priest, Claudia logically does not possess special abilities such as magic, but she can use a long whip instead of hands to pass injury. What is the strange trick? Taking a step back, I think that Claudia has mastered some kind of magic stunt. Then this stunt has a limited number of uses, or can it be used at will? Joan hesitated a little and decided to take a chance to verify his guess, and then threw himself up again. "Oh, is this irrational?" Claudius sneered. His eyes frowned. The adamantite tower shield suspended in front of Claudia, remotely controlled by her mind, ran into Joan and blocked him from Claudia 10 feet away. Claudia's wrist shook, and the Hydra whip whizzed towards Joan's neck. Joan had just suffered a loss and was already on guard. He pushed the obstructed floating tower shield with his left palm, waved his right hand, grabbed the long whip hit by the broken air, and held it firmly in his palm. Claudia squeezed her lips gently, not eager to withdraw the leather whip that fell into the opponent's grasp, remotely controlled the whip to turn into 9 serpents, and took the opportunity to bite the sturdy and strong arm of the mutated snow monster, and injected him with Drow Toxin through his fangs. 9 pairs of sharp snake teeth are deeply embedded in the arm muscles, and Joan feels the toxin invade his body, but relieves himself secretly. Compared with the injury technique, which contains negative energy, the toxin threat to him is much smaller. The antiviral physique, coupled with the use of a potion made with tears of tears in advance, made Joan completely immune to the Drow Toxin that invaded the body. Joan continued to exert force on his right hand, pulling the Hydra straight, and his left hand quickly made a series of casting gestures in a very concealed manner. The mutant snow monster has so much strength that Claudia has to do her best to clench the whip, lest he be taken away by him. He is still wondering. Obviously, he has injected a lot of toxins into his body. Even if an underground beast should collapse, how can he stay awake? Circe. Just when Claudia was uneasy, Joan had completed preparations for casting spells, and screamed out the starting spell of the 3-ring of Necromancer Vampire Touch. The right hand clenched on the long whip, pale cold light, fingertips like vampire fangs, crazy sucking the life essence of the 9 living snakes in his hand. With Joan's current spellcasting ability, he can extract up to 4 levels of vitality, which is not much, but came in a timely manner. The mutated snow monster, Joan's incarnation, has fought against the demon spider and Claudia successively. His body is scarred and his physical energy has been exhausted. Now he used the vitality drawn by Vampire Touch to replenish his vitality in time, and his body whip marks healed by himself, and his spirits were revitalized. However, when he looked at the Hydra whip again, he couldn't help but wonder. Joan originally thought that Claudia's Hydra whip was enchanted with a spell similar to Activate Rope. First activate the long whip, and then use some kind of transformation spell to turn the activated leather whip into the form of a viper. Based on this enchanting process, it is not difficult to speculate a conclusion. Live snakes transformed from a leather whip each have their own vitality. The vitality level of a common viper is only 1 or 2 energy levels. The Hydra whip has absorbed the vitality of 4 energy levels by him. Even if it is shared among each poisonous snake, it is also a small loss. It should be reasonable to become depressed. However, after the 9 live snakes in Joan's hands were drawn a lot of life essence, they were still as fierce as ever, clenching his arm tightly without saying a word. Claudia clenched her whip, her face was obviously bleached, and her trembling lips exclaimed, "You bastard! How dare you, my blood!" Joan was shocked, and accidentally discovered a secret. It turns out that the Hydra whip, sharing life with its hostess, is equivalent to Claudia's limb extension. No wonder Claudia can use the long whip to conduct contact spells. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.untilnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1058 Armor Barrier. Hydra whip, sharing life with its hostess, is equivalent to Claudia's limb extension. After figuring this out, Joan had a bottom in his heart, raised his left hand, and again made the Vampire Touch spellcasting gesture. Since Claudia shares life with her weapon, as long as he continues to extract the vitality of the Hydra whip, it will not be long before Claudia can be squeezed alive. Damn bastard! Claudia saw his thoughts, gritted his teeth, but had no choice but to let go of the whip and temporarily cut off the lifelink between himself and the weapon. The moment the long whip broke away from her grasp, the 9 poisonous snakes seemed to have been pulled away from their bones, and suddenly became depressed. The darkness attached to this weapon was like a water pipe screwed on the faucet. Dissolve on your own. The dark enchantment surrounding Claudia disappeared. Joan seized the Hydra whip, and screamed loudly, hitting Claudia with his face covered. The sky whip fell and Claudia had to dodge her head. Normally she was the only one who whipped others, but she never dreamed that she would become the object of others' whipping and would be utterly embarrassed. This proud and combative dark princess has a rare sense of frustration in his heart. Resisting the urge to vomit blood, Claudia quickly knocked off the heel and activated the flying technique of the high-heeled leather boots enchantment, taking off from Joan's whipping. Joan whipped Claudia, mainly for a bad breath. In fact, Hydra whip, a shaped weapon, was not easy to use. Seeing Claudia flying in the air, he threw away the 9-headed snake whip and raised a frozen breath. The white coldness spewed out of the mutant snow monster suddenly. Claudia was caught off guard and was sprayed straight, feeling like a fall in the ice cave, and his hands and feet were frozen and froze, his body running out of control planted down midair. Joan leapt forward, flew up, grabbed Claudia's bun, and picked her up. Claudia's feet were hanging in the air, and he pulled her hair to the front. When she looked at each other, she was stunned for a moment, just about to speak, but Joan was too lazy to take her round and beat her hard. Ground. However, at the moment Claudia was about to touch the ground, the golden light flashed suddenly on her body, then disappeared out of thin air, and appeared 100 steps away within a second. Joan was taken aback and quickly turned his head to look at Claudia, who had escaped from his grasp. After a little thought, he realized that this cunning woman had blessed 6 rings of trigger on herself in advance. Once faced with a life-threatening attack, Claudia's trigger technique automatically activates and triggers any door to send her to a zone as far away from the threat as possible. This life-saving trick can only be used once. Claudia grabbed the holy emblem under her neck and hurriedly chanted the magic prayer. Seeing Joan recovering and striding towards himself, Claudia's gorgeous face was full of murderousness. Suddenly, she waved her hands and summoned countless sharp blades out of thin air, interweaving into a circle of cold flashing sword blade barriers, surround Joan. Numerous sharp blades suddenly appeared in front of him, and since sword was cold, and Joan almost ran into it, quickly stopped his steps. Take a closer look and find that the countless blades flying around you are all showing a translucent texture. Each one is a force field weapon. Not only can it not be destroyed by brute force, but most magic can't break this circle of rotation. Knife wall. While Joan was trapped in the cage constructed by the 6-segment sword and blade barrier, he was temporarily unable to get out. Claudia took a breath and hurriedly retrieved the Hydra whip. Group of dark things smashed heads. Claudia's complexion slightly changed, instinctively evading. The group of things smashed under her feet, slammed apart, and then burst into a strong brilliancy. Turned out to be a sealed clay pot blessed with daylight inside. Claudia couldn't help being hurt by the bright light. Her eyes were stinging, her ears were red and swollen, and she could hardly open them. Compared to the temporary blindness caused by the glare, Claudia was more annoyed by the insidious bomb just now. It was obviously not thrown by Joan trapped in the sword blade barrier, but from an invisible darkness, the hand of the enemy. She and Joan had a fair duel, with no difference in victory or defeat, and was interrupted by a mean attacker, which really made her unwilling. Joan, trapped in the sword blade barrier, quickly regained his calm after the initial confusion. He looked up and noticed that there was no sharp blockade on his head, and immediately turned into a beeman and flew out of the cage. After regaining his freedom, Joan was surprised to find that Claudia was surrounded by a strong radiance, and the hazy figure was covering his face and moaning, and it seemed to be painful. Although it was not clear what had just happened, Joan responded in a timely manner, quickly chanted the mantra, raised his finger, and shot the 3-ring aphasia he invented. A cold stream of negative energy burst from Joan's fingertips, penetrated the bright light curtain, and hit Claudia. The tall and plump body of Dark Princess shivered violently, and the moan stopped abruptly. At first, Joan, who was lurked by a hidden enemy, was stabbed in the eyes by daylight, and then was removed from the cage. Joan sealed the throat with one finger and could not open the spell. Claudia couldn't help but faced him. Brutal reality. If you do not leave now, I am afraid it will be too late. With perseverance and humiliation, Claudia flew into the air and fled the battlefield with hatred. Watching Claudia's figure disappear quickly into the darkness of the night, Joan secretly relieved himself, lifted his transformation, and recovered his human form. Claudia scattered the shining ceramic fragments everywhere. Joan walked over, and with a little identification, he saw that this clay pot had been blessed with 3 rings of daylight inside before it was broken. After the cast, the pot was sealed, and the thick wall blocked the light from leaking. It looked like an ordinary pot. Throw the jar out, break the moment, and the light leaks out, just like this, illuminating the surrounding space like daylight. This flash bomb has a simple structure, but it is also very practical. Even high-ranking Drow priests like Claudia, who were caught in a bomb attack, were blinded. This kind of seemingly rudimentary flash bomb can be seen in dark areas like Dark Elves. Photophobia is particularly effective. Joan naturally had a question: who left this flash bomb here? At that time, the duel between him and Claudia was at a critical juncture. The other party suddenly dropped a bomb to help him out. It can be seen that there is no maliciousness. Why hasn't he refused to show his identity until now? Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1059 Mystery Man Qiao An's Eye-Seeking Invisibility inspired by Yoshiaki's eyes was still in effect, and he looked around with doubt to find the mysterious person who threw the flash bomb. A short and hazy figure appeared in his field of vision, looking like a child of 8 or 9 years old, and seemed to be watching in secret. Qiao pretended to look inadvertently at the man's latent area, then looked away, rubbed his eyes, and his doubts continued unabated. This is really a weird thing. The mysterious little man seems to be blessed with 4 rings of higher invisibility. This spell is an enhanced version of the second stealth. The advantage is that the stealth state will not be automatically resolved by attacking the enemy. In addition, it is no different from the ordinary version of stealth. It can also be detected by seeing invisibility. The other party is within the range of sight of Joan. It stands to reason that Joan can see his appearance through seeing through invisibility, but this is not the case in reality. Joan put his eyesight to the limit, and just barely saw the faint figure, and relaxed a little. The figure of the man quietly faded out of his vision, and merged with the dark wilderness. How is this going? Joan suspects that in addition to the 4 rings of higher invisibility, the other party may also be blessed with some kind of illusion-making spell, or a spell specifically used to evade detection, just like a slippery loach looking through the water. The figure of the loach is just the illusion caused by the refraction of light. If you reach out and grab, the loach will quickly slip away from your fingers. Joan was afraid to scare away the mysterious man lurking in the dark, so he didn't take the initiative to greet him. At this time, the demon spider, faceless man and the sorcerer also retreated with Claudia. Hayla, Audrey, Holden, Lowry, Angel and Ryan ended the battle and returned to Joan one after another. Here, I was relieved to see him safe. Joan, how did you defeat that Drow priestess? Angel couldn't believe it. Does your strength already match that of the quasi-legendary priest Rose? Joan shook her head and told the truth. Claudia wasn't beaten by me. In fact, she was scared away by Sumion's flash bomb. He turned to point to a tall stalagmite and motioned his companion to look over there. The person who helped me drive Claudia away is now hiding under the stalagmites, and it doesn't seem to want to show signs in front of us. The eyes of everyone looked at the stalagmites. Although they could not see the invisible man at all, their eyes showed curiosity. Friend, thank you for your help. Is it inconvenient for me to accept our gratitude in person? Audrey politely greeted the heir. The mysterious man squatting under the stalagmites hesitated for a moment, and finally accepted the gracious invitation of Miss Paladin to lift the higher invisibility technique and show his true face. It turned out to be an underground gnome wearing a grey robe and a sharp wizard hat. It was only 4 feet tall, with a light brown complexion and a cute baby face. At this moment, there was a slightly embarrassed smile on his face. "Oh, it's you." Lowry, Angel, and Ryan stared at each other at the same time, yelling the name of the dwarf mage almost simultaneously. Billing. "Hey, isn't it me, dear friends? I'm so glad to see you again." The young gnome mage rushed over and opened his arms enthusiastically, seeming to hug his long-reunited partners. "You guys are so thick-skinned." Angler grabbed the little gnome's back collar, shaking it like a bag of flour. "Thanks for your self-proclaimed friend. Do you know that Arnold was almost killed by you?" I'm really sorry, I didn't expect that the situation would evolve like this." Billing grimaced, pitifully defending. "I was walking with you at the beginning, just thinking about taking care of each other on the road. There is no idea of harming you at all. To be honest, I haven't thought of it now. Why do the Dark Elves want to kill you irrelevant people?" "You are so kind to ask." Angel was going to beat him with a fist, but was stopped by Ryan and Lowry anyway. "Billing, we were unlucky and we were going into the city with you, and the result was that you were troubled. The Drows firmly believed that you were with us, and thought that the good things you did in the city, Arnold, Angel, Lane, I have also participated." Lowry smiled bitterly, and there was a hint of resentment in his words. "Your kid stole the Drow's things and slipped away without saying a word. When people couldn't find you, they came to us for trouble. The way to kill them was to force us to ask you where you are. It's ridiculous that we didn't even know where your kid was hiding. But we couldn't convince the Drows to believe this. As a result, the conflict between the two sides intensified. I didn't expect you to hide in this area, and it appeared to us again in this unexpected way." Billing coughed twice and scratched his head a little embarrassedly. "It turns out that this is the case. I thought that the Soul Mountain, which is a popular division of the Drow hunting team, came to me. I was still wondering at the time, and I had obviously used avoidance detection to escape the exploration technique of that ugly Drow masters all. Why could they still guess that I was hiding on this mountain? Especially when I saw Dark Princess and her big spider, I was almost scared to pee my pants." After a long time, it turned out to be a misunderstanding. "Misunderstanding you? I really want to tie you up and send it to the Dark Elves to save your kid." Angler scolded angrily. The little gnome glared his eyes in horror, and his face was horrified. "Friend, won't you really be so cruel?" "Mr. Billing," Angel said nothing but anger, "you don't have to take it seriously." When Ryan saw that he was terrified and couldn't bear it, he told him the truth. "We have deep grievances with the Dark Elves. Even if we hand you over, the other party may not understand. Moreover, you just helped Joan to drive away Claudia." Brother Ryan said so well. The frightened expression on Billing's face lasted for less than 10 seconds, and turned into a grinning look again. "Even if you guys tied me up and escorted to Orkney City, or knocked me flat, I was just exhaled. There was no real benefit. To me, the most important thing now is to disperse the care technique on Arnold, otherwise Claudia can feel our position at any time, and I can't guarantee when the perverted witch will kill it back." Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.untitlenovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1060. I'm not the one who saw the money. After hearing Billing's warning, everyone changed their faces. Lowry walked quickly to Arnold the spider, observed it carefully, turned back and nodded at Joan and others. His expression became more solemn. "No wonder we just controlled Arnold, and Claudia chased it over." It turned out that she blessed Arnold with 2 rings of care, which can always sense Arnold's location. Joan nodded and walked to Arnold the spider, extracting 3 Sid mana and turning it into a 3rd-level spell slot, which he used to cast Dispelling. Before waving his hand, a green light curtain flew across Arnold, the spider, to disperse the blessing care. Seeing this scene, the people were a little relieved, but soon realized that now it was not enough time to rest assured that they must leave the extremely dangerous Oxnil area as soon as possible. This is far from the area where Claudia has set up a prohibition technique, and teleportation technique can function normally. Everyone no longer delays, according to the scheduled itinerary, divided into 2 teams to go their own way. Lowry, Angel, and Ryan, after saying goodbye to Joan, unfolded the teleportation scroll, and escorted Arnold, who was still sleeping, to teleport directly back to Meadged University. After returning to school, Lowry will ask his mentor, the dean of the seminary, Mr. Robin Williams, to release Arnold's spider curse. As for Joan, Hayla, Audrey and Holden, I still don't want to go back to school, but I don't want to have any extra branches anymore. I unanimously decided to send it directly to the Blood Tundra. To Evelyn, who was reclusive in the area, Joan also had 2 teleportation reels in hand, which Angel asked them to help rescue Arnold's prepaid compensation. He took out one of the scrolls and was about to cast a spell. A coughing sound suddenly increased beside him. Good friends, I'm so reluctant to part with you. I dare say you mustn't have the heart to abandon the weak and helpless Bilin alone on this land that is very unfriendly to him. Must it be like this? The dwarf mage crossed his fingers and prayed, and his round eyes were full of pleading, and looked pitiful. You shut up. It is a pity that at least Hayla, the grumpy old lady, was not impressed by him. Who is your friend? Less like us. Hayla pretended to be fierce. I see through it. Your kid is a disaster star. Whoever is next to you will suffer bad luck. Arnold is a lesson. Mr. Billing, don't blame us for not being loyal. We really can't talk to you about anything. Holden didn't wait very much to see the little gnome with his hands and feet clean and said coldly, if I were you, I wouldn't waste time pretending to be poor here, taking advantage of how far I can run now, so as not to be caught by Claudia and hanged and whipped. Joan didn't say anything, but his heart wasn't calm. Of course he could see that his companions had a bad impression of Billing and did not want to take him with him. This is not to blame everyone for being cold. It's really that Billing's guy who Poklulu is too big, and it's human nature not to be involved in him. However, Joanne couldn't help but miss Billing's feelings. After all, thanks to the flash bomb he threw, he was able to get rid of Claudia's entanglement. From Billing's willingness to help with the risk of exposing his appearance, the nature of this little gnome is not bad. Stealing is certainly a very bad act, but the Dark Elves are not good people. Billing steals things from this group of black-skinned villains. At best it is black eating black, and it is not a big evil. Joan wanted to say 2 good things for Billing, but he didn't want to embarrass his companions. At this moment, Billing blinked and said to Holden, Mr. Poet, you really gave me a great idea. But speaking of it, you look at my 2 short legs. Even if you keep running for a moment, how far can you run? In the end, you will be caught by the Dark Elves and cruelly tortured to death. The only thing that can help me escape my bad luck right now is the telescope in your hand. Please don't get me wrong, I certainly know that you can't give me such a precious scroll. I only ask you to take me with you when you teleport. I heard that the Blood Tundra is a good place with beautiful scenery. I have long wanted to go there for sightseeing. I want to come to the Dark Elf so that I won't run to such a distant place to chase me down. Billing noticed that both Hayla and Holden showed an impatient look, and added quickly, of course, I will not let my friend Bai work hard. If you agree to give me a teleportation seat, I would pay £2 of magic crystal fare for this. Hayla's eyelids jumped, and he couldn't help raising his voice and asked Billing, £2 magic crystal? Are you sure you are kidding? Of course, the little gnome nodded seriously. Hayla felt his double ponytails, coughing twice, and his eyes became subtle. Guys, I am a person, you all know. Sister Kiki patted her chest, looking straight. My Hayla Green is not the kind of person who sees money. Puff, including Joanne. Everyone couldn't help laughing. Don't laugh. Don't laugh. What's so funny about it? Give me seriousness. Hayla was blushing and stomping his feet. I really don't care about those £2 of magic crystal, but I think this little gnome is pitiful. After all, He just helped us. If you leave him behind, I can't bear it. The same is true. Or shall we take him with me? Holden looked at his sister and Joan. Audrey was a little hesitant and did not immediately express her position. Billing's gaze whirled back and forth between Joan and Audrey, and suddenly an innocent smile appeared. Miss Paladin, Mr. Master, although you are not good at learning, you can be considered an 8th level illusionist anyway. Take me on the road. In case you are in trouble, maybe I can help. Also, if Mr. Mage is interested, I might as well turn over my spell book. Maybe I can find a spell worth copying from. Joan heard the words slightly, and turned to look at Audrey. Audrey sighed and nodded in agreement to take Bill in with her. Joan looks at the teleportation scroll and confirms that besides the spellcaster himself, he can also bring 4 people with him and unfold the scroll to start casting. Audrey and others held hands and surrounded him. When the spell ritual was completed, Joan put away the scroll that depleted the magic power and decomposed by himself, holding the hands of Audrey and Hyla, respectively, and the figures of the 5 were enveloped by the light curtain, and they immediately rose into the sky. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.untilnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1061 Blood Tundra. The teleportation beam rose into the sky, and the figures of Joan, Hyla, Audrey, Holden, and Billing disappeared, and they teleported hundreds of miles away. After a short period of dizziness, Joan regained consciousness and found himself and 4 companions, away from the Oxnil area, and returned to the mushroom wilderness. The surrounding scenery is slightly different from the settlement of the mushroom family. In addition to saprophytic plants and tall fungi, the wilderness is also covered with lush moss-like grass. From a distance, it looks like a vast red grassland. The scene in front of him made Joan realize that this is the Blood Tundra. He took out the navigation compass, confirmed his position against the map, and later said to his companions, "There is a certain deviation in the teleportation point. There is still 30 miles away from Evelyn's residence." Only 30 miles? The deviation is not too big. Holden smiled optimistically. The scenery here is pretty good. We have been tossing all day and we are so tired that we simply camp here and continue our journey tomorrow, or notify Evelyn to pick us up. Blood moss, a moss that grows in the underground world, is a particularly contradictory plant. Blood moss is naturally averse to sunlight, but throughout its life, it emits a faint red phosphorescence. The presence of blood moss adds a bright color to the dark and monotonous underground world, but this plant is not only beautiful, but also dangerous. When the King of Bacteria learned that Joan planned to travel to the Blood Tundra, he specially reminded them, blood moss is a plant that can be appreciated from afar. Don't reach out and touch it. The texture of the blood moss is fluffy, like a mass of loose yeast dough, and the numerous small holes are filled with spores that emit red phosphorescence. Once subjected to a fierce collision, or just a strong wind, the blood moss will emit spores in the body, spreading into a cloud of spores flashing red light in the air. These beautiful-looking spores, if accidentally inhaled into the body, will irritate the mucous membranes of the respiratory tract, choking people coughing constantly, as if suffering from asthma. Joan picked up a stone and threw it into the distance. The stone fell into a large thick bush of blood moss. After a loud muffled sound, it stirred up a large number of spores that had risen in the air, and gathered in the sky into a cloud of red light shining. Joanne didn't want to personally verify how these beautiful spores would stimulate the respiratory tract, and quickly made a wind-making technique to blow away the spore cloud that spread over. "Mr. Vader, I have a good idea." The gnome mage Billing stared at the red clouds blown away by the wind, his round eyes gleaming. "Maybe we can collect some blood moss spores and use them to make alchemy bombs, the kind that throws people alive and chokes to death. In our expedition team, it's enough to have a scientist with excess curiosity, and it's a bit overwhelming to have another one." Holden smiled bitterly and put on a gas mask. "Before you start to develop the bomb that chokes to death, can you find a place suitable for camping, lest we all be choked by blood spores?" "Every little thing," Wrap it with me. Belin jumped up violently, took a small ball of grease from the storage bag, and skillfully made a spellcasting gesture. Joan only glanced at it and guessed what he wanted to do. He quickly turned back and waved at Hayla and Zion brothers, signaling them to hurry away. Pura Bilin created a large piece of fuel out of thin air, like a black raindrop, pouring down on the blood tundra. After Joan urged his teammates to evacuate, he turned around and looked at this crazy little guy, his arms rounded, struggling to throw a torch into the fuel-sprayed area. Boom! The dry and fluffy blood moss was inherently flammable, and with the help of the oil, it burned violently. Immediately afterwards, Joan's most worrying thing happened. The large tundra infiltrated by the fuel burned violently. The heat wave turned into a turbulent airflow, and the dense smoke and a large number of spores spread around. In a blink of an eye, the smoke spread to Bilin, the initiator, and he choked repeatedly, and his nose and tears flowed like he was sprayed with chilly water. Joan hurriedly buckled his gas mask on Bilin's face, and then turned into a B-man shape, grabbed Bilin's back collar, carried him into the air, and flew to other before the smoke spread. The safety zone where the companion is. Do you really think it's a good idea to take Bilin with us on the road? It's hard to hide regret in Audrey's words. For the sake of the 2-pound magic crystal, I can barely bear it. I hope this little guy will stop doing such crazy activities. Hayla smiled bitterly. Although Mr. Billing's method was a little rough, it led to some unexpected situations. But fortunately he finally realized his good intentions. The moss attached to the surface of the wasteland has only a thin layer, which is very unburned. After just half an hour, the violent fire of the prairie was extinguished by itself, leaving a large scorched earth with black smoke. On this scorched earth, the blood moss and spores were burned by Billing, which is indeed a good place for camping. Joan and his party set up a tent, raised a campfire, and cooked water. Everyone ate and drank around the campfire while chatting casually. The newly recruited Billing became the subject of talks tonight. Billing was also frank and did not conceal his origin. He came from the Sudri Rock City, the hometown of the Gnome Underground, claiming to be the youngest disciple of elves, the chief archmage omniscience in the city, an 8th-level illusionist. The illusionist is a mage who specializes in the illusion school. Among the 8 schools of Austrian law, the School of Illusion is relatively unpopular. Masters specializing in this school, from Leiden College to Meadged University, belong to the niche. But in the gnomish society, the illusionist is a mainstream Austrian occupation. This is mainly because the gnome has the racial talent for learning and comprehending illusion, not only rich in illusionist and warlocks with illusion blood, but also even civilians who do not have extraordinary professions, can also play a wonderful illusion trick. Enthusiasm for illusion and alchemy is the cultural tradition of gnomish society. On the bright side, this tradition is conducive to the spread of magical knowledge and encourages invention. But from a bad point of view, the dwarf family of thieves and fraudsters seems to be inseparable from their cultural tradition of keen to use magic and alchemy for profit. Billing is not only an illusionist genius, his mind is also filled with unrealistic fantasy. Every whimsical, reckless madness his personality characteristic can be seen when he just set fire to the blood moss. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.untilnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1062. Billing's dream. Billing also revealed to Joan, Hayla, Audrey and Holden that he had a dream since he was a child, determined to find the legendary dragon Fafnir and recaptured it by centuries ago. Pygmy treasure. In order to realize this dream, Billing first needs to find the cave where the dragon Fafnir hides. After much exploration, Billing learned that the most prominent ruling family in the city of Onuld Bellamy family possessed a treasure map. It is said that as long as the magic seal blessed on the map is cracked, Fafnir's the lair even has the opportunity to steal the treasure that the evil dragon has guarded for centuries. A dark elf with greed and nature, of course, will not miss the chance to make a fortune. For many years, the Bellamy family has been trying to crack this treasure map, but until today, no breakthrough has been made. Billing went to the city of O'Connell just to get this legendary treasure map. As for whether it is possible to crack the seal on the map, it is temporarily out of his consideration. Under the blessings of illusion and good luck, the gnomish mage sneaked into the Spider Academy, and stole this treasure map successfully. It is a pity that his good luck has its limit after all. When he left the Spider Academy, he accidentally touched the magic alarm, revealing his signs, and alarmed the guard, so he had to escape from the city overnight. What happened afterwards, such as Claudia leading the team to hunt down Billing, Arnold and others were implicated, no need to say, everyone already knows. Dear friends, when I decipher the mystery in the treasure map, why not all of you go with me to find treasure? How about sharing the treasure? Bellin made an eager invitation. It is a pity that even Hyla, who has always refused to miss the opportunity to make a fortune, couldn't afford much interest in his unreasonable treasure hunt. If the treasure map is so easy to crack, it has already been solved by the Drow. How can it be your turn? Take a step back and say that even if your kid is out of luck and really cracked the secret of the treasure map, that's just the beginning. And then we have to go to the cave of Fafnir to challenge this one who is said to have legendary strength, the evil dragon. No matter how much I want to make a fortune, I won't take the risk of angering a legendary evil dragon. No amount of gold and silver treasures are as precious as my own life. Hyla's attitude can represent the positions of Joan and Zion's younger brothers. Bilindak can continue to make his treasure hunt dream. Everyone will not accompany. Billing regretted this, but did not force him to open the storage bag and take out 2 pounds of magic crystals to give to Joan, Hyla and Zion brothers to pay the agreed commission. Joan, each of them was divided into half a pound of magic crystals. Seeing Bilin paid the bill so happy, the impression of the gnomish mage had improved. At the same time, he also had a deeper understanding of his rich financial resources. Berlin, you're a big shot. Is the family rich? Hyla couldn't help asking. My father is a gemstone processor, a common craftsman, and he opened a small shop in the city of Sudri, which is not rich. My teacher Mr. Elves is very rich, but the old man is very stingy. Billing pouted, whispering the tutor's stingy style. My income, in fact, is all earned by adventure and treasure hunting. Our dwarf family has a proverb, do not open for 3 years, and open for 3 years, which means that I am a professional treasure hunter. Billing crossed his arms across his chest, his round face overflowing with pride. I have found several small treasures before, and the money is earned, but I always feel that it is not exciting enough and lacks challenge. Friends, if you want to say that the treasures that are really rich in the enemy country are the caves of Fafnir first, do you really not want to accompany me to get rich? Look at you. Come here again. Audrey interrupted his words and stood up. Don't talk about these non-original things. It's already very late. I'll arrange a vigil round. If you're not on duty, go back to the tent and rest. Miss Paladin, we are all spellcasters. Poor rest will affect the preparation of spells tomorrow. Everyone will go back to sleep and leave it to me, Billing said with a smile. Are you vigil alone? Audrey hesitated and shook her head. That's not good. You need to rest yourself to prepare the spell. In fact, she was not embarrassed to say straight, not assured that this little dwarf with a previous theft had a vigil alone. What if everyone's luggage was taken away? Why do you personally watch the vigil? Use magic to create a loyal hound, let the hound stay up all night for us. Bilin opened a purse dedicated to collecting spellcasting materials, and rummaged through a bunch of strange and odd bits and pieces. First took out a clue, then took out a bone, and finally took out a small silver whistle. Billing put all these things under his feet, and then began to cast spells. Carrier. When he finally read a mantra that symbolized creation, the magic glow radiated from the ground under his feet. The clues, bones and silver whistle placed on the ground were swallowed by the light and merged with the magic power, and finally turned into a looming phantom hound, which was docilely standing at the foot of Billing. This tall and strong phantom hound stands almost as tall as its gnome master. Its dark coat blends with the night, sometimes clear and sometimes hazy, giving an unreal feeling. "What spell is this?" Holden asked Joan in a low voice. "It looks like the 4th level spell of the Mantare school, Mage Faithful Dog." Joan observes the Phantom Hound on the opposite side while explaining the effect of this spell to Holden. The Phantom Hound created by magic can protect an area designated by the caster all night, without the need to eat, drink and sleep, and is very alert. It can also see through illusions such as invisibility, and even spiritual creatures cannot escape his eyes and ears. Very suitable for vigil. Mr. Vader is right. With this loyal dog guarding our camp, we can all sleep peacefully. Billing stroked the spine of the Phantom Hound, his face full of pride. Joan was curious about the life form of the Phantom Hound. To find out if this creature had any entity, he went over and asked Billing, "Can I have a look at this hound?" "It's no problem, just touch it, this guy is very good." Billing laughed generously. Joan walked to the Phantom Hound and tried to stroke his forehead. "The feeling from your fingertips is very different from the furry, warm touch when stroking ordinary hounds." Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.untilnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1063. Horsey Loyal Dog. The Phantom Hound in front of him reminded Joan of the Phantom Horse, which is this illusory cold texture, with a weight of almost zero, giving the impression of smoke and mist, as if it will be blown away by a strong wind at any time. This shows that phantom creature generally has this semi-entity feature. If we make a simple ordering of the reality of creatures, then the one that lacks the most sense of reality is undoubtedly the pure spiritual body, and there is no material form to be observed, such as mother's will. Slightly more realistic than pure spiritual bodies are spiritual creatures, such as ghosts, and phase spiders in the spiritual realm. Such creatures are wandering in the spirit world, and unless they have the ability to see through invisibility, they cannot see their true image from the physical world. Except for a few special cases, such as spells that use the force field attribute, other attack methods cannot damage spirit creatures. What is more real than the spirit is the virtual body, such as ghosts that show form in the physical world, and many special creatures living in the astral world or the shadow world. The ghosts that often appear in horror stories are typical incorporeal creatures. Incorporeal creatures cannot be killed by ordinary weapons, but enchanted weapons or magic attacks may cause real damage to them. This is the biggest difference between incorporeal and spiritual bodies. What is more realistic than the incorporeal creature is the phantom creature. For example, the Phantom Hound in front of Joan can be injured by ordinary swords, but the natural illusion of phantom creatures can easily cause the illusion of the attacker, causing the deviation of the sword's landing point from the real key, and the damage caused is often not as expected. In addition, the Phantom Hound is not easy to bully, and can bite off the adult's leg bone in one bite. Billing saw that Joan was very interested in the Phantom Hound, and said to him with a smile, "Mr. Vader, when we get to a safe place, I will lend you the spell book for copying, which also includes 4 rings of Mage Faithful Dog. You can increase the level of a mage to learn this spell." "Then thank you very much, Mr. Billing." Joan nodded gratefully, said goodbye to Billing and other companions, and returned to his tent. Joan only needs to sleep for 2 hours a day to fully recover his physical strength and magic spells. Now, before his rest time, he takes out the loot obtained from these 2 days of exploration and studies them. Joan first checked the hay-pound magic crystal donated by Billing. After careful identification, he was assured that there was no adulteration. It might be a bit irrational to do this, but Joan had to be more careful. After all, the dwarf family has never had a good reputation on the trading floor, and various frauds and tricks have emerged. For example, using illusion to disguise brass as gold and use it to deceive people is just a common trick for gnome. Even if the scam was exposed in person, they always shrugged their shoulders carelessly, claiming that this was just a joke. If you are angry about this, dear friend, then you lack a sense of humor. Don't always be so serious. Okay? No way. This is the cultural tradition of gnomes. It is said that Galshinkin, the patron saint of the dwarf family, once defrauded the kobold god Kechuma and also destroyed Kechuma's cave. Descendants of Galshinkin also enjoy playing with serious, unsmiling kobolds, so that the most annoying creature of the kobolds is the dwarf. Joan couldn't help but be a little curious. If I introduce Mr. Benny and Billin, I don't know what kind of spark can be rubbed between them. The results of the appraisal showed that every one of those hay-pound magic crystals was genuine, which shows that Billin is a rare and kind man among the gnome. At least he will not play tricks on his friends. The magic crystal donated by Billin, plus the magic crystal obtained from the king of bacteria before Joan ran down this underground journey, and already had a full pound of magic crystal into the bag, making him very satisfied. With these magic crystals, when he returns to school, he can try to make a new type of magic guide. Carefully putting away the magic crystal, Joan then looked at the loot collected in the Oxnil area, including 2 blood samples and a bottle of Drow Toxin. Joanne is already familiar with Drow Toxin. This toxin, a special product of the Dark Elves, is like the poison apple used by the stepmother in the fairy tale to murder her daughter. With only a small drop, she can make people sleep forever until the internal organs die. This small bottle of Drow Toxin has a weight of about 14 pints. If diluted into a sleeping agent, it is enough to make a military group fall asleep. Drow Toxin is colorless and transparent, emitting a slight bitter odor. Like most native products in dark areas, Drow Toxin cannot be directly exposed to the air, nor can it be exposed to strong light. Otherwise it will easily deteriorate and lose its toxicity. Joan transferred the toxin to a light brown reagent bottle, with a cork stopper, to ensure the isolation of air and sunlight, and received a special green ice refrigerator, which can be stored for a long time under low temperature. Putting away the Drow Toxin, Joan then proceeded to process the blood sample of the Drow Warlock. Still the old way. Mythical blood interpretation cooperates with number 4 rune used to analyze the configuration of spells contained in the blood. Joan didn't expect to get unknown spells from this 6th level warlock, but the analysis result brought him a small surprise. There are a total of 14 0 to 3 ring spells in the Drow warlock's blood, half of which are 0 ring tricks. In addition, there are 4 1-ring spells, 2 2-ring spells, and 1 3-ring spell. As a 6th level arcane spellcaster, I have mastered so many spells. Joan, who is also a 6th level arcane spellcaster, couldn't help but sympathize with this guy when he saw this scene. It was really pitiful. To be fair, it is not that the Drow Warlock is too wasteful. In fact, there are only 10 such spells that a 6th level warlock can master under normal circumstances if it is not a 0-point trick. It is pitiful. In contrast, as a 6th level wizard, Joan now has a total of 03 ring spells. How many? In fact, there are not many, only a total of 100, less than 10 times the magician of the same level, to continue to study hard. However, after all, of the 4 1st level spells in this area, there are actually 2 that Joan has not yet learned. One of them is Demon Fire and the other is Shadow Cloak. Just in today's conflict with the Drow family, Joanne has already seen the power of these 2 spells. Yuo is equivalent to a simplified version of Flash Dust, which can be used to mark enemies and make them surrounded by colorful cold light. Previously, illusions like invisibility could not take effect. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1064 Arachnid 1 Shadow Cloak is a spell developed specifically for photophobia creatures. After successfully casting this spell, the magic will turn into a layer of mist around the subject, as if wearing a layer of grey cloak that is arbitrarily, can deflect the light, isolate the sunshine, and temporarily protect the subject from sunlight and the damage of spells like daylight. The spell configurations of Demon Fire and Shadow Cloak are sealed, and Joan cannot directly copy them. In addition, if you don't consider the Sacred Art version corresponding to these 2 spells, you must have the Drow blood to cast it. These obstacles are nothing to Joan. He has a complete set of solutions designed to crack this encryption spell. As for the Drow blood, it is actually not difficult to solve. Dark elves belong to the close relatives of the surface elves and are also classified as humanoids. Joan's main lineage is human. If the blood sample of the dark elf is used as a wake-up agent and injected into his body, it is equivalent to a homologous enhancement, and the risk is negligible. This time the bloodline was strengthened, and Joan hardly felt the rejection reaction, and successfully merged the bloodline of the Drow warlock within 10 minutes. Now, Joan can claim without shame that he already has the blood of the Dark Elves. Considering that the Drow warlock was born in the ruling family in the city of Onil, then Joan can also claim that he was born in the noble Bellamy family, but was a Drow noble, a half-blood prince, forced to become a relative of Dark Princess Claudia. Well, he is not so brazen. A successful homology strengthening can only make Joan get a very thin Drow descent, and no change can be seen from the outside. Fortunately, even such a thin bloodline is enough to support him to cast 2 Demon Fire and Shadow Cloak Drow bloodline limited spells. In fact, Demon Fire is okay. As for the Shadow Cloak ... unless Joan has to be transformed into a photophobia such as a Dark Elf, Orc, or Sauri, normally it is of little use. After draining the full value of the Drow Warlock's blood sample, Joan then extended the Devil's Claw to another blood storage bottle Spider Arnold's blood sample. The pedigree of Arnold is more complicated. First of all, of course, he still retains a part of human lineage. Second, Claudia imposed a spider curse on him, turning him into a spider sprite of half human and half spider. The spiderling elf itself is also a mixed blood creature, and has the blood lineage of dark elves and supernatural arachnids. But biologically, the spiderling elf belongs to neither the drow nor the arachnid insects, but is categorized as large strange. Surprised? Unexpected? Joan scratched his head. Fortunately, he has a peculiar pedigree. He also published a paper on supernatural arachnids in core journals, otherwise he must be stunned. To be honest, Joan's own bloodline is more complicated than that of Arnold. First of all, he is a humanoid creature with a subspecies of weirdness, and he acquired the supernatural insect-shaped creature lineage through infection with insectification. Arachnid is a branch under this lineage. Not long ago, Joan also used the blood of the Drow warlock to successfully perform a same-source strengthening and also acquired Drow blood. In general, he and Arnold the Spider are close relatives who can't kiss anymore. Although on the surface, you can see the relationship. With these foreshadowing, Joan can use Arnold's blood to prepare a wake-up agent to strengthen his bloodline strength. Even according to the most conservative evaluation standards, this is also a relatively safe near-source strengthening, and the risks are within the controllable range. Joan is not busy with the second round of blood vessel strengthening. First analyzes the blood sample of Spider Arnold to see what good things can be found. Under the combined action of mythical blood interpretation and number 4 rune ensues, the blood in the test tube turned into a pale color, and slowly floated out, forming a stable cloud above the test tube. Kiawan first observed the spell configuration in the cloud, and unfortunately found that there is nothing new. All the spells he has mastered. Fortunately, in addition to the spell configuration, there is a set of magic marks in the blood of Arnold, which corresponds to the unique supernatural ability of this strange creature. Joan copied the magic seal into his spellbook. After some comparison research, he confirmed that this supernatural ability called Spider-like Body includes a total of 4 units, each of which corresponds to a special function. The first function of the spider-shaped body is to comprehensively strengthen the body of the spider-shaped Arnold, and the 3 attributes of strength, agility and physique, each gain 4 points. The spider-shaped body also gives Arnold 8 spider legs with flat eaves, which is equivalent to a constant spider, and can freely pass through the cobwebs, thorn bushes, and even greasy sludge without hindrance. In addition, the arachnid also changes Arnold's physiological structure. It can synthesize a toxin in its own body and secrete it through the hollow fangs. When the fangs bite the prey, the toxin can be injected into the prey, so that he fell into a lethargy and lost his ability to resist. Finally, the spider-shaped body also gave Arnold a weakness that was not originally there, that is, the eyes are allergic to light, and they will temporarily fall into blindness after being exposed to sunlight or daylight, and after a period of adaptation, even if they are barely open, red eyes can also be severely impaired. Fortunately, this point can be overcome by a shadow cloak, not a fatal flaw. After carefully analyzing the 4 characteristics of the spider-shaped body, the first thing that touched Joan was the third Untitled toxin. The toxin secreted by the spider elf is the Drow toxin he just studied. This is actually because of effect, because there are spider elves first in the world, and then Drow toxin. Joan had previously thought that the Dark Elves mixed a Drow toxin through a series of complex alchemy processes. This is not the case. The so-called Drow toxin should be accurately called spider toxin. If the possibility of artificial synthesis is not taken into account, almost all the existing toxins are collected from spider sprites. Although Drow toxin is named Drow, it was not actually invented by the Dark Elves. They just collected the toxin secreted by the spider elves, and then named it as a strong behavior. It was shameless to occupy this achievement. Very good. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect. www.untilenovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1065 Arachnid 2. With such a thought, Joan couldn't help but feel a little sympathy for the spiderling elf. These hapless guys are just squeezed out of venom by the drows, and even the naming rights are deprived, which is not really miserable. However, considering the status of spiders in drow society, even if they are dissatisfied with this, I am afraid they have no chance to clarify the truth. The race of spiders is not born but changed. In various drow cities, there will always be some criminals who violate the law and discipline, or the Dark Elves who are punished by the mistress for their poor work. If the sin does not die, they will often be cursed and changed by the high-ranking priests in the family. A half-human half-spider elf. In addition to the veneration of the priest who admires drows, this curse will happen, and the Queen of Spiders himself occasionally tries his hand to impose this punishment himself. It is said that there was once a drow ethnic group who believed in pagan gods and angered the post-spider god, so the punishment was lowered and these pagans were collectively transformed into spider elves. It can be seen that the status of spiderling elves in drow society is very awkward. In terms of personal strength, spider elves are more powerful than ordinary dark elves, but they do not enjoy a social status commensurate with their strength. In the eyes of most dark elves, the spider elf is a poor and abominable creature with a status slightly higher than that of domestic animals, but lower than the true drow. In the cities of the drows, all spider elves are strictly guarded and restricted to activities only near their nests. In fact, the situation is not much stronger than domestic animals. It is just a more useful domestic animal, especially on the battlefield. Joan also heard from Bilin that the Drow family has a large number of spider elves. No matter the war conquered by the outside world or the internal strife of the major families, the spider elves are a very important fighting force. However, he didn't know that there is an additional benefit of raising spiders. It is possible to regularly squeeze drow toxin from this strange body, like human herdsmen raising cows. This is no wonder why only dark elves can obtain drow toxins. After all, other peoples are unlikely to obtain a large group of spider elves, nor can they be artificially captive. Joan wrote his own thoughts about the original source of the drow toxin in his notebook, and then shifted his focus to the first function of the spider form. If you think about it carefully, there are now 3 ways in which you can all become spider elves. The first is the second ring of morph, which can become all the creature types corresponding to Joan's own lineage, including of course the spider spirits belonging to the strange. Then there is mythical transfiguration, which is strengthened on the basis of the ordinary version of transfiguration, and the average physical attributes of the transfiguration species can be obtained. Finally, the mythical transfiguration combined with the injection of awakening agent to achieve perfect transfiguration, based on the mythological transfiguration, can also obtain the supernatural ability of the corresponding species. So the question is, if Joan becomes a spider elf in 3 different ways, how big can it be? Especially the second and third transformation methods involve the supernatural ability of spider form. The so-called physical attribute is increased by 4 points. Is it based on Joan's human form or is it the sprite form? As a benchmark, because the magical imprint of supernatural abilities is not as clear as the spell configuration, Joan cannot draw conclusions through analysis on paper, but still has to experiment in person. It only took 2 minutes for Joan to design a set of controlled experiments. First, he solved the gorgeous belt so as not to interfere with the data observed in the experiment, and then used the last 2 Sid monitor data to transform into 2 ring spell slots, using a drop of Arnold's blood as a casting material. Transformed into spider elves. The spider elf thus transformed actually has its shape, strength 10, agility 12, physique 12, and it still maintains the level of Joan's human form. Next, Joan spends a mythical power to perform mythical transformation and becomes a spider elf again. Observed through endoscopic surgery, its own condition has undergone obvious changes. The 3 physical attributes are strength 15, agility 15, and physique 16. This is the average physique of the spider elves. The shape is much stronger. But recalling the physical attributes of Spider Arnold, Joan found that something was wrong. Obviously, the power and physique attributes of Arnold are much higher than that of ordinary arachnids. How is this going? Isn't Arnold's cursed elven form after being cursed, not a spider elven in the ordinary sense, but another mystery? Joan immediately thought of the supernatural ability that he had just passed from the blood sample of Arnold. If he remembers correctly, the spiderling elf recorded in the Vase Monster Illustrated Book Strange volume does not have this supernatural ability. Joan frowned slightly and fell into a long thought. In the end, he can only draw a logical guess. The kind of spider curse that turns Arnold into a spider elf is much more powerful than the usual transfiguration or even transfiguration. It not only turns Arnold into a spider elf, but also carries out a fan strengthening. If this is the case, Spider Arnold should be better known as Higher Sprite Elf. In order to verify his speculation, Joan took a blood sample of Arnold, and prepared it as a wake-up agent, injected it intravenously, and performed near-source strengthening. This time, Joan finally realized the rejection reaction, but it was far more bland than he expected, and it ended in less than half an hour. After completing the blood strengthening, Joan could not help scratching his head. This is not the first time. Why has the rejection of blood vessel strengthening become so slight? Homology enhancement is not enough. Even near-source enhancement is so unsurprising. I am afraid it is not a normal phenomenon. In fact, as early as in school, Joan discovered this problem with the blood reinforcement of Holden and Hyla's blood, but until now, there is no reasonable explanation. I can only temporarily put the confusion in my heart and leave it for later. In-depth exploration later. Putting aside his misunderstandings, Joan restarted the mythical transfiguration technique, and with the awakening agent just injected, turned into a spider elf form again. Self-healing is no different from the previous one, but the data viewed through endoscopy is very different from the one just now. In the perfect transformation state, Joan not only acquired the supernatural ability of spider-shaped body, but also automatically activated it, which will continue until the deadline for transformation. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.untilnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1066. Lingering. Joan continued to view his attributes. Strength 14, Dexterity 16, Constitution 16. On the surface, it does not look much different from ordinary spider spirits. It is nothing less than 1 point of strength and 1 point of agility. It seems to be worthless to consume a wake-up agent for this. This is not the case at all. In the perfect transformation state of the spider elf, The physical attributes are not fixed and have little to do with the real spider elves. In fact, on the basis of Joan's own human form, the three attributes of strength, agility and physique, all extra +4. This explains why Arachnid Arnold has a power attribute of up to 27 points, far beyond the level of the normal spidering elf, because Arnold is a strong man comparable to ogres. Cursed into before the spider spirit, it had up to 23 power attributes. For Joan at this stage, the spider-shaped body has no advantage in terms of attributes. The most notable benefit is the ability to secrete Drow Toxin, which can be produced and sold on its own. But in the long run, the potential of spider-shaped bodies is great. People always have to grow, and Joan may have physical properties that will be improved in the future, even to the extent of surpassing ordinary spider elves. If at that time, if you directly transform into a spider-like elf, it will weaken your own attributes, and you will lose more than you pay. On the contrary, the spider-shaped body will not be affected at all. No matter how high your physical attributes are, you will still have an additional 4 points. This point is actually fully reflected in Arnold the Spider. If Arnold was originally transformed into a common spider elf by Claudia, the strength is not as good as human form, so it is not so difficult to deal with. After figuring out the details, Joan's lips smiled relaxedly, put away the experimental equipment, closed the book, sat on the floor, and began the routine meditation homework before going to bed. After completing an hour of meditation, Joan was still not sleepy. He got up and glanced outside the tent. Shino was silent, only the phantom hound was patrolling around the campfire slowly, and there was no noise at his feet. In fact, Joan wanted to go out and play with the dogs, and by the way, study the characteristics of phantom creature, but when he saw the alert and serious attitude of the phantom hound, he was embarrassed to disturb the other party on duty and had to suppress this kind of childish thought, retracted the tent, washed and slept. Dark area, outside the city of Oxnell. Claudia Bellamy was sitting on the stone pier with her waist straight, and her head was tilted back, her red, swollen eyes staring round and staring straight above. About a foot above Claudia Bellamy's eyebrows, just where the line of sight is focused, there is a small thumb-sized medicine bottle suspended with a dropper at the mouth. Claudia tried his best to restrain the urge to blink, while maintaining the focus on casting, remotely controlling the eye drop bottle in the air, close to his eyes, squeezing out the potion and dripping it into his eyes accurately. After some attempts, she finally completed the difficult big project of eye drops. Potion was dripped into both eyes. The eyes turned left 3 times, then turned right 3 times, and finally blinked again. The cool eye drops completely penetrated into the eye sockets. The feeling of burning and swelling was greatly relieved. Returned to normal level. Claudia breathed a sigh of relieved, grabbing the eye drop bottle suspended in midair and stuffing it into the storage bag. Claudia stood up and looked back at the faceless man. Pylos, what new news do you report to me? His Royal Highness, when I retreated just now, I used eagle eye surgery to set up an invisible observation point above the battlefield. Through this observation perspective, I saw and heard some interesting things. Tell me, what are the interesting things? Claudia raised her silver willow eyebrows, and showed a strong interest in the information brought by Pylos. Shortly after your highness left, I saw the group of human explorers gathered together. Then, another person lifted the invisibility and appeared in front of them, the dwarf thief Bilin who we have been pursuing. Claudia's face was gloomy, and he nodded, beckoning Pylos to continue. From the remarks after those human explorers met with Bilin, it is clear that the two sides have known each other for a long time, and the relationship is quite intimate. At least Bilin took a bit of an old friend and called it very affectionate. I don't need you to say that. I also know that Bilin entered the city with those human beings before. Arnold also said that they only happened to walk along the road together without deep friendship. Now it seems that he is lying. Claudius sneered, then said, the cunning thief of Billing also hid in the mountains and was with his fellow human beings, except that he had hidden very well before and suddenly jumped out at a critical moment. Pylos, if I guess right, when I duel with that human mage and suddenly throw a flash bomb to sneak attack on me, is Billing right? Your Highness is right. The mean gnome is the culprit that hurt your eyes. He not only hurt my eyes, but also swept my interest in unforgivable things, and destroyed a rare fair show that I take seriously. Claudia glared fiercely, gritted her teeth, and spit out a series of curses. Damn little man, wait and see for me. My Claudia Bellamy vowed to personally catch you this scumbag. Use your leather whip to smash your ass, and use your heels to smash your eyeballs. Faceless Pylos heard a miserable oath from the hostess and shivered. Claudia bit her plump lips, her eyes flickering. Billing must definitely continue to hunt down. This was not the second to swallow, and the more important thing was that she must recapture the treasure map stolen by Billing, otherwise she would not be able to make a mission to the hostess. In addition to catching Billing and tortured to death, Claudia also has a plan to get it. That is, to find the human mage that can turn into a white-haired beast and fight him again, or to completely defeat him. It's just that you can do it yourself. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.untilenovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1067 Mysterious Trace. Under the guardianship of Mage Loyal Dog, Joan, Hayla, Audrey, Holden and Billing came safely to the first night of Blood Tundra. Waking up the next morning, the young explorers put away their tents, washed their meals, carried their bags and continued their journey. Dense blood moss spread out under their feet, as if extending to the end of the underground world. Under the illumination of the miner's lamp, the blood moss glowed hazy phosphorescence. Walking on the tundra on foot, like walking on a rolling wave above the sea of blood. Whenever the soles of the boots stepped on the fluffy blood moss, there would be a muffling noise under the feet, and then a cloud of spores was aroused, slowly dispersing in the air. In order to avoid inhaling this spore that stimulates the respiratory tract, everyone put on a gas mask and did not want to talk, just want to pass through this beautiful and scary field as soon as possible. However, less than an hour later, the abnormal scene in front forced the 5 young explorers to stop. Joan, they walked along the way, have not found the footprints left by their predecessors, let alone the ready-made roads. Judging from the maps generated by the navigation compass, they are probably the first human pioneers to set foot on this strange land. However, not far away, a straight path suddenly appeared in the field ahead, about 6 or 7 feet wide, extending forward to the end of darkness. Not knowing where to go, Joan stopped and leaned over to see the road that appeared out of thin air. After a little observation, it was found that the road surface was smooth and flat, with the sand layer exposed, the blood moss originally grown on it, and the shovel was cleanly removed, as if it had been carefully cleaned. Who did this? The gnome mage's words of surprise echoed across the dark shrouded field. This is also my problem. Audrey frowned slightly. It seems that the blood tundra is not only the blood moss. We need to be more careful. Look here. Holden turned to greet his companion, his voice showing excitement. Joan ran quickly, just at the beginning of this strange path, under a cluster of tall tree-like mushrooms. Holden found a burrow. The blood moss around the cave has also been cleaned, and the edge of the hole is very smooth. It seems that creatures often crawl in and out. Joan made a visual inspection. The diameter of the hole is 7 feet wide, and the inner diameter at the depth is relatively narrow, but not less than 5 feet wide, which is exactly the same as the width of the road surface extending from the hole. In this way, the burrow may be a nest of some large creature, such as a monitor lizard or a python. Joan hid in the hole and slowly speculated. Huge reptiles living in underground caves are likely to feed on blood moss. When they crawl over, they will eat the blood moss under their feet cleanly. The trail left behind looks like a cleaned one. Path of it is possible, but there is an inappropriate detail. Holden carried a bundle of ropes adorned with scales in his hand. Frowning to object, I just used a sling to probe this hole. First, I can make sure there are no creatures in the hole. Secondly, the hole is not deep, only less than 20 feet. It can be seen that the creatures living in the cave are unlikely to exceed 20 feet in length and about 5 feet in width. It is indeed a giant worm, but the blood moss that can be accommodated in its stomach is also limited after all. Holden stood up and turned to point to the path extending from the hole. This worm road is really too long. If you collect all the blood moss that originally grew on the road, the weight is amazing. I don't think a giant worm can swallow so much blood moss, but it never left on the road. No trace of excretion. Joan nodded thoughtfully. Holden's doubts are indeed worth pondering. To explain this, the most likely answer is that the giant worm living on the blood tundra is far more than this one in the cave. Numerous giant worms are buried underground in the tundra, connecting their nests through underground tunnels and sharing several exits. The worm road that everyone discovered is probably a public road built by many giant insects. Of course, this is just an unfounded conjecture. In fact, there are other hypotheses that can also explain abnormal signs on the blood tundra. Joan turned to look at the hole. There was a strong impulse. Wanted to drill in and find out. He hadn't made up his mind yet. Billin rolled up his sleeves and shot a featherfall technique on his chest before jumping into the hole. Wait. Joan grabbed the little gnome. There may be danger below, but there may also be treasure. Billin's eyes sparkled with excitement. Joan shook his head silently, thinking to himself, this guy who keeps on dying can grow up so lively. It's really not easy. Don't worry, I will send a spy and go down to take a look first. If there is danger, you can prepare for it in advance. Joan chanted a mantra, turning the left finger of his left hand into a blood mosquito, and ordered the little spy to fly into the cave and investigate. Wow! Brother Joan, what kind of spell did you just cast? It's fun. Can you lend me a copy? Billing stared at the blood mosquito, curious. It may be possible, but if the blood mosquito dies, the spellcaster himself will also suffer a bite. The spell cannot be cast within the day, and the lost tail finger will not recover until the next day. Mr. Billing, you can't be so impulsive in the future. In case there is danger in the hole, you will be too late to regret. Hey, I know. I'll pay more attention to it later. The little gnome scratched his head with a smile. Joan sighed secretly, persuading himself, and he didn't know how much this courageous dwarf mage had listened. At this point, the blood mosquito had fallen to the bottom of the cave. Joan switched his perspective to the blood mosquito, turned a pair of compound eyes with dark vision, and looked around. The bottom of the cave is very spacious. The walls and the surface of the cave are rubbed very smoothly, and there are no horizontal tunnels around. What he saw in front of him proved that Joan's guess about the social community of giant insects was probably wrong. Judging from the situation at the bottom of the cave, this creature is more likely to be used to living alone, or several spouses forming a family, sharing a cave, rather than a true social insect like an ant colony, digging a labyrinth of tunnels in the ground, and turning each nest connect them. Sometimes it is more valuable to prove a conjecture than to prove it. So it was wrong, and Joan didn't feel lost. He continued to observe the situation in the cave. There is no strong smell in the cave, and no material similar to feces is found. It seems that the owner of the cave still loves cleanliness, at least knowing that he cannot urinate anywhere in the sleeping place. In the deepest part of the cave, Joan was pleasantly surprised to find a lot of blood moss, fixed together by some kind of glue-like substance, and the adhesion and compression were very tight, forming a huge pot-shaped nest. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect. www.untilnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1068 Underground Wormhole. This nest, built with blood moss and mucus, has a perfect geometric shape and a solid shell, making Joan think of a swallow that collects branches to build a nest. From this point of view, the reason why the owner of the cave collects a large amount of blood moss is not necessarily all eaten into the belly, and a large part is used as a building material to build the nest. However, it is clear that a safe burrow has been excavated, so why build another nest in the cave? With doubt, the remote control blood mosquito landed on the edge of the nest, peeping inwards, and found that the bottom of the nest was covered with a soft layer of blood moss. like a velvet blanket, with more than 10 feet long eggs scattered on it. Hard grey, the shell is covered with dark red markings. Worm, Joan muttered to himself. After a little thought, he turned into a bee-like form and fluttered his wings into the cave. Brother Joan, wait for me. Billing jumped down quickly, and under the protection of Featherfall, landed lightly and safely. Joan and other dwarf mages followed him and walked towards the location of the blood mosquito. Both have dark vision, so there is no need to cast spells, and soon they come to the bottom of the cave, in front of the hemispherical nest. Billing looked up at the edge of the nest, which was even higher than himself, and his eyes sparkled with curiosity. Joan vibrated the bee wing, dragged Billing into the nest, landed on a flat bottom, and felt like he was in the bath. Billing ran over, picked up an egg with both hands, looked up and down, and then turned his head to ask Joan, "Boy, we should hatch these eggs to see what they look like." Joan had the same plan, but after all, it was not a pleasant experience whether it was being treated as a mom by a newly hatched giant insect or as an attack target. For safety reasons, let's talk about this matter first. There are a total of 17 unknown eggs in the nest, and only one Billing is enough to satisfy curiosity. The remaining 16 eggs are all included in Joan's backpack. There was nothing else in the cave worthy of study, and Joan dragged Billing out. Joan introduced the situation in the cave to other companions, and then the five went on the road. Along the way the mysterious giant worm came out. About an hour forward, the originally straight road suddenly became messy, and the road was scattered with broken blood moss and liquid traces similar to blood stains. Kiaoan and others stopped at the same time, exchanged their eyes, held their weapons and strengthened their vigilance. Take your steps lightly and explore forward cautiously. The messy traces you see along the way are becoming more and more obvious. It seems that someone has fought fiercely here. Turning over the hilly ground covered with blood moss, Billing walked at the forefront and stunned, then turned back and shouted excitedly, "Look at everyone! Found something new!" Joan hurried up and looked in the direction pointed out by Billing, vaguely seeing a huge red caterpillar lying prone in a rock pile with blood moss and froze. As soon as Joan thought about it, he controlled the blood mosquito to pass by, and flew around the giant caterpillar that was more than 10 feet long, confirming that the monster had already died of gas, and then walked boldly to check the corpse of the giant insect. Obviously, this big worm covered with red hair is the owner of the previously discovered cave, and somehow died here. Joan didn't know the scientific name of the big bug, and there was no relevant record in the Vare's monster book. For convenience, he was named blood moss for the time being according to its habitat. 10 scars can be clearly seen on the corpse of blood moss. Judging from the outline of the scar, it looked like a trace of whipping, but there was a special sign that caught Joan's attention. The flesh and blood around these whip marks clearly showed signs of decay, and the most serious parts had even turned into pus blood, and the viscera of giant insects could be seen faintly. Compared with the parts of the giant worm that have not been whipped, it is not difficult to find that the degree of decay near the whip marks is obviously very abnormal. It is more like being sprinkled with highly corrosive acid than it is natural decay. This giant insect seemed to be beaten to death by a long whip attached to a strong acid by the enemy. What kind of creature kills giant insects? The scene of the giant worm's dead body is probably also the site of the dying fight. The only suspicious trace is that there are many broken purple tubers scattered. Joan remotely controlled the mage's hand, grabbed a piece of purple mucus, and after careful observation, suspected that it was the fruiting body of some kind of mushroom. If this is the wreckage left by the killers who killed the giant worms, then they may not have benefited themselves, and eventually they will die together with the giant worms. Based on these incomplete pieces, Joan couldn't piece together his complete image, and he didn't even know how many people were involved in the fight. Tossing away the purple fragments helplessly, Joan continued to search, trying to find the whip-like weapon that killed the bloodworm. At this moment, a murky movement suddenly came among the tall mushrooms beside him, which immediately aroused his vigilance. Joan turned into a beam and form for the first time, prepared to take off to avoid the attack. and then looked in the direction of abnormal movement. From the wood-like mushrooms, a round head was found, and the grim face was almost identical to the dead giant insect found before. The most conspicuous organ on the entire face is the centrally expanded mouth that shrinks and expands from time to time. Through the saliva, a circle of spiral teeth arranged inside the mouth of the giant insect can be seen vaguely. Joan has no doubt that this monster gear-shaped jaw can easily bite anything close to the mouth. Reluctantly restraining the instinctive fear, Joanne fluttered into the air and approached the big meat bug with a bad intention from above, and observed the pair of soft tentacles that were raised above his head. Under the influence of body fluid pressure, the giant insect's tentacles flexibly flex, just like snails. It seems to be detecting odor particles in the air. Joan also noticed that there were button-shaped round protrusions under the giant tentacles of the giant insect. At first, he thought it was a pair of monocular eyes of the giant insect. However, a little observation revealed that the top of the convex organ did not have a pupil. From this point of view, the eyes of this giant worm living in a dark area seem to have deteriorated, relying mainly on sensitive antennae to sniff the external environment. Just as Joan was distracted by the giant worm was shaking its tentacles and secretly prying into the group of uninvited guests across from it. They were both curious and a little afraid of these completely strange creatures. The giant worm hesitated for a while, and finally moved forward cautiously, slowly crawling out of the mushroom, revealing the whole picture in front of Joan. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.untilenovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1069 Monster. The monster looks like a caterpillar with a magnification of 10,000 times. Its round body is as thick as a beam, and it is more than 10 feet long from head to tail. It has thick dark red bristles growing on the surface, which is very strong in the blood tundra area. Concealed, many small hydraulic feet are symmetrically arranged on both sides of the abdomen, enough to support the giant worm to creep quickly. At this time, Audrey, Hayla, Holden and Billing also received alarms from Joan using telecommunication, each showing their weapons and approaching the area where giant insects appeared. Alert and curious looked at this monster. The two girls in the adventure team have never lacked the courage to fight against monsters. However, in the face of this big caterpillar, they realized an inexplicable fear, and they got goosebumps and couldn't help but shrink back. Disgusted, Holden and Billing had no psychological barriers to bugs. They stayed away from the giant bugs and looked up and down happily. The giant worm is hesitant and seems to be afraid of Joan and others. However, it soon realized that these unprecedented, unfamiliar species did not take the initiative to attack themselves, and out of prudence, it did not show hostility to the unfamiliar species, carefully bypassing the 5 young explorers, sniffing all the way, crawling towards the area where another giant worm crosses. Holden and Billing ran after the giant worm, like two kids watching the fun. The giant worm quickly crawled to the dead body of the same kind, protruded its tentacles, touched the corpse, and then slowly turned back. The two tentacles were directed to Holden and Billing. The airflow from the mouth, through the spirally arranged teeth gaps, a sharp long whistle sounded like a steamer whistling. Mr. Poet, who is proficient in the rhythm, heard anger and sorrow from this harsh insect, immediately realized his thoughts, and quickly waved his hands to explain. Don't get me wrong, we didn't do it. Almost at the same time, the gnome mage also pointed at the corpse, trying to appease the angry giant insect. Calm down, Mr. Caterpillar. Your wife is not really killed by us. Joan fluttered his wings in the air, and when he saw this scene, he couldn't help but sigh. Holden and Billing, which pot really does not open which pot? Sure enough, the giant worm didn't want to listen to their explanation at all, and rushed over in anger. Billing and Holden, seeing the bad situation, hurriedly backed away, trying to stay away from this violent giant insect. When they first moved their feet, the pair of button-shaped protrusions under the giant insect's tentacles expanded into a pair of holes, and suddenly a large amount of colorless and transparent mucus spouted out, like two high-pressure water arrows, directed at the poet and the dwarf mage. The two crow mouths that attracted the hostility of the giant insects responded quite quickly. Holden and Billing, as if they had made an appointment in advance, one flew to the left and the other rolled to the right. Both of them shook the mucus sprayed by the giant worm with thrill. However, as a result, Audrey and Hyla behind them were out of luck, completely exposed to the crossfire of the giant worm. Audrey thought about pushing away Hyla, who was still in a daze beside him, and later wanted to build a shield. It was too late, and was sprayed by a stream of mucus. Her Royal Highness endured disgust and tried to draw a sword to fight back. However, the slime attached to her met with the air, hardened and condensed quickly, and transformed from a liquid to a hard solid state, just like a layer of transparent rose iron, which bound her firmly. The butterfly, trapped in amber, couldn't move for a while. Two pit goods. Hyla stared fiercely at the poet and the gnome. His right hand raised the wave blade sword and blocked it in front of the solidified Audrey. His left hand quickly made a series of casting gestures. The angry giant worm quickly moved hundreds of pairs of hydraulic footsteps symmetrically arranged on both sides of the body, and rushed towards the female swordsman. Alka. Hyla's left hand pushed towards the giant worm that was rushing towards him, and a beam of colorful light was sprayed from his palm. The giant worm was frightened by the spell. The bloated body shivered violently, and the layers of flesh waved up and then froze and froze. Hyla sighed slightly and was about to stab it to death with a sword, and Joan's resistance came from the air. "Don't kill it, let me come." When companions were fighting with the giant worm, Joan, who was suspended in the air, had already drawn 3 Sid mana, prepared to cast 3 ring arcane dominant worms, and stabbed the giant worm's head with a finger across the air, while chanting a spell representing command and declaration. Kanwa. From the fact that the giant insect was deterred by Hyla with a colorful jet, Joan could see that although this creature was strong, its will was very weak. The result of the cast of dominant insects verified his guess that the giant insect was defeated by the spell and the spiritual defense was defeated by the spell, completely reduced to a puppet under his control. Dominating insects is a very overbearing spell. When successfully applied to the giant insect, Joan can give orders to it through psychopathy. Unless the other party is required to commit suicide, it is almost impossible to disobey his will. Even more domineering is that the duration of this spell is so abnormal. With Joan's current spellcasting ability, a successful dominant insect can make the giant insect obey him for the next 8 days. If the duration of a spell exceeds 24 hours, in most cases, it is equivalent to permanent effect. At least until Joan ends this underground expedition, the giant worm can't get rid of his mind control. The giant worm's intelligence level is very low, only 1 point, and it is impossible to understand 2 complicated commands. Joan does not expect to communicate with it in depth, so he gives a spiritual command to let it stay in place and converge the B-wings. Landing next to Audrey, trying to help her get rid of the hardened mucus spitting from the giant worm. Audrey seemed to be cast in a wax mold, and only her eyes could move, and when she saw Joan coming, she blinked at him grievously. At this time, Holden and Billing also ran over, and looked around with concern and curiosity around Her Royal Highness Princess solidified in the slime. Billing tried to reach out and touch the transparent mucus solidified on Audrey, but was stopped by Holden, reminding him not to touch it, maybe it was poisonous. Billing nodded his approval, made a gesture, cast a 0-ring trick to detect toxicity, took a picture of Audrey, and happily announced afterwards, "This sticky substance spewed out by the big caterpillar is non-toxic." Although Audrey couldn't move, she was relieved when she heard this. Billing opened the waste bag, turned it over to find a hammer, a pickaxe, first put the pickaxe into Holden, and if he picked up the hammer, he would knock on Audrey like Master Mr. Joan. "Please collect, www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Jones Literature Update is the fastest. Chapter 1070 Bloodworm. His eyes touched the iron hammer held high in the hands of the gnome mage, and the beautiful blue eyes of the High Princess of the Princess suddenly glared round, revealing a trace of horror that was hard to conceal. Miss Paladin, I'll knock it 2 or 3 times with a hammer, smash the hard shell that binds you, and then use a pickaxe to pry the pieces off. Don't worry, I control my strength so I won't hurt you. Balin's confident commitment, Joan did not dare to believe, and quickly prevented him from moving. There is no need to use and hammer. I know there is a spell that can save Audrey without risk. Brother Joan, what spell are you referring to? The dwarf mage asked curiously. 3 rings of liquid alchemy. Joan told the truth. Balin touched his chin and realized, you want to use a liquid alchemy to convert the hard shell attached to Miss Paladin into clear water and automatically flow down from her? Joan nodded and began to prepare the spell. Wait first. Hayala couldn't help but interject. You said this solidified shell is liquid. Wouldn't it be a mistake? Of course it is liquid. Otherwise what do you think? Billing asked with a smile. But it seems to be solid. Hayala struggled reasonably. So in your eyes, is asphalt solid or liquid? Of course it is solid. Hayala replied without thinking. Billing shrugged his shoulders and didn't take her words again. Joan did not participate in the controversy of his companions and concentrated on completing the liquid alchemy casting process. Taive. Joan pointed to Audrey, and the solidified glue attached to her Royal Highness body was instantly converted into water, slipped from her, and spattered on the ground. Joan made another magic trick to help Audrey clean her body and dry her clothes. Her Royal Highness finally recovered her freedom, smiling at Joan, her eyes full of gratitude. Seeing this scene, Hayala touched his nose pretendingly, no longer arguing with Billing, whether the slime spouted by the blood moss was liquid or solid. After a small storm, the expedition team continued to hurry. Joan ordered the newly conquered blood moss to be at the forefront of the team and was responsible for the opening. Blood mosquito's understanding of the opening command completely stays in the literal sense. While creeping forward, his mouth is close to the ground, and when he breathes hard, he swallows the blood moss in front of him. The giant worm mainly feeds on the blood moss, but this does not mean that it will easily let go of the living creatures that have reached the mouth. In fact, the blood moss can provide very little nutrients. With the huge body of giant insects, being vegetarian alone is not enough to obtain the energy required to maintain high-intensity exercise. It is inevitable to eat some meaty food to supplement nutrition. Insects and small rodents living in the blood moss cluster, if they did not escape in time, they were also mixed in the blood moss, and they were sucked into the cavity by giant insects. As if they fell into the meat grinder, the sharp gear teeth were rotated and cut. Instantly the flesh and bones are all twisted into pieces. Joan turned into a beam and form, flying around the blood moss and observing it from all angles. Seeing the giant worms engulf the blood moss along the way, leaving a flat sandy road behind him, as if it was crushed by a roller, Joan was awake when she was surprised. This is how it was developed. In addition, Joan also noticed that this giant worm is actually an omnivorous animal. Don't look at the huge blood moss swallowed by it. In fact, most of the blood moss swallowed in the mouth, especially those old and hard large pieces of moss, are blocked by the teeth in the mouth. Just like a sieve, the head spit by the road. Only small and tender leaves can enter the mouth through the gap of the gear teeth, and are shredded by the inner teeth of the throat that are more closely arranged and swallowed. If insects or hamsters are in the mouth, the giant worm will open the outer gear, put this meat into the mouth, chew and swallow. If you don't consider the latter special situation, just looking at the feeding behavior of giant insects screening blood moss, it is actually very similar to the filter-feeding creatures living in the ocean, such as baleen whales. It's not difficult for Joan to understand the toe-face analogy. Why can this giant worm living on the blood tundra grow so large? If the local blood moss vegetation is exceptionally rich in the special environment, this giant insect is likely to starve to death because it cannot obtain enough food. There were blood mosquitoes on the flat road. Joan and they followed, no longer had to personally set foot in the blood moss-covered area. The risk of inhaling irritating spores was also greatly reduced. You can remove the gas mask and gasp freely. Calculated according to the surface time, the expedition team set off in the morning and walked for one morning. The map was a straight distance of 30 miles from the map. More than half of the journey has been completed. If there is no accident, you can reach your destination this afternoon. After a long morning, everyone was tired. In order to be able to visit Evelyn with a good mental outlook, Holden proposed to take a break, eat lunch and then take the last voyage, which was unanimously approved by his companions. Joan selected an area under the hillside as a temporary camp for the team, and then summoned the blood mosquito to come over and ordered it to bury his head in a lick, and clean up all the blood moss on the ground, exposing the gravelled ground. Joan converged. The bee wings landed, and returned to human form. Taking advantage of the lunch break, he took the time to study the blood moss that he had conquered. Joan first performed 2 rings of higher endoscopy to check the physical condition of the bloodworm. Detection target: blood moss, large magic beast, insect subspecies. Attributes: strength 25, dexterity 10, constitution 20, intelligence 1, wisdom 10, charisma 8. After checking the physical properties of the bloodworm, Joan nodded in satisfaction. The super high strength and physique attributes are completely in line with the huge image of blood moss, although the intelligence attribute is not high. There is one point anyway. It maintains the basic dignity of the magic beast. It is still much smarter than the insects in Naturathos with less than 1 intelligence. In addition to its strong physique and strong jaws that are precisely structured like a meat grinder, the blood moss has a secret weapon: the raised glands below the antennae. The mucus emitted by the glands is comparable to superglue, and it hardens quickly when it meets the air. It can firmly fix the prey and temporarily lose its ability to move. Even a paladin like Audrey could not break the shackles formed by the hardening of the blood mosquito mucus. It can be seen that this secret weapon is still quite powerful. Based on a comprehensive calculation, the blood mosquito's combat power is stronger than that of the big stag beetle, bomb beetle, and large mutant spider that Joan has contacted before. Together with the ground worm, the worm-shaped magic beast, the Headsup is not an opponent of the blood moss. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.untilenovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1071. Clawed animal. In the battle outside the city of O'Connell, Joan had already consumed all kinds of demon eggs stored in the blue icebox in order to fight against Drow Summoner Faceless Pylos. Without the monster eggs, Joan's worm-sea tactics would greatly reduce the power. The blood mosquito eggs came at the right time, which just happened to supplement the scarce eggs. Joan opened the magic backpack rented from Mr. Locke, took out a blood moss egg, and observed it with a perspective hand mirror. Through this magic hand mirror, Joan can observe the larvae that have not yet hatched, wrapped in a hard shell. The embryo of the larvae was strangely shaped and could hardly be described. Joan looked at it for a while, feeling faintly that his spirit was contaminated, and gave up the plan to continue to observe. His gaze moved from the egg to the side and curled up in a circle. The adult napping was suddenly having an idea. The most common worms in nature are mostly insect larvae. For example, caterpillars are butterfly larvae and maggots are fly larvae. As for those organisms that maintain the form of worms throughout their lives, they are usually link animals such as earthworms or parasites such as roundworms. Others are relatively rare. The blood moss is obviously not a parasite, and it does not look like an arthropod. So is it an arthropod, such as the larvae of some giant insects, or a large clawed animal? The so-called clawed animals usually refer to worms with characteristics between these two animals, such as velvet worms. From the appearance point of view only, Joan cannot determine the species of blood moss, and advanced endoscopy is only a general description of this as a worm-shaped creature, cannot give an accurate biological classification. In order to answer his doubts, Joan used his brain to design a set of experiments. After clarifying his thoughts, He took out the giant wand and inspired a magical power to cast 4 giant insects on the blood moss that he controlled. After the cast, a golden magic halo appeared on the surface of the giant insect, which seemed to be a sparkling wave of light in the sun. If the blood moss is a larva of some supernatural insect, such as a huge butterfly or moth, then when he is blessed by the giant insect, it will accelerate growth and transform into an adult form. The experimental results did not observe this phenomenon. Then blood moss is unlikely to be the larvae of other insects. After full maturity is the image of this huge caterpillar. In order to further verify this guess, Joan blessed the giant insect technique on the eggs collected previously. The golden magic halo surrounds the eggs, prompting the embryo to develop faster, and soon a pink larva breaks out of the cocoon. The appearance of the larvae attracted the attention of the bloodworm, shaking its tentacles and looking towards the larvae, as if it smelled a familiar breath. Joan issued a spiritual command to prevent the adult from approaching the larvae, so as not to interfere with the experiment. Under magical stimulation, the larvae grew rapidly at a rate visible to the human eye, matured within a minute, and became almost as thick as the blood moss that Joan captured. Joan silently observed the whole process of egg hatching and larval growth next to him. During this period, no pupal emergence was observed. The larvae only continued to grow during development, just like the chicks that broke out of the shell and grew up. Birds, compared with adults, can't see any obvious difference, which obviously does not meet the characteristics of abnormal development. Insects, whether in nature or supernatural world, are almost all abnormal development, including complete metamorphosis development and incomplete metamorphosis development. The former, such as silkworm babies' larvae, form cocoons and become moths adults, while the latter, such as small grasshoppers nymphs, shed their layers and eventually develop into large grasshoppers adults. In the process of maturation of blood mosquito eggs by magic, from larva to adult, Joan did not observe any signs of abnormal development. Based on this, Joanne can draw a guess. Blood moss is not an insect, but a huge clawed animal. In nature, clawed animals are very rare in themselves, and like bloodworms, they grow larger than giant pythons, which is even rarer. As we all know, things are rare. The rarer the species, the higher the research value. Realizing the academic value of his discovery, Joan couldn't help but cheer excitedly. Audrey, Hayla, Holden and Billing, who were drinking tea by the campfire, heard his cheers and all came around curiously and asked him what he was happy about. "I just discovered a rare clawed animal, and it is probably the largest body of all the known species of the clawed animal." Joan is anxious to share his new discoveries with his companions, but unfortunately not everyone can feel the same with him. Hayla and Audrey looked at each other, their faces blank, and they couldn't understand what Joan was saying. Even if there is a congratulations, it is unclear where the joy comes from, and it reluctantly agrees. It seems hypocritical. "You mean blood moss?" Billing, who is also a mage, showed great interest in Joanne's new discovery. "Yes, bloodworms are not link animals, nor larvae of insects. They are actually close relatives of velvet worms, but they are tens of thousands larger than velvet worms." "Wow, this is a remarkable discovery," Billing applauded with a frown. "What does Joan and Billing mean by clawed animals?" Hayla whispered to Audrey. "Most animals have claws." "What's so strange about this?" "Don't ask me, I don't understand, and I don't understand why Joanne is so happy, just because of the bug." Audrey shrugged bitterly. "Maybe only the master can understand this happiness." Holden sighed with emotion. After the lunch break, an expedition consisting of 5 people and 1 worm went on. As usual, the blood mosquito drove in the front, and Joan turned into a beta scout in the air, and the rest of the companions followed, walking along the road that the giant worm flattened. In this way, about 4 or 5 miles out of the road, the terrain in front narrowed, and the hillsides on both sides of the road were covered with tall fungi, like dense bushes. The blood moss walking in the front suddenly stopped, turning his head to look at the gentle on the left, shaking his tentacles frequently. It seemed to smell some dangerous breath, and a whistle-like whistle was emitted from his mouth. Joan, flying in the air, sensing his giant servant through a spiritual link, is breeding a strong hatred for some creature lurking on the hillside. He seems to regard the other party as a natural enemy and quickly turns back to send a warning sign to his companion. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.untitlenovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1072. Purple Mushroom. Hyla, Audrey, Holden, and Billing first heard the whistle of giant insects, and then received Joan's warning, and then stopped quickly, and appeared alert. Hyla held the sword backhand, and Audrey held up her shield, keeping her brother and dwarf mage behind her, and watched the hillside ahead with vigilance. Seemingly responding to the roar of giant insects, the gentle hillside came unusually. In the dark shrouded mushroom forest, a creased crease shook in response, moving toward the of the hill, and after a short time passed through the mushroom forest and appeared in the sight of the 5 explorers. These supernatural fungi are about the same height as the dwarf mage, and they look like a huge purple morchella from far away, with countless roots beneath the stems, creeping in the direction of Joan where they are. Come. When I first saw this group of purple mushrooms that could walk, Holden naturally thought of the hospitable mushroom family, and started the diplomatic ring, opened the smart words, stepped forward, and waved to that group of purple activated mushrooms. Say hello. Hi, good afternoon. Are you a relative of the mushroom family? Facing the friendly greetings from Mr. Poet, those purple mushrooms didn't respond at all. They seemed to turn a deaf ear, and still slowly climbed down the hill to surround the explorers. Holden also wanted to negotiate, but was interrupted by the increasingly fierce and sharp howling of the blood moss. If at first the worms were only warning, the worms at this moment sounded more like a horn of charge. In this unfamiliar land, blood mosquitoes, as indigenous people, are clearly more aware than outsiders of what kind of creatures can deal with and what kind of creatures are unreasonable. Judging from its frequent hostile screams, the mysterious purple mushrooms seem to belong to the latter species. Realizing this, the poet could not help changing his face, and quickly returned to his companion, with a bitter smile, and said, "The purple mushrooms may not be as good as the mushrooms." Joan shares the same feeling. The purple mushrooms crawling on the ground are completely different from the mushroom man with a human face, and they can't see the characteristics of any human creature at all. After careful observation, Joan remembered that he had used a magic bean to grow a strange fungus called screaming mushroom during the treasure hunt of Owlbear Valley with Clark, Shrek, and Cassio. The purple mushroom in front of you is almost exactly the same. Are these guys also screaming mushrooms? However, Joan clearly remembered that screaming mushroom was rooted underground and did not have the ability to move. The large mushroom opposite was crawling on the ground. Although it did not move fast, it gave the impression of a ferocious predator. At this time, the purple mushrooms showed new dynamics. Creeping routes approached everyone, and from the densely covered holes on the surface of the cap, several sticky purple tentacles were found and flicked back and forth in the night sky, like waving a long whip, breaking the wind and roaring. Hey, guys, do you remember the rotten whip marks on the blood mosquito corpse? Hyla's face was dignified. If I'm right, it's this weird big mushroom that uses their tentacles to whip and kill. That blood moss. That must be a purple mushroom. Bilin, who had been curiously observing the purple mushrooms, suddenly screamed and was nervous. After all, he is an aboriginal in the dark area. He knows more about the strange and dangerous creatures in the underground world than his companions from the surface world. Everyone beware. Purple mushrooms are not annoying. Don't be touched by their disgusting and venomous tentacles, otherwise the flesh will rot and fall off quickly, just like the unfortunate bloodworm. After being reminded by Hyla and Billing, Joan also remembered that there is a record of purple mushroom in the fungus subvolume of Monsters of Vales. Purple mushroom is probably the most infamous supernatural fungus in the dark area. Travelers often find traces of their residence or predation in the area where purple mushrooms are lurking. In the rumors, if a corpse is covered with terrible whip marks, and the flesh at the wound are decayed and peeled off, this indicates that a purple mushroom may be encountered nearby. Mushrooms are saprophytic supernatural fungi, but unlike other saprophytic plants, they are not content to take root on the ground, silently absorb humus in the soil, and are more willing to wield whip tentacles that secrete strong acids and actively hunt live animals. Creatures struck by purple mushroom tentacles will decay and flesh at an alarming rate, leaving only the bones with the remaining body temperature. After a while, even the hard and dense calcareous bones will be corroded by this strong organic acid into pus for the mushrooms to absorb nutrients. Bloodworms and purple mushrooms are top predators in the blood tundra area, but they occupy completely different niche. Blood moss is an omnivorous organism, which mainly feeds on the blood moss and eats insects and small animals that live in the moss bushes to supplement the nutrition. Purple mushrooms are mainly carnivorous and more aggressive than bloodworms. In the place where blood tundra is a rare human and large animal, the main source of carnivorous fungus is blood moss. It is precisely because the rich blood moss in this field has raised enough blood moss insects. The purple mushroom can obtain sufficient meat sources, and then reproduce the heirs and expand the size of the ethnic group. Of course, the blood moss is not only allowed to hunt purple mushrooms, there is no resistance. In fact, the fighting power of a blood moss can at least be worth 10 adult purple mushrooms. It is a pity that blood moss is a solitary creature. Only in a short mating period, 2 or 3 males will form a temporary family with a female spouse. After the females lay eggs, the males that have completed the lineage mission will leave each other and resume their independent living style. Mushrooms are similar to mushrooms and are typical gregarious supernatural fungi. Although fighting alone is not an opponent of bloodworms, it wins in gangs and has many relatives. Every time a purple mushroom collectively hunts for blood moss insects, it will always drag the family to take them out, and the number of adult mushrooms participating in the hunting operation is usually not less than double digits. Even so, the action of hunting down the single blood moss is not always successful. For example, Joan, the blood mosquito corpse they encountered on their journey, encountered a siege of more than 10 purple mushrooms. Before the death of the battle, they crushed all the enemies, and the two sides ended up with a tragic ending. Purple mushrooms and blood moss insects are enemies of each other in the unique ecosystem of blood tundra, contain each other, and hate each other. From the perspective of maintaining the local ecological balance, Joan should not favor any party. If the purple mushrooms are eliminated, the blood mosquito family will lose their natural enemies, and will frantically multiply their offspring. Until the blood moss on the wilderness is eaten clean, the entire local ecosystem will collapse. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect. www.untilnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1073. Enemy of the Giant Worm. The truth is this: truth, but people have 7 passions and 6 desires, and they have a preference. Occasionally, they will inevitably consider issues from the standpoint of helping relatives and not helping others. Especially when it comes to his own safety, Joan can't avoid the vulgar, and he still has to maintain what ecological balance, of course, to help his giant servants. The painful group of purple mushrooms who rushed to find fault. Joan didn't want to get intimate contact with this group of poisonous mushrooms wielding acid whip. He quickly issued a mental wave, ordered the blood moss to rush up to stop the purple mushroom, and provided a moving barrier for the companions behind. In the long-term survival struggle of the blood mosquito and the purple mushroom, they have evolved a natural armor with thick skin and thick meat, which is very resistant to acid corrosion, and a hard bristle is attached to the body surface. which helps reduce the damage caused by the whipping of mushrooms. Unless the blood moss was beaten by more than 10 purple mushrooms and fell into the desperate situation of fighting alone, otherwise a few whips will not cause a fatal injury. The blood mosquito's hatred for the purple mushrooms is unforgettable, and it has long been impatient, and finally waited until the master issued an offensive command, and immediately roared towards the purple mushrooms, just like a roaring chariot. The purple mushrooms that first climbed down the hillside quickly whipped the blood moss. The blood mosquitoes turned a blind eye to the long whip that was roaring on the face, and the acid was splashing. The bristles exploded all over the body. The countless short hydraulic feet swung quickly, supporting the huge body. The head was charged. A pile of 4 purple mushrooms forcibly rolled over, leaving behind a pool of purple mucus mixed with broken fruiting bodies. At the same time that the blood mosquito rushed back and forth among the purple mushrooms, the explorers behind the giant worm were not idle. Balin knew that the mushrooms living in the underground world were all afraid of the sun, so he took out an empty clay pot with a big fist from the storage bag, injected a daylight into the jar, and screwed the lid, made a simple flash bomb, rounded his arms and threw it out. The pottery pot drew a beautiful arc in the night sky, and it fell in the densest area of the purple mushroom, slammed and burst, and the blazing eruption instantly illuminated the surrounding area as bright as day. The nearby mushrooms are not protected from strong light radiation. The body trembles violently, and the movement of waving tentacles also becomes obviously dull. Holden showed a funny gun and fired at the approaching mushrooms. Purple mushrooms have a special physique and cannot be turned into chicks, but petrified magic still works for them. Once the special effects are triggered, the shot mushrooms stop moving and quickly turn into a grey stone sculpture. Audrey saw that the purple mushroom had been blocked by the blood moss insects. She put away her large shield and sword, and freed her hand to take out the large dragon rifle originally used for air combat. From the storage bag, Her Royal Highness squatted, kneeling down, holding the heavy weapon with both hands, aiming at a purple mushroom at the muzzle, and suddenly pulled the trigger. In the roar, the shot of the purple mushroom was torn apart by a large lead bullet on the spot, and the debris ignited flames. Not far from the shot of the mushroom, Heila's fireball came down from the sky, and burst in the area where the mushrooms gathered. The flames swallowed the mushrooms within 20 feet of the surrounding fire, with blood moss and those harmless. The mushrooms were also ignited and burned violently, the hillside up and down, and instantly turned into a sea of fire. Joan turned into a bee-man, propped up 4 thin and wide membrane wings, and with the help of the heat wave raised by fireball, suspended in the night sky effortlessly, overlooking the battlefield below. He originally wanted to use the branch of Ilmancer to guide the positive energy and kill all the mushrooms in his sight in one go. However, after investigating with the help of higher endoscopy, he was disappointed to find that the intellectual properties of the purple mushroom family were less than 1. Similar to Eye of the Air Spore. The level of intelligence of the purple mushrooms is not up to the level of understanding good and evil, purely out of survival instincts to hunt passers-by, not to be evil fungi. Effect. Joan shook his head, put away the branch of Ilmancer, and instead cast a mage nether palm in the sky. The remote control of the black giant palm grabbed a purple mushroom, and broke off the tentacles 2 or 3 times, and then thrown away. Ignore it. The work of makeup. The knife was handed over to his giant worm servant. Blood moss worms received the mental response from the owner, so they twisted the body of the flesh, swayed countless feet, and ran after the black giant palm above his head. Whenever Joan throws away a strain of purple mushrooms with broken tentacles, the giant worm will follow, rolling over and crushing these old enemies who have lost their natural weapons. Joan cooperated with his giant servant, and within half an hour, he slaughtered the purple mushrooms in his vision. The remaining purple mushrooms on the battlefield are few and far between. Joan convergent B-wings landed, remote control mage nether palm, picked up the purple mushroom tentacles that he deliberately pulled down one by one, gathered them into a pile, and then collectively applied 3 rings of shrinkage, which will become fingers. All the small purple mushroom tentacles are collected in a jar and sealed. The acid secreted by the mushrooms is extremely corrosive and is mainly concentrated in the tentacles. Joan collected these tentacles in order to study in his spare time, trying to extract acid, as a casting material for poison strike, or to prepare alchemy potions. At this time, the purple mushrooms in the wilderness have been wiped out by the blood mosquitoes and Hyla, Audrey, Holden, Billing and others. As for those who have not yet had time to go down the hillside, see this scene. All frightened, they turned around and fled deep into the mushroom forest. Trying to hide, Hyla thrived, carrying a wave-edged sword with the special effect of blazing flame, and chased up along the gentle slope, relying on the purple mushrooms with peristaltic roots. The action is quite slow, and the purple mushrooms falling behind are caught up by the murderous female swordsman in a blink of an eye. Hyla wielded the flaming sword, just like chopping melon and chopping vegetables. 2 or 3 times, he fell to the ground with the purple mushroom running away from him. She also wanted to continue the hunt, but Audrey's call came down the mountain, urging her to come back, so as not to get lost in the dense mushroom forest, but fall into the trap of the purple mushrooms. Hyla had to stop, turned around and walked back, passing a cluster of tall mushrooms, and accidentally glimpsed a purple figure hiding in the mushroom. Immediately alert, turning his head to take a closer look, there was indeed a strain of purple mushrooms hiding in the dark, motionless. Hyla took the torch as a torch with a magical flame, and took photos of the forest, confirming that it was indeed a purple mushroom. But it was very strange that the guy had been found by her and still rooted in the soil. I didn't know if it was scared. Stayed there, still feeling lucky. The self-deception. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect. www.untilenovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1074. Moth Hay. Stupid poisonous mushrooms. It's useless to pretend to be dead. Hyla shouted at the purple mushroom. The sword approached, and he was about to swing his sword towards the cap, but he stopped again, and a confusion flashed in his eyes. This purple mushroom looks weird, with no acid-filled whipped tentacles extending from the top of its head, and no intent to attack. Is this guy scared or stupid, or is it not a real purple mushroom at all? Hyla scratched his head wonderingly. First he was not busy slashing the suspicious purple mushroom, backhand inserted the giant sword on the ground, made a casting gesture, and issued a messaging technique to Joan. Please ask the learned Master Mr. Look, what's wrong with this weird purple mushroom? She had just got in touch with Joanne, and before she had finished speaking, there was a rumble roaring behind her. Looking back, it turned out that the blood moss that was dominated by Joanne came over. Hyla knew that this giant worm wouldn't hurt himself, so he didn't care. Blood moss raised his head, shaking his soft tentacles, and soon found the purple mushroom hiding in the forest. The blood moss insect has no eyes and can't see the abnormal signs of the purple mushroom. With its mind, it can't think of such a complicated problem. Anyway, the other party gives it a feeling like a purple mushroom, so what's the matter? Crush it. The blood moss wriggled through the fat body, rushing towards the quiet as a chicken purple mushroom. When Hyla recovered, he looked back and saw that the purple mushroom had been knocked into 2 pieces by the impulsive giant worm. The lower half was crushed into sludge by a heavy worm body. The upper half of the rod and the cap rolled in the air. She screamed and fell to the ground, still screaming. The sound of this peculiar mushroom is almost 10 times sharper and sharper than that of the soprano, and it hurts the eardrum. Hyla quickly ran down the hill with his ears covered, just wanting to escape as far as possible before his ears were deafened by this brain-piercing sound. The blood moss that broke the stem realized that he was in trouble at the moment, crawled back down the hillside and returned to the owner. At this time, Joan also heard the harsh scream, and was familiar with it. It seemed that he had heard this scream and flew over quickly. With his wings hanging in the air, Joan stared at the screaming half-mushroom, initially thought it was a purple mushroom, but the screaming echoed in his ears evoked his memories, gradually awakening. Though the thing looked much like a purple mushroom, it is actually a completely different species of bacteria. It was the screaming mushroom that he and Clark used to grow a magic bean. Screaming mushroom is very close to the purple mushroom in appearance, but it has no tentacles, does not move, and is not aggressive. The only special thing is that when it is hurt or disturbed, it will scream. The name screaming fungus was derived from it. The inhabitants of the underground world occasionally plant screaming mushrooms around the settlement to serve as an alarm. If foreign enemies invade, the disturbed screaming mushroom will alarm loudly, thereby alerting local residents. It is a pity that the screaming mushroom is not as good as the purple mushroom, and it can't distinguish between truly threatening creatures and friendly passers-by, and if it is a little windy, it will be howling for a while. So people are enjoying what it provides in addition to the alarm service. It has to endure noise pollution that comes with frequent false alarms. Joan rubbed his ears, worrying that the endless scream would attract more mushrooms, or other more dangerous monsters living on the blood tundra. So he gave the blood moss a spiritual command to try to eliminate himself the noise. The solution of blood moss is really simple and rude. He ran to the screaming stems, sucked into his mouth, turned his teeth, and immediately twisted into a sparse, swallowing his stomach. The screaming stopped suddenly. Joan removed his hands covering his ears, just about to relax, and suddenly noticed that there was an abnormal magical fluctuation in the space near the screaming mushroom wreckage, and then a circle of silver light doors stretched out of thin air, and a familiar figure came out of it. It was Evelyn, who had stayed away for many days. Evelyn seemed to be attracted by the screaming mushroom, walked out of the any door, and looked at the blood moss cautiously, but she soon saw that Hayla and Zion's brother were coming over here. The alert immediately turned into a surprise, cheering for the past, hugs the old friends who have reunited for a long time. Of course, Miss Transfiguration and Mr. Poet's hugs were particularly warm, and they held them together for the longest time. If Hayla hadn't whistled around, they might have been hugging each other intimately, reluctant to leave each other's arms. Seeing this in the air, Joan gathered the bee wings and landed, leading Billing to Evelyn, intending to introduce her to her new friend. At this moment, Joan inadvertently discovered that the arbitrary door left by Evelyn had not yet been closed, and a strange figure flew out of it. "Brother Joan, that fairy lady is also your friend?" The gnome mage noticed the girl who was passing by Evelyn and looked at each other curiously. It was a fairy girl holding a harp. She looked about 14 or 5 years old. Her delicate skin was silver grey and her figure was petite. Joan visually observed that she was only 4 feet tall at most, dressed in a tunic robe woven from some unknown silk thread, and the soft and close-fitting fabrics showed a charming silver gloss. The girl's bare feet showed a pair of silver grey scales matching her skin color on her back. On her small and beautiful face, more than half of the space was occupied by a pair of eyes. Some deformities, but also show a strange beauty, unforgettable at first sight. As Bilin pointed out, the girl's delicate figure and appearance, as well as the pointed ears, all indicate that she has sperm blood. But Joan also notices that her wings and tentacles are all scales, the distinctive features of Tira insects. At first, Joanne wasn't sure if this was a butterfly essence or moth essence, but soon discovered that a pair of antennae erected on her forehead were feather-like, rather than a rod-shaped antenna with enlarged tips. It is not difficult to infer from this feature that she should be a moth girl. Moths are usually more accustomed to nocturnal than butterflies, which is commensurate with the lack of light in the underground world. "I don't know this little lady, but she seems to be a friend of my friend," Joan whispered to Bilin. "Do you want to meet me in the past?" He wasn't very embarrassed to talk to strange girls himself, so he tried to say hello to the dwarf mage who liked to make friends. Of course, Billing straightened out the robes and straightened the wizard's hat, and the baby face rarely showed a solemn expression. "It's rare to meet a respectable Miss Moling. If you don't greet you, it would be too rude." "Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect, www.untilnovel.com Master Mr. Jones Literature Update is the fastest. Chapter 1075 Cassette. The gnome mage ran to the moth girl who fluttered in the air, bowed deeply, and said in one glance, "Dear Miss Moling, the incarnation of goodness and beauty in the dark region, Bilin of Sudri, I extend the highest respect to you." The goblin girl called Moth was startled by Bilin, who ran to greet her first. Her delicate little face was full of panic. Fluttering her wings and hiding behind Evelyn, she opened her eyes, looked at Bilin timidly. However, when she recognized the opponent as a gnome, and she was very respectful of herself, she was replaced by a shy blush, and flew back from behind Evelyn. Her naked slender feet landed slowly, gathering her scales. Lifting the skirt and bowing to the gnome mage, "It looks elegant and decent." Joan walked up to Bilin, took off his hat and bowed to the fairy girl, and then lowered his voice to his dwarf friend's ear, asking, "Moling, what kind of creature?" In the classic sub-volumes of Monsters of Vales, Joanne has already fallen back, but the term moth is not included in the book. Brother Joan, Moling is the expression of our underground gnomes, referring to a type of goblins living in the underground world. Billing explained to him with a smile. The moths are not only beautiful and cute, but also mostly gentle and kind-hearted. They are all born bards. They are good at plucking the harp, playing moving music, and also performing arcane art. Mingling hates violence, so although they have the ability to cast spells, they never rely on spells to bully others, and are more willing to use magic to help those weak creatures, especially when someone is injured. If Moling thinks that the other person is not an evil person, he will take the initiative to approach the past, cast a spell to help the other person to heal and relieve pain, and will not ask for compensation afterwards, but will fly away quietly. "You are the dwarf clan under the ground, you know." The young man, illusion is playing well. But few people become magic spellcasters, so whenever someone in the clan is injured or sick, a group of illusionists around is also in the same position. If there is really no way to heal the patient, according to our ancient tradition, the patient will be lifted into a cave dedicated to enshrining the moth, and the patient will be laid on an altar built for moth, and then erected in the center of the altar, brightness on the raised candlestick. If a moth hides near the cave and sees the light from the altar, it will fly over to check on the patient and cast a cure for the other's wounds. During this period, no one but the patient should be left in the cave, because Moling is a very shy leprechaun. If they see a third party present, they are not very embarrassed to fly to the clinic. Finally, Billing summed up seriously, "We, the gnomes, have been favored by the moths since ancient times. Of course, we are grateful. The elders always told us to meet moths when traveling abroad. We must be respectful to others. If the other side needs help, do your best." Moling is born with a bard profession and is good at low-level healing spells. In the absence of magic spellcasters, he can indeed be a doctor. But having said that, the ability to cure people and save people does not mean this obligation. Kindly goblins like Moling who take the initiative to heal people and don't count on the rewards are kind of rare fairies, not to mention the dark areas where villains are rampant, even among the fairies in the surface world. After listening to Bilin's introduction, Joan greeted the first-time meeting Lady Moling with admiration. "Hello, Miss Moling. My name is Joan Vidu and I am honored to meet you." The moth was as shy as Bilin had said, hiding behind Evelyn, and looked at Joan secretly, embarrassed to answer. Evelyn looked at Joan, and then looked at the fairy girl behind him, suddenly burst into laughter. "Cassette, you know, the mage in front of you has almost the same introverted shyness as you. I have never seen him take the initiative to speak to a woman, and I should be honored that you are right." Joan felt a little embarrassed when she exposed her short face to face, and her cheeks were hot. Moling girl saw his blushing and embarrassing look, but instead showed a gentle smile, fluttering wings to him, soft and sweet voice as if singing. "Hello, respected Mr. Master, my name is Cassette. Evelyn is like my sister, And my sister's friend is also my friend. You are welcome to come to my house as a guest. Cosette's conversation is very decent, but how to say? Joan couldn't help laughing when she thought that she was a moth essence and her friend Evelyn was a defamation spider. Moth and spider actually became girlfriends. These two sisters are really incredible. Joan, Hayla, Audrey and Holden departed from the school on the early morning of June 11th at the surface time to embark on this underground visit to friends. I expected to see Evelyn in 3 or 4 days, but the plan was not as good as it was. I experienced many twists and turns during the journey. First, I stayed in the mushroom wilderness for 2 days, and then sent to the remote O'Neill area to rescue Arnold. There was another 2 days of delay between the trips. And it was not until June 17th that I reunited with Evelyn. Because Joan they're late and the news from Magic is not optimistic, Evelyn has been worrying about their safety these days. I received the SMS from Holden today and learned that they having reached the Blood Tundra, he could meet in the same day, and he couldn't help but eagerly pulling Cosette out to greet them. The two flew at low altitude, paying close attention to the movement of the Blood Tundra below, and soon noticed a commotion of a large group of purple mushrooms. Then they heard the screaming wailing from the screaming mushroom, and Evelyn quickly launched the any door. Seth sent it over to check, and the result was really Joan. Them. The old friends met again and introduced new friends to each other. Evelyn invited everyone to visit her new home Garden Township. Garden Township is located in the middle of the Blood Tundra, outside the giant mushroom forest. It is the birthplace of Mothling Cosette, and it is a beautiful and peaceful paradise like a garden. After Evelyn's lair was washed away by the flood, she moved to Huayuan Township and lived with her girlfriend Cosette. There are many kind fairies and mushrooms living in the area. In addition, there are a lot of people in Billinglin underground gnomes living in the tree cave in the forest near Huayuan Township. Joanne was a little curious about the garden town where Evelyn and Cosette lived. Most of the flowers and trees in the surface world cannot survive in the dark areas where there is no sun. A few of the photophobic plants that can survive in this environment are not very good looking. The ground under the name of the garden in Evelyn's mouth. Will the village be worthy of the name? Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.untilnovel.com. Master Mr. Jones Literature Update is the fastest. Chapter 1076 Traveling Moth. In addition, Joan also cares about the forest and tree hole that Evelyn casually mentioned. The underground world cannot grow green trees. The forest that Evelyn refers to is mostly a settlement of large fungi, like the mushroom passing by before. From here to Huayuan Township, it takes half a day to walk. Billin recommends that everyone cast a spell and fly to the destination at most half an hour. Evelyn also thinks this is a good idea, but there is no need to trouble everyone to cast their own spells. Smiling and whispering in Cosette's ear, asking her to summon some flying mounts for the guests. Cosette nodded happily, picked up the harp and plucked a string of melodious notes. Joan immediately noticed a change in the distribution of the magic net around Cosette. It seemed to be affected by the melody played by the magic harp, and quickly formed a spell configuration, which looked like some kind of summoning magic. Just as Joan was watching, a large group of dark shadows flew from the night sky, flapping his wings like a group of big birds. Under everyone's curious gaze, the figure flying from the air gradually became clear. It was 6 giant moths. The body was as big as a ferocious bat. It was 8 feet long from head to tail, and suddenly fanned 2 pairs of large moths. Silver scale wings, accompanied by the harp melody, danced around Cosette. At the sight of this scene, everyone held their breath and secretly marveled. Cosette caressed the harp and gave instructions to the group of giant moths that had been called with magical notes, and ordered them to land. 6 giant moths gathered their scales one after another and landed in front of Joan, Hayla, Holden, Audrey, Billing, and Evelyn, protruding soft tentacles, and lightly on their arms. Touch lightly to issue a silent invitation. While Joan and others were hesitant, Evelyn had already climbed skillfully on the back of the giant moth and sat steadily, smiling and saying hello to everyone. Billing and Holden glanced at each other, and immediately followed Evelyn, happily crawling on the back of the giant moth. When Joan saw this, he no longer hesitated, and walked to the giant moth close to him, supporting the slightly raised wing root, struggling to support it, just like riding a horse, straddling the giant moth's back. The giant moth has soft fluff growing on it. Riding on the back of this huge insect, it feels like sitting on a soft blanket, which is quite comfortable. When Joan saw that the giant moth was very docile under his crotch, he bravely adjusted his sitting posture, holding the giant moth's tentacle root as thick as an adult's wrist with both hands as a reins. Audrey and Hyla, in fact, were a little bit afraid of this big hairy flying insect, but the other companions had already rode up, and they were also very kind, but they dared to climb to the back of their giant moth and sit firmly. After getting used to it and overcoming psychological obstacles, there is nothing to fear. Hyla turned to Audrey and laughed. It feels like riding on a giant moth's back. It's a bit like Joan turning into a giant bee carrying us. Audrey smiled barely, still a little nervous in her heart, but just embarrassed to show it. Cosette had his own wings, and he did not need to ride a giant moth, so he flew ahead to lead the way. 6 giant moths were divided into 2 columns behind her, flapping their wings and spreading the goose wing array in the night sky. As for the blood mosquito that was subdued by Joan, it was too large and the giant moth could not bear it. It could only let it crawl on the ground. After spending most of the day, it could still climb to Huayun Township. Joan had ridden the crow before, but the feeling of riding a giant moth was not the same as riding a giant crow. Giant moths do not fly as high and fast as giant crows. They keep flying at low altitudes. They are often gliding, which is a bit like the flight of an eagle. Sitting on the back of the giant moth, Joan found that the oncoming airflow was relatively smooth. Unlike riding a giant crow, the high airflow from the whizzing air made people cold and even had difficulty breathing. At first, Joan clasped the giant moth's tentacles with both hands, lest he fell from its back, and adapted a little bit. When he found that the giant moth was flying very steady, he relaxed his hands and bent over to overlook the wild scenery below. The giant moth flew out for 10 minutes, and there were gradually huge towering mushrooms in the wilderness below, a plant surrounded by a circle, like a natural stone formation. This huge mushroom circle is closely connected to form an underground jungle, which is the giant mushroom forest mentioned by Evelyn just now. Most of the fungi in the forest do not exceed 10 feet in height, which is similar to the mushrooms settled by the mushroom family, similar to the bushes of the surface world. But there are some particularly thick and tall fungi, each of which is less than 30 feet tall, like a tower rising from the ground. This huge fungus is the so-called giant mushroom, and Joan is no stranger. The mushroom mansion where the mushroom palace is located is built on the base of the giant mushroom, over 100 years old. It is similar to the towering ancient trees in the surface world, but the stem is much thicker than the trunk, and it is more suitable for excavating a cave for settlement, which is the tree hole Evelyn said before. The goblins and gnomes living in the giant mushroom forest like to dig a hole in the wooden stem of the giant mushroom as a shelter. Leprechauns usually live in the upper layers of giant mushrooms, and gnomes prefer to settle in the roots of stems near the surface. Huayun Township is located in a forest glade surrounded by a circle of giant mushrooms. In addition to various tall and strong fungi, a cluster of colorful phosphorescent moss grows on the surface, and blood moss is one of them. Beautiful neon surrounds a small village isolated from the world, and it is as beautiful as a garden. Cosette led the giant moth to land on the village entrance square, and Joan and others turned over and jumped off the mount one after another, looking around curiously. Cosette waved his hand. The giant moths seemed to get orders, shook their tentacles at her, and fluttered their wings and flew away. After everyone had landed, Evelyn and Cosette took visitors to the big house where they lived to rest and eat something. The 2 ladies' houses are located next to a large cluster of crystal-clear crystal orchids. From a distance, they look like a mushroom-shaped 2-story building. To be precise, This should be a giant mushroom transformed into a tostery building. Since the bacterium is less than 20 years old, it looks like the giant mushroom that grows into a towering building with a bacterium age of 100 years. It looks more refined and compact, and is more suitable for girls who are good at discovering beauty in life. The hollow interior of the mushroom hut. The first floor is the living room, decorated with some simple furniture, a rotating escalator in the center of the hall, made from local materials, carved from the inner core of the fungus rod, and leading to the bedroom on the second floor. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.untilenovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1077 Mushishi. Like the mushroom villa where Evelyn and Cosette live, there are still many buildings in Garden Township. Some mushroom houses are homes for fairies, and some are rooms specially prepared for VIPs from afar. Compared with the mushroom mansion seen by the Mushman family, Joan prefers this upper and lower tostery cabin, and being in it seems to have entered the fairy tale world. Evelyn's hospitality for his old friends is very rich. In addition to Joan's fragrant they have tasted at the Mushroom Palace, there is also a large pot of fragrant mushroom stew. Joan forked a piece of stew and looked at it curiously. The white and delicate flesh was like fish, stuffed in his mouth, and the tender and juicy delicious taste exploded in his mouth immediately. He couldn't help but nodded and praised it deliciously. This rodent stewed mushrooms is Cosette's specialty. Eat more if you like it, Evelyn said with a smile. Rodent is one of the common rodents in the underground world. It is called rat. In fact, it looks more like a short-eared rabbit. It is especially in the mushroom area. I love to dig holes in the roots of tall fungi and use them. The sharp large eyes start to nibble from the rhizome and dig up all the way, digging a tunnel inside the stem that leads directly to the cap. Joan walked along the way, occasionally seeing white and fat short-eared rabbits, squatting on the mushroom cover, and curiously looked at passers-by. If you try to get close to them, these alert little animals will twist their buttocks and suddenly disappear from your eyes. When he didn't know the truth at first, Joan also marveled at the little chubby's agility that was not commensurate with his body. Later, when he approached the observation, he discovered that the large cap that the borer had just inhabited was cut into a hole. The fat moth board just now drilled through the hole and slid vertically to the root of the mushroom, slipped into the tunnel and hid. It is precisely because of this unique living habit that the inhabitants of the underground world call this rodent. If the giant mushrooms like giant mushrooms are compared to the trees and houses in the surface world, then the rodent who loves to dig holes is not equivalent to the worms in the surface world. Especially for the owner of the house, these cute animals are really a big scourge. The degree of annoyingness is comparable to that of the termites in the surface world. Compared with termites, the biggest benefit of rodents is that the meat is delicate and delicious, and can be eaten. At the dining table, Joan heard Evelyn complaining about how annoying the mole rats were. The dresser made by her hand and the piano stand of Cosette were eaten like a porous cheese by this group of villains. Plus Cosette the rodent stewed mushrooms was so delicious that he even ate 2 large plates of meat, which could be regarded as helping the 2 ladies to export their evil spirits. After lunch, Cosette and Evelyn led the visitors to visit their teacher, Master Jules, who was respected by the residents of Huayuan Township. Mushishi lives on a small hill in the middle of Huayuan Township and lives a life of hermit far away from the world. He concentrates all day long on cultivating all kinds of exotic flowers suitable for growing in the underground world. The Wormaster occasionally left his retreat, mostly to collect rare fungi, plants or beautiful gems to decorate the private garden he operated on the mountain. In fact, the place name Garden Township came from Jewel Garden. Mushishi Jules was one of the first 2 settlers in Huayuan Township, although he simplifies it in ordinary days, and never interferes with the lives of other residents in his hometown. But if the villagers are in trouble, or Huayuan Township is facing the threat of invasion by foreign enemies, This hidden and powerful man will always eagerly extend help. It is thanks to the protection of Lord Jules that Garden Township can be safe in the underground world of ghosts, become a pure land, and attract peace-loving souls to settle down and become increasingly prosperous. Including Jules' students, such as Evelyn and Cosette, all the residents of Garden Township regard this highly respected Mushishi as their master lord. But Jules himself always rejected this deserving honor and insisted that, if Garden Township needs a lord, this right should also belong to his friend Mr. Mancini, who is only an agent of Mancini. Mr. Mancini was one of the two pioneers of Huayuan Township who was the man who settled on the hill with Jules. Perhaps this Mr. Mancini made a great contribution in the early days of pioneering, but today, this person has long disappeared. Not even Evelyn and Cosette have ever seen this person, let alone the people who moved here later. Such a person who is difficult to say even if he is still alive, forcibly saying that he is a local lord, is really difficult to convince the public. Jules rarely talked about his friends. If someone asked him, "Where is Mr. Mancini now?" he always pointed to the mossy hills under his feet and answered, "Mancini is here." Does this suggest that Mr. Jules has hinted that Mr. Mancini has buried his bones? Or is it something else? Outsiders have no way of knowing, since he insisted that the mossy land at his feet was the epitome of Mr. Mancini. Those humorous, hob-loving underground gnomes who lived in his hometown dubbed Mr. Mancini as Moss Lord. Over time, the title spread, and the mushrooms and goblins followed the example of underground gnomes, joking Mr. Mancini as an evil-faced mossy lord. Cosette was very disapproving of the nicknames of the gnomes underground. Evelyn was also a little angry, thinking it was insulting Mr. Mancini. Strangely, the Miss Jules didn't mind this, and said to his students, Mr. Mancini didn't mind the little joke made by the gnome, and he himself liked the Moss Lord nickname. Everyone walked and chatted, and came to the foot of the hill in a short time. In front of it was a beautifully built plank road. The pavement was covered with white fine sand, like a jade belt surrounding the hill and leading directly to the garden on the top of the hill. Before going up the mountain, Evelyn revealed some information about the teacher to the young visitors so that they could prepare in advance so as not to make a fuss after meeting. Master Jules is not a human being, but a very rare bug-shaped monster. We respectfully call Master Jules Mushita not only because he is our teacher, but also because he looks like a huge beetle. Weird. And it's still bug-shaped. Hayla, Holden and Audrey looked at each other first, and then the three people's eyes fell on Joan's face. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.untitlenovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1078. Mushishi Tukiaon noticed the strange eyes of his friends, and then froze for a moment, then immediately awakened their thoughts, and could not help embarrassing, and shook his head again and again. Although he also has the two pedigrees of Strange and Worm, this does not mean that he has any relative relationship with the Master Mr., which is simply something that Bugansy can't fight! Exclamation mark. Why are you staring at Brother Joan with this strange look? Billing didn't understand Joan's details, noticing the abnormal expressions of Hayla and Zion's younger brothers. He couldn't help feeling confused, so he asked. Nothing special. Audrey took the lead in taking the lead, fearing that his brother and Hayla would disclose Joan's privacy. We are just curious about the image of Lord Jules and would like to ask Joan if she understands this strange creature. After all, she is the most knowledgeable of all of us. This explanation sounds reasonable, and Bilin didn't think about it, and nodded with a smile. This is also true. I have also seen a lot of learned mages, but I can put the full set of Vare's monster book from beginning to end. I recite, except my mentor, only Joan. Joan threw a grateful glance at Audrey, following the subject that Her Royal Highness said, in the literature I have read, there are no strangers like Lord Jules, and they are still kind. Strange, this is even rarer. Joan himself is half a strange monster, but he still has to be honest. From the statistical data, on average, At least 7 out of every 10 strange monsters are evil monsters by nature. A cruel and vicious soul. For example, those strange monsters that Joan had contacted before, such as Stump Monster, Lockthroat Monster, Caveman Snatch Monster, Tentacle Monster. There is no good thing. It is precisely because strange creatures can hardly overcome their evil nature that Joan feels inferiority and even a little nervous about his bloodline. He often fears that he will be overwhelmed by the evil instinct lurking deep in the bloodline and become a monster that loses humanity and does nothing. Hearing Evelyn talk about this Lord Jules, he has many similarities with himself. As a weird worm, he has a kind and peaceful mind. Although Joanne has not seen Jules himself, his heart is greatly comforted, feeling that he is no longer a lonely alternative in this vast world. Since there are kind and strange creatures in the world, they can serve as their own models. The sense of inferiority due to peculiar pedigrees is not as strong as before. Joan followed his companion on the plank road leading to the top of the mountain, thinking aloud. Just then, he suddenly felt the palm of his left hand slightly hot, and then sensed the prompt from the tears of God. Mythology. Discover 7th order mythical creatures. After a short period of consternation, Joan calmed down and secretly guessed, obviously, that Tier 7 mythical creature just detected by Tear of God must be the Lord Jules. If the Mushishi is really a mythical creature, then there is one more thing in common with Joanne himself, which makes him feel a little intimate to this unseen Jules. However, when he really saw the Mushishi, he was startled even though he was already mentally prepared. This Jules is much larger than Joanne had expected, with a length of more than 30 feet from head to tail, and the carapace is 16 feet high from the ground, just like a hill. This huge insect-shaped creature has distinctive Coleoptera characteristics and is covered with a thick carapace. But unlike most beetles in nature, his carapace is not smooth, and the carapace is covered with many irregular protrusions, some with sharp edges and corners, and some as smooth as a big bowl with an inverted buckle. All the protrusions attached to the surface of the carapace are crystals shining brilliantly, like countless large colored gemstones, set on his back. This huge beetle has a head resembling a human head. If you don't look at the body under the neck, it is like a kind old man of the giant clan. Joan. When they came to the top of the mountain, the Mushita was mowing a lawn covered with blue moss. Like a beetle in nature, the Mushita has 3 pairs of arthropods. The first pair of limbs is specialized as a capture foot, which is as flexible as a human arm. Hearing the footsteps, the mist stopped his work, looked up at the 2 students and visitors from afar, nodded and smiled at them, kindly. Children, welcome to my garden. As a guest, I hope you like it here. You can live longer here, and accompany Evelyn and Cosette more. At the same time, Kiaoan and others received telepathy from the insect master, quickly calmed down, and bowed greetings to the adult. The Mushija saw that the young people were very restrained, and seemed to be a little afraid of himself. He smiled thoughtfully and turned his head to tell Evelyn and Cosette to lead the visitors to visit the garden. Everyone chatted. Hayla, Bilin, and Zion's brothers learned that they didn't need to chat with Master Jules here. They all relieved themselves and barely concealed their fears. After saying goodbye to the Mushy Master, they hurriedly followed Evelyn and Cosette. Gone. Joan walked a few steps with his companion, hesitated a little, then turned his head back, and asked the insect master with courage, Master Jules, can I stay here and chat with you for a while? Oh, you are such a weird child. The insect master gave him a surprised look. I'm so scary, aren't you afraid of me? I'm a little scared, but in your eyes, aren't humans like me strangely? The mage stared at the serious young mage, his doubts gradually replaced by warmth. Little master, what is your name? Joan Vida. Joan, I'm so glad you can stay with me. If you don't mind, let's talk casually. Joan nodded and sat on a mushroom pier next to the lawn, silently watching the mage mow the lawn with a sickle-like forelimb. It took a long time before he summoned the courage to ask the question in his heart. Master Jules, it is not convenient for Fang to reveal to me, is there a mythical creature hidden in your garden? At first, He thought that the Mage Master was the seventh order mythological creature detected by Tears of Gods, but after meeting, Tears of Gods did not respond to the Mage Master. This shows that the other party is indeed very powerful, but it is not mythological creature. Joan suspected that the Tier 7 mythical creature previously detected was probably near this hill, but where did he hide? Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.untilenovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1079 Lord Moss mythical creature. Can you feel his existence? This is really a strange thing. The mage stopped the pruning of his hands, and looked down at the young mage. His eyes became very solemn. Joan saw that he suddenly became serious, and he was a little nervous. He regretted that he should not be impulsive and asked a question that might involve the other party's privacy. The mage's gaze moved away from Joan and stared at the lawn under his feet for a long time. Silently, Joan vaguely sensed regular vibrations in the distribution of the surrounding magic net. Based on past experience, he speculated that the mage was using a spell or supernatural ability similar to psychic connection to communicate with someone nearby. Qian quietly touched his right eye, opened the see-through invisibility, pretended to look around inadvertently, but did not find any invisible creatures. So who is the Mage Master telepathic with? Just when he was wondering, the mist raised his head. His eyes returned to his face. His expression relaxed. Little Master, since the parties don't mind revealing the truth to you, I don't need to hide you. You just asked me if there is a mythical creature near here? The Mage Master smiled mysteriously. You guessed it. But where is he? Joan couldn't help asking. It's here, or to be more precise, we are standing on the mythical creature at the moment. Mushishi softly revealed the answer. Joan looked subconsciously at his feet, his eyes full of incredible. He could hardly see any abnormality in the land under his feet. However, when he squatted down and stroked the moss under his feet with his left hand, his palms were slightly hot, and the reaction of Tears of God was obviously enhanced. This symptom validates the secret that Mushita just revealed, although it sounds unbelievable. Master Jules, if I heard correctly, are you saying that the hill covered with moss and fungus at our feet is actually alive? Joan tentatively asked. Mushishi nodded. Yes, he is my friend Mancini. People here call him Moss Lord. It turned out to be. Joan suddenly appeared, looking at the ground under his feet curiously. Little Master, would you like to hear Mancini's story? The mage asked Joan with a smile. Of course. Joan nodded in a hurry. Okay, I'll tell you his story, but before we start our story, let me ask you a question. Joanne, do you know that there is a monster called Demon? I haven't seen a living demonic. I have only seen such strange illustrations and introductory texts in books. Joan answered truthfully. Destroyer is also known as a spirit-absorbent monster, and it is one of the most daunting strange monsters in the dark domain. It is said that the larvae of Mind's demon resemble tadpoles and live in a special brain pool. When the larvae reach a certain stage of development, they will crawl out of the brain pool and drill into the humanoid body, parasitizing in the head and eating the brain. Occupy this body, it is considered mature. As a grown-up demon, the part below the neck basically retains the body shape of the host, and the wet skin secretes shiny mucus. Above the neck, there is a huge and weird head. The face looks like a big squid with white eyes but no eyes. 4 flexible tentacles extend from the palate, and the mouth is hidden under the tentacles. In addition to the weird looks, the Demon Slayer has 2 of the most well-known features. One is the passion for squeezing and consuming the brains of intelligent creatures, and the second is the natural mastery of mental abilities. An adult mind grabber can destroy the will of its prey in a hurry, firmly control the soul of the other party, and turn it into its own loyal slave. Compared with the cannibal Warcraft, people are more afraid of this monster that enslaves the soul. If you want to ask the human explorers who often walk in dark areas, what is the least monster you want to meet? Desperate rankings will never fall out of the top 3. Joan, since you know something about monsters like Mind Demon, you must have heard of a dungeon named Ids. the mage asked softly. Joan recalled the Mutilator's Ids, which is located in the underground city of the underground world. Unlike the Onal dungeon where dark elves live, the hearth-hunting demon city Ids is located deeper in the dark area and is more conservative. The Flayers refused any uninvited outsiders to enter this mysterious city. Apart from a few traders, especially slave traders, they were too lazy to deal with outsiders. These seductive demons living in the underground city have created highly developed Shanic civilizations, and the technical level in some fields even exceeds the human society in the surface world. As human society advances in technology, its social form is also changing. For example, the slavery that prevailed in ancient times is still preserved except in the New World. Most other places have already abolished this barbaric and backward system, or at least in name. However, in the City of Destroyer, the slave system is an ever-changing social foundation. No matter how advanced the civilization is, it is just that the Destroyer masters entertain themselves and have nothing to do with their slaves deprived of their free will. In the case of Erdis, the share of rumored demons among all urban residents is rumored to be less than a net 20th. It is said that Odes has a population of nearly 10,000, so it is not difficult to calculate according to the above ratio. The total number of power savers nobles in the city will not exceed 500, and more are the slave class whose minds are strictly controlled. The story I want to tell happened 4 centuries ago. At that time, Odes was not yet a unified city-state. The Mind Slayers in the city divided into 2 factions to fight for power and profit, and they wanted to completely defeat each other. One of the factions, in order to gain an advantage in the civil war, decided to create a weapon specifically used to deal with the Flayer. These evil and clever mind-grabbers have conducted long-term secret research, and finally got their wish, creating a powerful and intelligent war weapon, named Mancini. Mushy Master sighed, and then told Joan. My friend Mancini was born in this way. He was given the magical ability to reflect the heart attack by the Creator, and this specialty can just restrain the Shanic creatures including the Mindslayer. The Master of Mancini, using this advantage of him, sent him to conquer the Flayers of the enemy factions until the power of the other party was completely eliminated. Mancini completed his mission. But what his creators did not expect was, during the long battle, Mancini awakened his self-awareness and did not want to serve his evil master again. Fled after the war. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1080 Seal of the Earth. When he learned that Mancini had fled, his Mind Slayers were furious. And he was also afraid that Mancini would be used by others to deal with themselves, so he chased Mancini at all costs, after paying great losses. Can't really kill Mancini, and finally had to seal him deep in the blood tundra. The Mushy Master pointed to Joan's feet. My friend Mancini has been imprisoned in the depths of the earth for centuries without seeing the sun. I can't help Mancini lift the seal and regain freedom. I have to run a garden on the land where he was sealed, because he always likes beautiful and harmless fungi and plants. Since this garden, Mancini's mood is much better, and there are many residents here with us to save him from loneliness, and the pain of losing his freedom is no longer so unbearable. After listening to the description of the mist, Joan couldn't help but be deeply moved by the sincere friendship between him and Mancini. If possible, he would be happy to help Mancini lift the seal imposed by the Flayers. Of course, this is just a wonderful vision, and with his current little mana, even if he is willing to help, it is still beyond his power. For things that cannot be done at the moment, Joan never writes empty checks indiscriminately, so he didn't tell the Mage Master his thoughts, but just saved the idea, and when he was able to lift the seal in the future, he came to help Mancini regain his freedom. Joan didn't want to look too uncommon, and chatted with the Insect Master for a while, and after listening to him about the encounter with Moss Lord Mancini, He said goodbye to him and returned to his friends. Evelyn and Cosette guided everyone to visit the garden. It was not too early. They saw that the friends from afar came to their faces. Hayla even couldn't help yawning one after another, and arranged for everyone to take a rest in the room. Joan's temporary residence is also a double-story mushroom hut built on the base of giant mushroom. Joan was very satisfied with this chic room, and the light nutty fragrance in the room also made him feel relaxed and happy. The bedroom window on the second floor is facing the house where Evelyn and Cosette live, and further away is their hidden hills of Mushishi Jewels and Moss Lord Mancini. Joan stood in front of the window and looked out. From afar, he saw a little glow in the garden on the top of the hill, as if it were stars. Those flashing spots are actually glowing mushrooms and moss cultivated by the insect master in the hilltop garden, and some strange stones as garden ornaments will also emit beautiful fluorescence in the night. Standing in front of the window, blowing cold wind for a while, Joan's drowsiness was also blown away. He took out Tears of God, immersed it in a water cup, brewed a cup of potion, dispelled fatigue after taking it, sat at his desk, and began to sort out the trophy collected on the blood tundra. Joan first opened the backpack and took out a large pile of blood moss eggs. This magic travel bag was rented by Mr. Locke from Mr. Rock, and attached with 3 rings of shrinkage. The real capacity is much larger than it seems on the surface. Joan took a total of 30 huge blood mosquito eggs from his backpack, half of which were found by him and Billin in the giant worm's nest, and some of them were specially presented to him by Cosette when he learned that he was collecting eggs. Little gift. Looking at the eggs, Joan thought of the blood moss that he had subdued. After an unremitting crawl in the afternoon, this guy finally arrived at Huiyuan Township, and dug a hole near the mushroom hut where Joan lived, curling up in the hole and sleeping. Joan was a little worried that the arrival of the bloodworms would destroy the peaceful life of Huiyuan Township, and even frighten the local residents. Fortunately, Cosette told him that there are actually some blood mosquitoes living near Huiyuan Township, which is safe from the local goblins, mushrooms, and dwarf residents. In fact, the presence of blood moss is indispensable for maintaining the ecological balance of Huiyuan Township. Bloodworms feed on blood moss, and incidentally they will also catch rodents who are also good at digging holes. If these scary-looking bugs are missing from the local area, the blood moss with super reproductive power will grow wildly, not only occupying the living space of other fungi and plants, but also emitting a lot of choking spores, causing serious air pollution. In addition, the reproductive ability of the rodent is also powerful enough to be eye-catching, and the cubs of the nests are burrowing everywhere, which poses a great threat to the building construction. The residents of Huiyuan Township, except for the occasional no-eating meat, are either vegetarians like goblins, or eating tuzi like mushrooms, and there are not enough people to hunt for cunning mole rats. Fur. Most of the moth meat was thrown away in vain, which is wasteful. If the local bloodworm, such as the main force for hunting and eating worms, the little villains with large fangs are even more lawless. In general, the blood moss reputation in Huiyuan Township is at least much better than that of the mole rats, and it is not worse than the mischievous gnomes who love pranks and fiddle around all day. Cosette offered to help Joan take care of his giant bug pet, and said that he could take time to take him to meet other bloodworms living in the local area. Maybe he could make a girlfriend. In the future, Qian will leave Garden Township and return to the surface world. It is inconvenient to bring bloodworms with him. He can be fostered here. Please take care of the gentle and kind girl. Bloodworms have some benefits, but too many will not work, and they will also cause an unbearable burden on the ecological environment. Cosette and her goblin tribes. A very important daily job is to inspect various insect nests and monitor the bloodworm population size. If the number of blood mosquitoes is found to exceed the warning line, cast a stealth infiltrate into the nest, steal the eggs in the nest, and move to a distant place to hatch, so that the giant insect community in Huiyuan Township is always maintained at a reasonable level. scale. It is for this reason that when Cassette learned that Joan needed worm eggs for research, he offered to help him collect worm eggs, which is not lacking anyway. The last half of the month has coincided with the breeding period of bloodworms. Cassette and her goblin people had to frequently enter and leave the worm's nest as porters, removing an average of 2,030 eggs from the burrow every day. For goblins who are petite and have very little energy, this is a heavy physical effort. If Joan needs it, starting tomorrow, these blood mosquito eggs can be given to him in vain just to save the goblins from having to move the eggs far away. Joan certainly welcomes this. His worm swarm tactics just need ammunition like blood mosquito eggs. Of course, the more the better. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect. www.untilnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1081 Mushroom Acid. Looking at the pile of eggs on the table, Joan scratched his head. Compared with other devil eggs, the size of the blood moss eggs is too large and it is more troublesome to save. If you just leave it in your backpack, the eggs will develop into larvae and break out of the cocoon. In the past, Joan used freezing method to save insect eggs, but the blood moss eggs were too large to fit so much in the ice refrigerator. He had to change the method of preservation. After a little thought, Joan took out the bottle of Drow Toxin from the storage bag, carefully poured a neat tenth of it into a largest glass dish, then mixed it with water to dilute the toxin, and finally prepared into a 1:1000 solution. The diluted toxin is not fatal enough, but it still retains the effect of hypnosis and calming, and can be used directly to prepare a sleeping agent. Joan placed nematode eggs in a wide earth glass dish one by one neatly, soaking them in the solution. After this treatment, the activity of the eggs almost stagnate. Unless they are stimulated by the outside world, they will not hatch and enter a long hibernation period. Joan used a pair of tweezers to pick out an egg that was soaked in the sleeping solution and placed it on the ground. Then he took out the giant wand and cast a giant insect on the egg. After the usual cast, the larvae will break out of the shell under the magical growth within 3 seconds. However, this time it took 10 seconds for the larvae to wake up from the deep sleep, drill out the eggshell, and quickly develop into an adult. Joan is very satisfied with the experimental results. Eggs immersed in the sleeping solution will stop development, but after being catalyzed by giant insect technique, they can still develop into adults normally. Joan cancelled the giant insect technique. The newly developed blood moss worm lost its magical support, quickly shrunk to an egg, and fell into dormancy again. Joan picked up the eggs and moved them to an empty glass dish together with other fully soaked eggs to perform a magic trick to dry out the wet egg shells, and then withdrew the backpack. After processing the blood moss eggs, Joan then spent a little more time to take the blood spores he collected and observe them carefully under a magnifying glass. Blood moss spores are different from the mind spores, psychedelic spores and parasitic spores he has studied before. They have no supernatural characteristics, except that the tiny dust-like spores are covered with stinging flagella. If the concentration of blood spores in the air is too high, after inhalation into the body, the sensitive respiratory tract mucosa will be stimulated by barbed flagella, can help sneezing, or cough repeatedly, making people feel breathless. In essence, the uncomfortable symptoms caused by inhalation of blood spores are similar to pollen allergy or poplar allergy, except that it is more painful. The serious condition may even cause suffocation. But you have to say that this thing is poisonous. It seems wrong. At least this is not a toxin in the sense of alchemy, but a physical injury. Joan attempted to use the blood moss spores as a material to perform a 3-ring poison strike against a rodent who climbed up on the windowsill of the bedroom without authorization. The moth that was recruited first shuddered, and then sneezed non-stop, so that he planted the windowsill and ran away all the way. Well, this shows that blood moss spores can support poison strike, although the poison effect caused by it is incomparable to other real toxins. If you don't want to kill the target, this method of casting is still useful. For example, If you hit a certain spellcaster and make it endlessly sneeze or cough violently, you can successfully interrupt the other party's casting process. Joan wrote down the research experience of blood moss spores in his notebook. After that, he took out a glass bottle from the storage bag, put on gloves and a mask, carefully unscrewed the cap, and used tweezers to remove the purple mushroom tentacles were clipped out of the bottle and placed on an empty glass dish, cancelling the shrinkage technique to restore the tentacles to normal size. Mushroom tentacles are rich in a highly corrosive acid, which is 10 times more dangerous than the common concentrated sulfuric acid. Common minerals, wood and even organic matter can be corroded by this acid. Fortunately, it is also like sulfuric acid cannot corrode glassware. According to related literature, this supernatural acid liquid that can only be extracted from the body of the mushroom is named purple mushroom acid and has a wide range of uses in the field of alchemy. Joan clamped all the tentacles into a glass dish, and the rust-resistant alloy steel tweezers in his hand had become unrecognizable. He had to discard it, and instead squeezed the purple mushroom tentacles with a glass rod, from the sponge-like core of the tentacles. Inside, squeeze out the acid. Joan spent half an hour collecting a total of half a pint of purple acid with a strong pungent odor, transferring it to a reagent bottle, putting it into the Kingbing reagent box, and keeping it in the refrigerator. After returning to school, Joan intends to fire some hollow glass marbles to seal mycolic acid. This glass marble that stores acid can be used as a casting material for poison strike. Due to the lack of vision, Joan couldn't find any other mole rats to use as an experiment. He had to temporarily put down the attempt of using mushroom acid to launch the poison strike. However, in theory, taking 1 drop of mushroom acid as a casting material, the magnifying effect of poison strike is counted, and an adult blood moss can be corroded to death in an instant, let alone a small rodent. I'm afraid it will be corroded and there is no bone residue left. Joan put away the bottles and cans on the table and was about to go to bed for meditation. Suddenly, a melodious music came out of the window, and it seemed that someone was playing the harp. The young mage was attracted by the sound of the piano and pushed the window to look out. Sure enough, she saw the girl of Moling sitting on the opposite mushroom roof, playing the piano for her own pleasure. Gree, who lives in the nearby forest, was also attracted by the moving sound of the piano, flying like a group of fireflies. These music-loving goblins, all holding homemade violins, landed on the mushroom roof, picked up the violin and accompanied Cosette. Moling's solo became an ensemble of fairies, but Joan didn't feel noisy, but instead yawned, lethargic. He suddenly woke up and quickly shot himself a stable mind to disperse the sudden drowsiness. It was not until this time that he got rid of the temptation of the piano sound and paid attention to observe the magic net around Cosette. Sure enough, he found that the distribution of the magic net was disturbed by the piano sound, forming a magic mark with hypnotic effect, accompanied by the sound waves spreading around. People who hear the sound of the piano will soon feel heavy eyelids and unconsciously go to sleep. This detail reminded Joan of Cosette as a 9th-level troubadour. What she played at the moment was actually a supernatural music with hypnotic magic. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1082 Cosette's Lullaby. In Huayuan Township, all sounds are silent. Apart from Cosette and her accompaniment, there is also Joan. The rest of the residents seem to have fallen asleep under the comfort of Anmi and Kinian. Cosette finished playing, waved his hands, and said goodbye to the Greeman who accompanied her. She spread her wings and was about to fly back to the balcony on the 2nd floor. She accidentally saw the open window on the 2nd floor of the opposite room. Watching himself silently, his cheeks flushed. Joan saw that she was a little embarrassed and planned to slip away quietly, and did not want to embarrass the shy girl, but her doubts were unpleasant, and she finally waved her hand and greeted Cosette. Good evening. Moling girl has already crossed the threshold of her 2nd floor with 1 foot. Hearing Joan's greeting, he had to turn around and bowed slightly to him with a red face. Good evening, Mr. Master, are you still asleep? I always slept late, Cassette. I am curious about something, so it's not convenient to talk. This. All right. Cassette flapped his wings and flew to Joan's window. Joanne took a step back and invited her to fly into her bedroom. Cassette shook his head shyly, closed his wings, and sat on the windowsill, but refused to enter the house. Joan was also reluctant to pull a chair over and sat in front of the window, chatting face-to-face with her. Cassette, I just heard you playing the piano. It's a good piece, and it has the magic to make you fall asleep. Moling nodded her head and replied softly, it's a lullaby. I wrote it myself. After a moment of hesitation, she explained, Mr. Master, I am not malicious. I just play the hypnotic at this time of the day according to the usual practice, so that the folks who go to bed can sleep peacefully. If this causes interference to you, please accept my apology. That's what happened. Joan nodded in relief. He has his own rules of work and rest, and he is not a child. He must listen to the lullaby to fall asleep. But according to Cassette's meaning, she was also entrusted by the locals to fulfill this mission. As a visitor, she deserves to go to the village to follow the custom. Thinking so, he was about to say goodbye to Cassette and go back to sleep. Suddenly, he felt a sudden awakening, remembering something, and looking at Cassette's eyes became extremely hot. The delicate moth noticed the change in his look, his cheeks flushed deeper, and he quickly lowered his head and dared not make contact with his eyes. Joan was more and more excited, and could not help standing up and walking to the window. Cassette, can you please help with something? Mister. Despite the command, if I can do it, I will do my best. Cassette replied a little nervously. That's it. I'm working on a study of blood vessel strengthening. I need to collect as many blood samples as possible from the spontaneous arcane caster. You are a bard, which fits my research area, and I happen to lack blood samples of the goblin family. If you don't mind, can you give me some blood for research? Finally, Joan followed the instructions of Mrs. Josephine and emphasized one sentence, if you can provide me with some help, Cassette, I can use my research results to help you strengthen your bloodline strength, which is of great benefit to you. Oh, is that true? Cassette rolled his eyes. Hesitantly, Joan saw that this shy goblin girl did not completely trust her claim, and said to her, you go to Evelyn to inquire. There are Holden and Hyla, they have some knowledge of my research work, it can prove that I did not lie to you. Cassette nodded obediently. Mr. Master, please wait a moment, I will be back soon. Joan watched her fly away, and turned downstairs to wait. It didn't take long for knocks to come from outside the house. Joan opened the door, and as expected, Evelyn took Cassette's hand and stood side by side outside the door. Joan invited the two ladies into the living room and closed the door. Joan, just now Cassette asked me about the blood interpretation. The child wanted to help you, but her body was too weak. Taking her a pint of blood would harm her health, Evelyn asked worriedly. Joan sat down across from the sisters and said that he had already written the abdomen. My craft has been improved, and now I don't need a pint of blood. 1/10. I mean a quarter pint is enough. Next, Joan focused on introducing a whole set of blood vessel strengthening programs based on the Awakening Secret method, and said that he would be happy to provide this service for 2 women for free. This is really good. Evelyn jumped up in excitement, suddenly with her hands on her hips again, pretending to be sullen. Joan, since you have such a good way, why didn't you say it last time? I was so bloodlessly pumped. Joan's cheeks became hot, and he embarrassedly defended, I hadn't invented this method of strengthening blood power at that time. The blood sample you provided was very helpful for my later research. In this way, I don't have to donate blood in vain, but this time you have to help me strengthen it. Of course there is no problem. Joan wiped cold sweat. Evelyn was still very happy and immediately agreed to provide Joan with blood samples. Under her influence, Cassette also encouraged the courage to donate blood. Evelyn, Cassette, thank you for your contribution to scientific research. Joan sincerely appreciates the assistance of these 2 volunteers. But when the blood was drawn, His hands were not unambiguous at all. He gave Evelyn and Cosette a needle, and the blood plasma was exactly 14 products. Take off. Exactly. Mr. Master's blood drawing is neat. I haven't felt any pain. It's over. Cosette took a ball of alcoholic cotton and pressed it to the pinhole of his slender wrist, and whispered to Evelyn's ear. Evelyn was grieved by her words, patting her thigh and sighing. Cosette, don't you know, this kid was cruel to me. You said that his blood drawing operation was clean and neat. It was all practiced by countless victims like me, like a little vampire. Is it unskilled to draw people's blood all day long? How can I draw someone's blood all day? Joan whispered, turned around pretendingly, turned his back on the whispering sisters, closed his ears, and concentrated on analyzing the blood sample. With the help of mythical blood interpretation and number 4 rune ensues, Joanne spent only 2 minutes to successfully transform the blood samples of Evelyn and Cosette into 2 groups of crimson clouds floating above the test tube. There are also many golden runes swimming like fish in the clouds. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect. www.untitled.novel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1083 Great Potential. Joan first walked to Evelyn's blood cloud and observed the spell configuration and magic mark in the cloud. After a moment, he nodded thoughtfully, and recorded a list of the spells and supernatural abilities that he had analyzed in the experiment logbook, and then paced to the next cloud of blood next to him, and looked at the blood samples from Cosette. The mystery resolved. The 2 clouds of blood hovering in midair aroused the curiosity of Evelyn, holding Cosette's hand, and came over to ask Joan, what are the golden stripes that appear and disappear in the clouds? That's the spell configuration, and the magic mark corresponding to the supernatural ability. Joan explained. Evelyn is a warlock and Cosette is a poet. They have not received systematic Austrian and French academic training. They don't understand complex spell configurations, so they don't have to say more abstract magic marks, but they generally understand Joan's intentions. Joan, that is to say, the spell that Cosette and I are good at, and the supernatural ability, correspond to the golden runes in the blood cloud one by one. It's roughly the same, but it's not precise enough. Joan further explained to Evelyn, there are still a few spell configurations in the blood cloud, which are not on the list of spells you already master. To be more straightforward, you haven't developed this potential. My job is to analyze your blood samples, and then try to help you develop the potential of your bloodline, and learn all the spells that have not been mastered. Oh, this sounds great. Evelyn's eyes flickered, and she couldn't wait to say, Joan, you can help me analyze first, what other spells are available for development? Joan looked up at the blood cloud on the left, and then compared with the records he made in the experiment logbook. Evelyn, from your blood sample, there are at least 4 more spells to dig deeper. This includes 2 3-ring spells, Into the Stone and Energy Protection Enchantment. Then there is a 4th level spell, known as the Exploration Technique. Finally, there is a 5-ring spell, Blight Swarm, that can also be developed. Huh? How is this possible? Cosette couldn't help but exclaim. Joan turned to look at the girl. Yes, I'm sorry, I didn't deliberately make trouble. Cosette was blushing and bowed to him repeatedly to apologize. Joan waved his hand. You don't have to be like this. If you don't understand something, just ask me. That's it, Mr. Master. I can't figure out something. Cosette summoned up his courage and expressed confusion. The first 3 spells you mentioned just now are all within Sister Evelyn's ability to cast spells, and it's not surprising. But you also mentioned a 5-ring spell, which is so weird. Sister Evelyn is a 9th level sorcerer. The highest ring spell she currently masters is only 4 rings. How can you guess that she can awaken the 5-ring spell Bubble Swarm in the future? It was not guessed out of thin air, but a solidly based prediction. Joan raised his finger to a golden rune in Evelyn blood cloud. Look, this spell configuration corresponds to the 5th ring's Disease Swarm. Evelyn can't cast this spell yet, but when she is promoted to level 10 Warlock in the future, there is a great possibility to awaken this 5th level spell. I said so. Can you understand? Cosette was actually very clever, revealing at one point a pair of black eyes set in a sense of enlightenment. She bit her lower lip and thought for a few seconds before leaning into Evelyn's ear and whispering. Evelyn was so angry and funny that she rolled her eyes wide, deliberately pretending to be impatient. Cosette, if you have anything, just tell Joan face to face. Don't always let me be your megaphone, okay? Our mage won't eat you again. I really don't understand. What are you so shy about? Cosette was embarrassed and anxious, stomped his feet, and finally faced Joan with a hard scalp. He said with embarrassment, well, Mr. Master, can you also help me analyze that? Cosette pointed to the crimson cloud behind Joan's blood sample. Joan looked back at the blood cloud, observed for a moment, and turned back to ask Cosette, are you a level 9 bard? Cosette nodded quickly. From the analysis results of your blood samples, please forgive me, your development of your blood power is far worse than that of Evelyn. Cosette froze for a moment, and his eyes burst into tears, and he almost didn't cry. Evelyn hurriedly hugged her into her arms and gave Joan an angry look. You stupid boy. Knowing that what you say is unpleasant, why should you say it in front of others? As soon as Joan spoke, he regretted it. At first, Mrs. Josephine pointed out his fault, and she wanted to correct it, but unfortunately it was always difficult to change her bad habits. I'm sorry, I said that there was no malice. In fact, to think of it differently, the insufficient development of blood vessels can prove that Cosette has great potential. Yes, you say that, everyone is happy, how good. Okay, my poor sister, don't wipe your tears anymore. Let's hear Joan help you analyze the blood potential. Evelyn urged him to calm down, finally let Cosette calm down, opened his red eyes, and looked at Joan anxiously, looking forward to his analysis. Joan scratched his head and said, Cosette, from your blood sample, there are a total of 8 spells to develop. As soon as the words came out, Cosette and Evelyn changed their faces. 8 spells? This is too much. No wonder Joan just criticized Cosette for failing to develop her own bloodline power, and later said that she has great potential. This is simply a rich mine buried deep in the bloodline. Among these 8 spells, 6 of them are currently available to you. They are 1 ring of water making, 2 rings of acid arrows, firework and silence, and 3 rings heroic vigor and hypnotism. In addition, after you upgrade to a level 10 bard in the future, you can also develop 2 very practical 4-ring spells, any door and free action. Speaking of which, Joan couldn't help but praise Cosette. Your bloodline talent is really good. As far as the spellcasting profession of the poet is concerned, your spell configuration is nearly perfect. The only flaw is the lack of powerful, large-scale offensive spells. Of course, it's not all your problem. The bard of this extraordinary profession is not good at offensive spells, so there is nothing to regret. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.untitled.novel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1084. Melt into the stone. Joan, please tell me quickly, what should Cosette and I do to awaken the spells you have passed from our blood? Evelyn could not wait to ask. Although Cosette wasn't so embarrassed to ask, her eyes were full of expectations. It's a bit complicated to explain. Wait a moment, I will make up the medicine first. Joan turned back to the table and manipulated skillfully. Evelyn and Cosette dazzled and looked at each other, completely unable to understand what Joan was doing, but had to be patient and wait silently. Fortunately, they did not wait too long. Within 10 minutes, Joanne used the blood of the 2 as the material, supplemented by mythical blood interpretation and number 4 rune answers, and prepared an exclusive awakening agent for them, 3 for each person. Joan sealed the potion and handed it to them along with the matching syringe, and carefully told him, inject 2 awakening agent every day. The medicinal effect should be enough to help you awaken all the spells you can currently cast. The awakening agent prepared with your own blood, and then injected back into your body, is equivalent to a homologous enhancement, the rejection reaction will not be very violent, and there is not much risk. The most feared thing about strengthening blood is risk. Hearing what he said, Evelyn and Cosette felt relieved and eager to go back to experience the strengthening effect of the awakening agent. They quitted to Joan and hurried away, sending away the two enthusiastic scientific research volunteers. Joan returned to the table where the blood samples were placed, spread out the spell book, took out the pen, and began to copy the spells passed from the blood samples. As early as when I first met Evelyn, Joan had drawn her blood and had cut a wool. This time, not much oil was squeezed from her, only 3 rings melted into the stone, and the 4th ring of exploration is new. The 4th ring of exploration is probably the most well-known and practical spell of the prophecy school. It is specifically used to find people. Once the target is locked, even if the other party is in the corner of the world, the spell tracking cannot be avoided. Joan spent half an hour copying the exploration technique into his spellbook. He can learn this powerful tracing spell when he upgrades another Mage level in the future. Into the Stone is a very interesting spell. The caster can wear full body equipment and completely incorporate a rock that is large enough to hold his body. Unless magical methods such as true knowledge are used for investigation, others cannot perceive the caster hiding in the rock, and the caster can't see the outside world. Fortunately, he can also vaguely hear the outside world's movement through the rock layer. After the body is integrated into the rock, it cannot move its feet, nor can it attack the outside world, but it can cast spells on itself normally, and it can leave the rock layer it lives at any time. It should be noted that if the rock inhabited is damaged, the caster himself will also suffer collateral damage, and will be forcibly ejected from the rock and forced to expose the trail. Fusion into the stone is similar to Poison Strike. There is no perfect arcane version for the time being. It needs a little divine support to be able to perform normally. Such spells, warlocks and poets can be cast on the blood lineage inherited from their ancestors, and the mage is no longer wrong. However, Joan is not an ordinary mage, and this small obstacle can't stop him. Before that, he has dealt with similar problems many times and summarized a complete set of solutions. To put it simply, as long as Evelyn's blood is used to prepare a wake-up agent, after self-injection, Evelyn's blood lineage can be merged to achieve the conditions for learning and performing melting into the stone. Joan was not in a hurry to inject the awakening agent and continued to view Evelyn's blood sample. In addition to 2 new spells, Joanne also resolved a set of magic marks in Evelyn's blood, corresponding to Evelyn's unique shape change ability. Using this supernatural ability, Evelyn can freely switch between 3 forms: humanoid form, spider form, and a mixed form of half-human half-spider similar to spider elves. This ability is actually very similar to the morphological change of the worm. For example, Joan has 3 forms: human, giant bee, and bee-man. The bee-man is actually a hybrid form. Joan copied the magic mark of Evelyn, and compared with the magic mark of the insect form. There are many similarities. Next, Joan turned to look at Cosette's blood samples. There are 3 spells that he has never learned. They are 1 ring of water making, 2 rings of silence and 4 rings of free movement. These 3 spells also require divine support, and there is currently no satisfactory version of the wizard. Among them, water making Joan had seen Candy and Rebecca perform, and Lowry had blessed him with becoming free not long ago, and he was already very familiar with it. In the 2nd ring of silence, although Joan had never seen it with his own eyes, he had long been admired by his name. If you don't consider the bloodline inheritance of the warlocks, usually only priest and bard can perform silence, and a large area in the distance can be shrouded in silent magic enchantment between waves. Within the coverage of silence, no sound can be made. Sound waves from the outside world, including magic and supernatural abilities that need to be transmitted by sound waves, cannot enter the silent enchantment, and of course they cannot take effect. From Joan's perspective, the 2-ring silence is probably the most hated spell of all lower-level casters. With this move, The caster can't chant arcane spells or divine prayers. If he doesn't have the ability to silently cast spells, he can only stare. In fact, Joan invented aphasia to some extent to pay tribute to silence. Although these two spells are completely different from the principle of configuration Tau, the reason why Joan thought of this idea was indeed inspired by the silence. As far as the seal casting ability is concerned, the 20-foot radius spread and the silence that can be cast on inanimate objects are obviously stronger than the aphasia that can only be cast on a single living creature. Of course, Joan wanted to learn this spell at once, but there were some small obstacles to be solved. The silence he passed from Cosette's blood, including water making and free movement, not only required bloodline support, but also had a secret seal, which could not be copied directly. Fortunately, Joan has been through hundreds of battles. He has already successfully cracked such encryption spells more than once. It seems that it is time to awaken the activated Enlightenment bloodworm again, to solve his worries about being a mother. But before that, Joan will have to spend some time to study the set of magic marks passed from Cosette's blood samples. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.untilenovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1085 Extraordinary Elegance. Joan copied the magic seals passed from Cosette's blood sample into his spell book, and after careful analysis, he made a bold guess. This set of magic marks is likely to correspond to a supernatural ability common in the higher goblin ethnic group Superior Elegance. Joan made such a guess. In addition to the analysis based on the academic level, there is actually an important basis. His friend Fairy Noble Sidlanan also has this ability, so he saw the corresponding extraordinary elegance. I feel very familiar with the magic mark. Extraordinary elegance is often used as a criterion to distinguish between ordinary goblins and high goblins. Civilian village aunts such as Spirit, Picking, Nick, and Glyph, although they are also pretty cute, after all, they lack noble blood and usually do not have superior elegance. Conversely, a noble lord like a leprechaun like Leonan, a young lady with the title of Side, is born with extraordinary elegance. Joan didn't know much about the relatively popular subspecies of the goblin, and there was very little literature about this creature in the Austrian law library. So when I first saw Cosette, I was surprised by the beauty of the other party. Stunning, but because of her simple dress, gentle and shy personality, there is no arrogance of nobles, so she mistakenly thinks that she is a village elf. It was not until the extraordinary elegance was passed from Cosette's blood samples that he realized that he looked away. In fact, they are also a noble elder lady. In addition to being a symbol of noble lineage, superb elegance also has two tangible benefits. It can automatically generate an invisible magic enchantment to enhance physical defense and resistance to various saves. The extraordinary elegance defense effect is closely related to a person's charm attributes. The higher the charm, the greater the improvement in defense and resistance. Cosette's charm attribute, like Joan, is 20 points. By analyzing the structure of the magic mark, Joan made a derivation calculation on the paper, and the results showed that the physical defense enhanced by superior elegance for Cosette was equivalent to a set of refined chainmail armors, and the increased immunity to immunity was more exaggerated. It is equivalent to a resistance cloak with a level of enchantment up to level 5. Just such a magic cloak, the price in the magic guide market is not less than 10,000 gold dagger. Compared with the defense and resistance built up by equipment, extraordinary elegance also has an unparalleled advantage. Magic equipment is unlikely to be worn all the time. At least when you go to bed or take a bath, do you have to take it off? Moreover, the magic equipment worn on the body for a long time is inevitably subject to wear and tear, and maintenance and repair are also a hassle. The protection provided by extraordinary elegance does not have the above-mentioned troubles. This is a passive ability, which will take effect for a long time once awakened and will never wear out. Compared with the protective effects provided by magic, supernatural abilities like superior elegance are less likely to be dispelled unless you kill the other party. it is difficult for you to make a high-level goblin lose her superior elegance. Considering the powerful attribute of extraordinary elegance that is effective for life, Joan speculates that this supernatural ability consumes a very high magic energy level, at least not less than a 6th level spell slot. As for more precise calculations, his current ability to cast spells is too low to carry on. With such a powerful supernatural ability, of course Joan looked hot. If you become a moth, can you get extra elegance like Cassette? This thought excited Joan, but calmed down and think about it again, and found that there was a technical obstacle. He doesn't have goblin bloodline itself, no matter whether it is ordinary transformation technique or mythical transformation technique. He can turn him into a moth. So can you make Cassette's blood into a wake-up agent and inject it into your body to strengthen your bloodline to obtain a fairy bloodline? Just 2 days ago, Joan used the blood of a drow warlock as a material to carry out the above strengthening on himself, and successfully obtain the bloodline of the dark elf. It is a pity that this kind of routine is difficult to copy to the elves. After all, the dark elves still belong to humanoid creatures, and Joan's main lineage is also humanoid creatures. The injection of the awakening agent made by Zol's blood is a homologous reinforcement for him, and there is not much risk. But the goblin is different, and it is far away from the human blood relationship. If Joan directly injects the blood of the goblin, it is equivalent to a heterologous enhancement. If you are unlucky, you will be deadly. This risk is too great to control anymore, and Joan dare not take his own life to gamble. But just give up. Joan was really unwilling. He took a sip of water and forced himself to calm down, get rid of the impetuous emotions of quick success and quick profit, and think deeply about the possibility of ingesting the blood of the goblin. Yes, Cassette is a goblin girl, but is her bloodline really so pure? I'm afraid it may not be possible. Take Joan. On the surface, everyone has to admit that he is just a normal human teenager. However, his bloodline pedigree is far more complicated than his appearance. In addition to the human lineage, he also has strange pedigree, the worm lineage obtained after infection with insectification, and the other secondary lineages obtained by injection of awakening agent are too thin to mention. There is also Hyla, whose biological category is undoubtedly human, but by analyzing her blood samples, she will find that her ancestors were closely related to sea elves and even storm giants. Therefore, her body also has thin sea elves, and the blood of the storm giant is also the premise of her ability to become a spontaneous spellcaster. Judging from his and Hyla's examples, in this chaotic world, any species with 100% pure lineage is very rare, and more are hybrids. So Joan has reason to suspect that Cassette may also have blood of other species. Before making an in-depth analysis of Cassette's bloodline pedigree, Joanne first took a textbook from the storage bag, opened the catalogue, and searched for the chapters that he needed to review. This is a textbook written by the Austrian Law School of Mage University for the Warlock Major. Although Joan studied in the Master's Major, he was also very interested in the Warlock courses and used his free time to take the bachelor's degree course. He does not intend to work part-time as a Warlock, but there is always no harm in learning more knowledge. Moreover, more skills do not crush. This knowledge is still very inspiring for him to develop his own blood potential. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1086 Bloodline Analysis. Spontaneous spellcasters represented by warlocks and poets. The bloodline pedigree that determines their spellcasting potential can be divided into two categories: dominant and recessive. The features corresponding to dominant blood vessels are directly reflected in the appearance. With the endoscopy, the biological types and supernatural abilities corresponding to the dominant blood vessels can also be observed if the blood vessels have supernatural abilities. For example, Joan has 3 kinds of dominant creatures: strange creatures, and worm-shaped creatures. 3 dominant blood vessels, so he has a personal appearance. There is a strange eyeball behind the neck, but also become a big bee at will. These are the characteristics of dominant bloodlines. Recessive blood vessels usually have no obvious external characteristics, nor can they obtain the corresponding supernatural ability, but the biological categories corresponding to the recessive blood vessels can be observed through endoscopy. If a certain bloodline cannot be observed by endoscopy, it means that the bloodline is too thin, and even recessive is not counted, which does not help the spellcasting ability. Joan also has some hidden bloodlines, such as the Drow bloodline, but from the appearance, he has no characteristics of Dark Elves, nor does he have the special ability of Dark Elves. This is the meaning of recessive. If two creatures have exactly the same dominant bloodline, then the bloodline strengthening between them belongs to homologous strengthening. If two creatures have at least one kind of dominant bloodline or recessive bloodline, the two can constitute near source enhancement. If the two creatures can't find the common point no matter the dominant bloodline or the recessive bloodline, then I am sorry, only heterologous strengthening can be carried out between the two. Joan reviewed these basics, and then came back to examine the two blood samples on his desk. He first analyzes the bloodline of Evelyn. Evelyn's biology category is Arachnid, which is a kind of magic beast submorphic metamorphosis, and also has the characteristics of arachnid creatures. For insect creatures, this is a bit more complicated to analyze. To put it simply, Evelyn has three dominant bloodlines, namely magic beast, worm creature and morph creature. In addition, Evelyn's grandfather is a human, and she also inherited human lineage humanoid subspecies, but this is a recessive bloodline. Joan and Evelyn have three main points of intersection. First of all, both Joan and Evelyn have worm bloodlines, and they are both transformed subspecies. Joan can become a bee and a giant bee, and Evelyn can become a spider woman and a big spider. Secondly, Joan's human lineage is dominant bloodline, and Evelyn's human lineage is recessive bloodline, dominant plus recessive, at least not weaker than recessive. Since there are so many things in common between the two sides, if Joan strengthens herself with Evelyn's blood, the most conservative estimate is also a near source enhancement, and the risk is not too great. Next, look at Cosette's blood sample. There is no doubt that Cosette's most prominent dominant bloodline is the goblin. In addition, her wings, tentacles and a pair of black eyes with large eyes all reflect the characteristics of Lepidoptera moth insects. It can be seen that Cosette must also have the bloodline of insect creatures. From her external characteristics, it is likely to be dominant bloodlines. In this way, Joan himself and Cosette have an intersection at the level of the venomous creature bloodline. The intersection of blood is like a bridge. With the bridge, Joan can use the bridging method to make a wake-up agent with Cosette's blood, and near source strengthening itself to obtain a fairy bloodline mothling subspecies. As long as he possesses fairy lineage, Joan can use mythical transfiguration technique and awakening agent to achieve a perfect transformation, and then obtain the supernatural ability of extra elegant. After straightening out his thoughts, Kiawan breathed a sigh of relief, feeling refreshed and invigorated. Going to the window, he stretched a little, and moved his stiff and sour spine back a bit. Joan returned to the desk and set up a wake-up agent. His mythical power today was all used up when he prepared the awakening agent for Evelyn and Cosette, but it does not matter. He can also extract the energy of Tears of God to continue to perform mythical blood interpretation. After skillfully preparing two medicaments, Joan first took the awakening agent made of Evelyn's blood and injected it into his body to wait for the rejection reaction. He had foreseen that this time the reaction would not be very strong, and the result was exactly what he expected, and it ended in less than 10 minutes. Joan frowned, and increasingly suspected that his body had a problem that was not yet known. Otherwise, even if it was homologous reinforcement, it would not be possible to respond so dull. A similar phenomenon has occurred many times. Because it does not affect the effect of blood vessel strengthening, Joan did not pay much attention before. But this matter was like a fish thorn stuck in his throat, which made him feel very uneasy. After deciding to finish the job at hand, he should study the problem in depth and make sure that the crux of the problem lies in order to be at ease. For the time being, let go of this knot, and Joan starts endoscopy to check his condition. There is no change in health status and the 6 attributes, but there is something more in the supernatural ability column, which makes him feel unexpected and stunned. Advanced Arachnid Unshaped. What does this mean? Joan muttered to himself. He is not unfamiliar with the ability to spider form. It seems to be a supernatural ability unique to Spider Arnold. Joan had recently injected the awakening agent made from the material of Arnold's blood, and obtained the hidden blood of the spidery elf. Since it is a recessive blood vessel, its supernatural ability will of course not show up. But what did you just see in endoscopy? In addition, there is an advanced prefix in front of the spider. What does this mean? Joan patted his forehead and settled to think carefully about the cause and effect of the whole thing. The supernatural ability observed by endoscopy usually corresponds to some kind of dominant blood vessel. Could it be that after injecting Evelyn's blood, some kind of mysterious reaction occurred with the spider elven bloodline already in the body, prompting the latter to evolve from recessive bloodline to dominant bloodline? This is not Joan's guessing out of thin air. There is a chapter in the textbook of the bachelor's degree program at the University of Midgard, devoted to the chain reaction between multiple bloodlines, and this phenomenon is discussed. Joan opened the textbook, found the corresponding chapter, quickly reviewed it, and confirmed that his impression was correct. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.untilnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1087 Blood Chain. In the process of blood vessel strengthening, if there is a clear similarity between the newly ingested blood vessel and one or more of its original blood vessels, it is possible to trigger a chain reaction between these multiple blood vessels to further strengthen similar features. It is even possible to raise the recessive bloodline to the dominant bloodline, awakening the supernatural ability. Starting from this theory, Joan looked back at his bloodline. Evelyn's blood, which triggers a blood vessel chain reaction, has the characteristics of worm-like creatures, arachnids and transformed subspecies, and possesses supernatural abilities. Morphological changes: humanoid form, mixed form, spider form. Joan also acquired the characteristics of worm-like organisms, Hymenoptera, and deformed subspecies after being infected with insectosis, possessing supernatural abilities. Morphological changes: humanoid form, mixed form, giant bee form. In addition, Joan also injected the blood of Arachnid Arnold, which also has the characteristics of worm-like creatures, arachnid and metamorphic subspecies, and possesses the supernatural ability arachnid spider-like elf form. The so-called hybrid form is plainly half human and half worm, such as Joan's beeman form, and Evelyn's human-faced spider body form. Broadly speaking, Spider Elves is actually a mixed form of half human and half spider. After analyzing this step, the answer is clear. The similarities between Joan's own wormed blood, Evelyn's transformed spider blood, and Arnold's spider spirit blood are obvious. If this can't trigger the blood chain reaction, Joan will eat the 600-page Warlock textbook in front of him. With such a thought, Joan couldn't help but drifted away. Although the product of the blood vessel chain reaction, the advanced arachnid, is still in an unfinished state, it doesn't matter. As long as 2 more Evelyn awakening agents are injected, it should be stable. Joan couldn't help thinking, what kind of supernatural ability is advanced arachnid? Literally, it is obviously an upgraded version of the spider body. As for the specific improvements, it is still unknown. Joan restrained his excitement and used his brain to design a set of experiments dedicated to observing the blood chain reaction. The chain reaction of blood that occurs in the body is invisible and untouchable from the outside. But using mythical blood interpretation and rune number 4, Joan can resolve the newly generated magic mark in the body. The magic mark in the prototype state corresponds to, of course, advanced arachnids. In the next 2 days, Joan had to take his own blood after each injection of Evelyn awakening agent and reanalyze it to see the changes in the magic mark, so as to observe the progress of blood chain reaction in real time. According to his prediction, Each additional injection of an awakening agent will make the magic configuration corresponding to the advanced spider-shaped body become more perfect until the final stereotype. At that time, you can use the advanced spider at will, the supernatural ability of form. Recording these ideas in the experiment log, Joanne put down the pen and picked up another wake-up agent. This is an awakening agent formulated with Cosette's blood. Joan hesitated for a while and finally decided to take some risk and inject the medicine into himself. This time, the rejection reaction was slightly stronger than that of the Evelyn blood injection just now, but it still did not reach the level of near-source enhancement. Joanne has become accustomed to this. Ignore it for the first time and leave it for later. After half an hour, this bloodline strengthening was successfully completed, and Joan successfully incorporated the fairy bloodline into his bloodline pedigree. Obtaining a goblin bloodline did not bring any visible changes to Joan, let alone mention any bloodline chain reaction. After all, there is no bloodline of other goblin creatures in his body, and he does not meet the prerequisites for the occurrence of blood chain reaction. If you want to activate the bloodline chain, only Cosette's blood is not enough. You must collect more blood samples of goblin creatures and carry out targeted enhancements to expand your own goblin bloodline pedigree in depth and breadth. For a hidden bloodline who had just joined his own pedigree, Joanne didn't expect much, and he couldn't be disappointed. Of course, this strengthening is not worthless. Recessive bloodline is also bloodline, which can broaden the range of Joan's transformation. Now he can not only become a moth-like form, but also obtain a powerful supernatural ability of extraordinary elegance through perfect transformation, which continues until the deadline for transformation. In this regard, he was also able to get his wish. Joan took out his pocket watch and looked at it. The surface time was already 1 in the morning. He was not drowsy and there was still a problem to be solved before going to bed for meditation. During the 2 blood vessel enhancements just now, including several previous blood vessel enhancements, he noticed that the rejection was significantly lower than normal. When did this change start? Joan leaned back in his seat and crossed his hands behind his head, thinking for a long time, and finally set a time point. During the recuperation in Barden Spa, he used the blood sample of Mrs. Josephine to prepare the awakening agent to strengthen his worm blood. At that time, the rejection reaction was normal. After returning to school from his vacation, in order to treat insectification, he enchanted his blood to settling the mind, which is actually a homogeneous strengthening. It was from that time that he first noticed that the blood rejection reaction had weakened. He didn't pay much attention at that time, and later used Hayla and Holden's blood to strengthen his own blood veins, and also observed similar signs, which attracted his attention. The turning point in the rejection reaction changed, which was the night when Joan was enchanted with blood, which could not but cause him to associate. In addition to suppressing the insect virus and the stable mind attached to the blood, there is a function that even he himself did not expect. Can it weaken the intensity of blood rejection? This thought made Joan irritated and got up and paced in the bedroom. He quickly conceived a set of simple experiments to verify whether his conjecture was true. Joan sat back at his desk, opened the Kingbing blood storage box, and took out a reagent bottle, which contained the blood awakening agent of the Drow Warlock. Joan had been injected with this awakening agent twice before, and had already obtained the hidden blood of the Dark Elf series. However, now he does not need any benefit from this awakening agent, as long as he promotes rejection. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.untitlenovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1088. Soothe the nerves. 1. Before injecting the Drow blood vessel awakening agent for testing, Joan first started endoscopy to monitor changes in his body in real time. The awakening agent pushed the veins. Joan couldn't help but shivered, and then he used the observation interface provided by endoscopy to concentrate on monitoring his body status. There was no change at first, until the rejection reaction became strong, and Joan found that his supernatural ability bar suddenly flashed. Despite his thoughts and preparations, Joan couldn't help but tremble. Looking carefully, it turned out to be a blood enchantment. which had been automatically activated just now, and he turned on stable mind in his body. Immediately afterwards, something more shocking happened to him. As the stable mind exerted its magic in the blood circulation system in his body, the rejection reaction that had just been strengthened immediately turned the momentum and slowly declined until the end of strengthening. Joan closed the endoscopy, breathed a sigh of relief, and took a tactical back on the seat. I said, "There must be a problem." Sure enough, I grabbed the foxtail. Right? Solved the case. Solved the case. The result of the experiment is not unexpected. The problem lies in the blood enchantment. The stable mind and trigger technique attached to the blood played an unexpected role. In addition to suppressing the worm virus, it also helps suppress the blood rejection reaction in the body, greatly reducing the risk of blood vessel strengthening, so that homologous strengthening becomes meaningless, and the risk of near-source strengthening is reduced to homologous degree of strengthening. Based on these experiences, can you draw a conclusion? Directly carrying out heterogeneous strengthening will reduce the risk to the level of near-source strengthening. Even if the strengthening fails, it will hardly cause fatal consequences. This is an exciting idea. But Joan still holds it, and doesn't want to personally verify whether this guess is true. If the game is broken, the consequences are not a joke. It is normal to just hang up. Anyway, the current results have brought him unexpected surprises, and it is not difficult to use the bridging method to transform heterogeneous reinforcement into near-source reinforcement, so why not take such unnecessary risks? Warlocks and poets strengthen their blood power, which is the opposite of the mage's practice. Masters learn spells first, then later. The configuration of low-level spells is relatively simple. As long as the intelligence level is passable, you can always spend more time to nibble. However, the more high-level spells, the more complex and abstract the configuration. Later, it was no longer understandable only by diligence, and the requirements for intelligence were getting higher and higher. Warlocks and poets develop blood potential, which will be difficult at first. Because the blood lineage is too narrow, most supernatural creatures have nothing to do with you. If you use the blood of other creatures to strengthen your own blood, you have to take some risks. However, as the number of enhancements increases, the bloodline pedigree gradually becomes richer, and it will usher in the stage of willow blossoms. You will even find that no matter what monster you encounter, you can find the corresponding relationship in your bloodline pedigree. All are brothers within the 4 seas. Use the blood of the other party to strengthen, and the risk is within the controllable range. If you can turn the monster illustrated book from the first page to the last page into relatives in your bloodline pedigree, the legendary realm will definitely have your place. Of course, this is just an analysis under ideal conditions. In reality, the practice of warlocks is always more risky than that of mages. The reason is simple. Masters can't learn high-level spells. They can't lose a lot of meat, and they can't die. At most academic level ends here. No matter how many times the warlock has been strengthened before, as long as it fails, it will pay a huge price, and even cause all previous efforts to be lost. Not afraid of 10,000, just in case. Theoretically, since the warlock practiced first and then the difficulty, and the mage practiced first and then the difficulty, then the legendary warlock should be much more than the legendary wizard. However, the statistical data in reality gives the opposite answer, which is enough to show how terrible the accident of blood vessel strengthening. It's hard to guarantee that you won't meet ghosts when you walk a lot at night. Because of this, Joan inadvertently invented this self-blood calming program that can significantly reduce the risk of blood vessel strengthening, and the value is self-evident. Now he needs to determine one thing. Is this method universal? If it works for him alone, then it's meaningless. In order to verify whether self-blood a soothing soul is equally effective for other spontaneous casters, Joanne needs to design a set of experiments and find suitable test subjects. It is not difficult to design an experiment. All the operation procedures of the blood enchantment are installed in his brain, and the enchanting materials are also available. Now it's a bad experiment. Joanne was shy, He was reluctant to spend a lot of money to hire people to participate in the experiment. It is best to have the kind of volunteers who are willing to contribute to scientific research and bring their own dry food. Okay. Speaking of scientific research volunteers, Joan's eyes suddenly lit up, thinking of two very suitable candidates. The next morning, Joanne went to Evelyn and Cosette's mushroom house for breakfast. As soon as he entered the door, he was warmly welcomed, and the two hostesses thanked him repeatedly, of course, because of the remarkable effect of the awakening agent. Evelyn and Cosette only injected a single dose, and each awakened a part of the bloodline spell that Joan helped them resolve before. Joan told them not to be busy injecting the remaining two awakening skills first, and asked them if they could assist themselves in a set of experiments to test whether self-enhancing enchantment can really reduce the risk of blood vessel strengthening. Cosette and Evelyn had already tasted the sweetness, and both actively responded to his request, and offered to pay him a reward. Joan was embarrassed to make money for her friends, so she told them the truth. Remuneration is not necessary, but the cost of this experiment is very high. If you are willing to bear the cost of the experiment yourself, it will be a great help to me. How high is the cost? Joanne then calculated an account for them. Self-blood calming requires 2 spells to enchant blood, 2 rings of stable mind and 6 rings of trigger. Blood as an enchanted embryo material does not cost money, but it takes 8 ounces of magic crystals as a stabilizer to enchant these 2 spells. This is the biggest cost. In addition, Joan himself cannot perform the trigger technique. Fortunately, there are 2 trigger technique scrolls presented by Moriarty tutors. The market price of each scroll is about 1800 gold dagger, which is converted into a magic crystal of about 3 ounce. The 2 costs add up to 11 ounces. In terms of friendship, Joan does not charge labor costs, but the enchanting cost of the 11-ounce magic crystal must still be paid by Evelyn and Cosette. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect. www.untilenovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1089 Self-Blood Soothing 2. After hearing Joan finish the account, Evelyn and Cosette looked at each other, and then Evelyn came forward and said to him with apology, "Joan, can we think about it again?" It should be so. Such a large sum of money has to be considered carefully for Joan himself. If the experiment ultimately succeeds, it is worth the extra money, but he dare not guarantee 100% success. In the end, the money was all floated, and it would be distressing to change anyone, so he could fully understand the feelings of Evelyn and Cosette. The 2 ladies returned to the bedroom upstairs to discuss, and Joan sat alone at the dining table, staring at the large plate of roasted mole meat that had just been put on the table and couldn't help swallowing. "Joan, good morning." Hayla and Audrey pushed the door in. Shortly thereafter, Holden and Billing also came. The 4 of them sat down around the dining table. Holden realized that all the meals had been served, but the hostess was not present, which made her wonder. What are Evelyn busy with? Upstairs. Discuss things with Cosette. Joan pointed to the ceiling. Everyone is here. Let's have dinner. Evelyn took Cosette's hand and ran down the spiral staircase with a smile. Seeing their relaxed expression, Joan guessed that there was a drama in the incident just now. As expected, Evelyn returned to the restaurant and handed a heavy purse to Joan. "This is for Evelyn and I, a total of 1 pound and 6 ounces of magic crystals." Joan nodded and picked it up, and he knew it was all right. "What are you doing?" Hayla looked over in surprise. "That's a long story. Let's talk while eating." Evelyn is the opposite of her girlfriend Cosette. She is a woman who can talk and talk. She is at the dining table and tells Joan to help them strengthen their blood and follow up experimental plans. "Brother Joan, you are obviously a mage. How can you be interested in strengthening the bloodline?" Billing was puzzled. Joan lowered his head and pondered. "If it is purely out of interest, it may seem too hypocritical, but he is not convenient to tell the truth." After a little thought, he looks up and answers, "Because I want to make more money. The warlocks and poets are more generous than our counterparts." Billing laughed, and said afterwards with sympathy, "It's really like this. Most mages love calculations. For example, my mentor, Elves, is too difficult to get some benefits from him. Of course, there are always exceptions. For example, I am not that kind of stingy." Joanne, the blood enchantment that Evelyn just mentioned can really reduce the risk of blood vessel strengthening? Holden asked eagerly. Theoretically feasible. As for the fact that it will not work, you will know later. Kiaon replied cautiously. Among the 7 players present, in addition to Evelyn and Cosette, Holden and Hyla are also spontaneous spellcasters, looking forward to Joan's next experiment. If the experiment proves that Joan's method is effective, this method can also be applied to them. Having had breakfast in a hurry, Joanne prepared the experiment in the crowd. Nothing was more restless in the crowd than Billing, who was always pestering him. Fortunately, Joan had already considered this situation and pre-treated the enchanted embryo material in advance, and the runes were also painted in advance. When Joan got the magic crystal, she directly cast an enchantment. She wasn't afraid of being seen by the dwarf mage with excess curiosity. After enchanting the 2 blood samples, Joan divided Cosette and Evelyn into 2 groups, an experimental group and a control group. He first handed the enchanted blood sample to Evelyn for her to be injected first. Wait until the blood enchanted with stable mind and trigger fully circulate in the body. Through endoscopy, you can observe a new supernatural ability called blood enchantment in the body, and then inject a wake-up agent. Cosette of the control group directly injected the awakening agent as a reference for Evelyn. The comparison results of the 2 experiments show that Cosette's rejection reaction is similar to that when the first awakening agent was injected yesterday, and Evelyn's rejection reaction is significantly reduced compared to yesterday. Even bystanders such as Billing, Hyla, Holden, and Audrey, seeing the contrasting experimental results of these 2 groups, couldn't help but cheer, congratulating Joan's original self-blood calming theory for its great success. Kiaon is also very pleased that his efforts have not been in vain, but he still managed to exercise restraint, reminding himself that the current experimental results are not perfect enough, and then he will do a set of backup experiments. After Cosette injected 2 awakening agents, he had successfully developed the spells that Joan had helped her pass out. All the remaining awakening agents were left. In fact, there was no need for injections, but in order to verify the efficacy of self-blood soothing soul, she still obeyed Joan's instructions, first injecting the plasma of enchanting healing mind and trigger, and after the drug effect was exerted, she then put the last wake-up agent inject yourself. The subsequent rejection reaction was significantly weakened compared to the first awakening agent she injected today. The results of the replenishment experiment are also in line with Joan's expectations, and now he can finally conclude with confidence that self-soothing can indeed significantly reduce the risk of blood vessel strengthening. The experiment was a great success, and Evelyn and Cosette were certainly very happy. But Holden and Hyla were even more excited than them. They can't wait to hope that Joan can also help them with blood enchantment, and they provide all the enchantment costs themselves. Of course, Joanne will not refuse his friend's request, but he no longer has the trigger scroll available, so he can only wait for them to return to school in the future, and then help them deal with this matter. Accidentally found that the special use of self-relief calmed Joan's mood, but the good times were not long. After just 2 days, he realized that he was too happy. During these 3 days, Joan injects an awakening agent made of Evelyn's blood every day. According to Joan's expectation, after 3 injections, the magic mark inspired by the blood vessel chain reaction should be finalized, and he will also awaken the supernatural ability corresponding to the magic mark advanced Arachnid. Unfortunately, contrary to expectations, after the injection of the 3rd awakening agent, the magic mark of advanced Arachnoid is still in an unfinished state, which is still the last step away from the final form. However, it was this last step that caused him a heavy blow. Evelyn's blood awakening agent, he has already injected 3, and it is useless to continue the injection, but unfortunately the advanced Arachnid has not been completely finalized. Next, what should I do with this semi-finished product? Joan fell into thought. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.untilnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1090 Advanced Arachnids 1. Joan sat at the desk and looked at the thick professional brick warrior textbook in front of him. He recalled that he had boasted about haiku under his own smugness. Eat this book without success. This is really enough. Slap. Even if you eat the book, it won't help. You still have to find a way to solve the problem. Kiaun frowned, raised a pen and listed a line of blood chain equations in his notebook. My own blood transformed subspecies. Shape change times Evelyn's blood transformed subspecies. Shape change times Spider Arnold's blood transformed subspecies. Spider form equals advanced spider form undefined. The three bloodlines on the left side of the equal sign all have metamorphic subspecies, but the chain reaction between the three bloodlines is not strong enough to shape the one on the right side of the equal sign. In theory, the greater the number of similar blood vessels involved in the chain reaction, the greater the intensity of the reaction, and the easier it is to shape the corresponding magic mark. Joan thought naturally, could he add another item on the left side of the blood vessel chain equation, so as to make up for the last step that is currently lacking, and stabilize the advanced Arachnid? This is theoretically feasible. But there is a strict requirement for the newly added bloodline, which must have the deformation attribute, otherwise it will not be possible to integrate into the chain reaction. What kind of bloodline meets this requirement? Joan suddenly flashed, thinking of a man. Harry Kaufman. Harry Kaufman, nominally the son of millionaire David Kaufman, is actually a morph. When Harry Kaufman was born, he seemed to be a normal human baby. However, as he grew older, the deformed pedigree gradually manifested in him, and he was finally finalized as a mixed race named Semid-formed monster, and awakened the ability to change his appearance at will. Obviously, Harry Kaufman has a transformed bloodline, and this is a dominant bloodline, which fits Joan's current needs. More coincidentally, Joan has a blood sample of Harry Kaufman on hand. If the blood of Harry Kaufman is made into an awakening agent and injected into his body, while obtaining the Semid formation bloodline, Joan can also add a chain equation for the blood vein just listed. The brand new deformed subspecies is likely to further intensify the blood chain reaction, and promote the final imprint of the advanced spider-shaped body. Joan became more and more excited, immediately opened the Kingbing blood storage box, took out the blood sample of Harry Kaufman, and prepared the awakening agent. The biological category of semid-formed monster is still classified as a humanoid creature, just with a deformed subspecies. Joan is also a humanoid, and his metamorphic subspecies. He injected Harry Kaufman's blood awakening agent, which was a standard homologous enhancement that could no longer be standard, and then counted as a self-blood calming suppression effect. Almost no rejection reaction was felt, and it was successfully completed. This bloodline strengthening further widened his bloodline pedigree. Joan turned on endoscopy to see the changes in the body. Now the semid-formed pedigree lineage in his body is only the most basic recessive bloodline, and it does not allow him to obtain the ability to transform into any shape. Fortunately, such a thin recessive blood vessel is still eligible to participate in the blood vessel chain reaction. After 2 hours of evolution, it finally succeeded in stabilizing the advanced Arachnid as he wished. Joan has been paying close attention to the changes in his body. When he found that the annoying suffix of advanced Arachnid unformed finally disappeared, and he couldn't help but excitedly cheer. After calming down the excitement a little, Joan pierced his arm with a needle, took a little blood sample, and performed a mythical blood interpretation. Among the blood-generated clouds, the set of magic marks representing advanced Arachnids has stabilized and can be interpreted. Kiaun opened the notebook and compared with the ordinary version of the spider-shaped body originally copied, and found that the advanced spider-shaped body maintained the original structure as a whole, and also made obvious improvements in 2 aspects. The ordinary version of spider-shaped body has a weakness, that is, the fear of strong light. Advanced spider body eliminates this weakness. The normal version of the spider-like form, once activated, will transform itself into the spider-like sprite form, and has maintained this form. Advanced spider body has made significant improvements in this regard, absorbing the free transformation characteristics shared by insects, morph and semi-morph. In addition to the half-man half-spider, there are two kinds of forms to choose from. One is to keep the humanoid form unchanged, and the other is to become a large mutant spider similar to the form of a giant bee. No matter which of the three forms Joan is in, he can switch to other forms at will. When Joan is in a mixed form spider elves, large strange monsters or spider form large insects, his strength, agility, and physique attributes will all gain an additional 4 points disinheritance features of the original spider body. In these two forms, Joan can secrete Drow Toxin, climb on a steep wall, walk upside down on the ceiling, and be free from the entanglement of spider webs and vines. These are the benefits inherited from the spider body. In addition, in the form of spiders, Joan will also gain a brand new ability to generate cohesive and tough spider silk in the body, which can be directly sprayed out to catch prey, or used as a material for weaving spider webs. Joan copied the magical imprint of advanced arachnids, and later could not wait to experience this supernatural ability. He first turned into a mixed form, looked in the mirror, and found that his body above the waist basically remained the same. The ears did not become sharp, and the skin color was not as dark as the spider elf, but the muscles became obviously more strong. Below the waist, it becomes a large mutant spider covered with black fluff, and its 8 long spiked legs are like a slender folding knife, looking terrible. In the mixed form, Joan is 10 feet high from head to toe, but the huge body is surprisingly flexible. He tried to move his 8 long legs, climbed up the opposite wall, and climbed up to the ceiling, hanging upside down without feeling dizzy. The spider's legs flicked lightly, and Joan lifted off the ceiling. He turned over, and landed safely on the soles of his feet, without making any noise. Joan was very satisfied with the body of this spider, and then switched to a complete spider form. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.untitled.novel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1091 Advanced Arachnids 2. Joan's spider is about 7 feet tall and counts 8 long feet, but the width is up to 10 feet. On the greasy face, 8 single eyes are symmetrically arranged, each of which is as large as an egg, and there are gloomy glints in the mirror. The light. Joan himself looked a little bit scalp numb. Withdrawing his gaze from the mirror, Joan looked down at his abdomen, and soon found an organ similar to a porous shower head, a spinning device. After becoming a spider, Joan automatically acquired the transcendental skill of drawing silk and weaving the web. He tried to squeeze the translucent spider silk from the spinning device and stretch it with a flexible forelimb, just in the bedroom woven the net with pleasure. It took a whole hour of time for Joan to weave a cobweb that he felt was perfect, almost covering the entire bedroom space. Joan likes this virgin web weaved, walks 8 long legs, and walks back and forth on the cobweb. The cobwebs are extremely resilient, carrying giant spiders weighing more than 500 pounds, but only slightly trembling, and none of the spider filaments are broken. Joan walked around the spider web twice, suddenly a little sad. In the enclosed indoor space, there are no insects or birds for him to catch, and weaving such a beautiful net is not useful. With a sigh, he protruded out of his limbs, pulled up a warp, and stuffed it into his mouth, like sucking noodles, swallowing into his belly. It took him an hour to weave the net, and it took less than 10 minutes to eat the entire large net back into his belly. It is really easy to destroy and difficult to create. Joan calculated that the skill of weaving the web is not very practical. First, it takes too much time. Second, it consumes too much nutrients, or it is more convenient to sputter spider silk directly. Thinking so, he turned his head to look at the open window. His abdomen twitched slightly, and with a snorting sound, A beam of silver shone out. The spider silk flew 100 feet away before showing its decline, falling down with the wind and hanging on a giant mushroom. The wire had been contaminated with dust, and Joanne would not recycle it, and cut it off. Returning to human form again, Joan opens endoscopy to check his status. Physical condition: basic health, right eye disability, infection with helminthiasis. Class level: Master 6, Smith Archer 2. Current spell slot: 0 ring infinite, 1 ring 6 intelligence attribute reward +3, 2 ring 5 intelligence attribute reward +2, 3 ring 4 intelligence attribute reward +2. Taoist ability: mythical archmage, mythical power 7 days, wild arcane, mythical spellcasting, energy replacement, mythical mana +2, mythical counterattack, supernatural abilities, shape change, insectification armor, insectification curse, insect identity, blood enchantment plus trigger, plus stability mind, advanced arachnids humanoid, hybrid, arachnid, attribute spelt +4 enhancement, strength 14, agility 16, constitution 16, intelligence 29, tier of god +6, spring of wisdom +5, wisdom 18, charisma 20. Joan nodded with satisfaction, returned to his desk and sat down, spread out his notebook, and raised a pen to write his current bloodline pedigree. Now he has a total of 3 dominant bloodlines. The first is of course the humanoid bloodline derived from heredity, then the foreign bloodline of congenital variation, and finally the worm-like bloodline obtained after the infection with insectification. The latter 2 dominant bloodlines can be further subdivided. For example, the strange bloodline. In addition to the natural, there is the spiderized elven bloodline from Arnold. Insect blood vessels are more complicated, including Hymenoptera blood vessels, bees infected from wasps, and Diptera blood vessels, mosquitoes obtained from Mrs. Josephine, which are absorbed from Cosette the Lepidoptera blood vein moth, and finally the Arachnid blood vein obtained from Evelyn and Arnold, respectively, almost occupy half of the worm-shaped creatures. In addition to the dominant bloodline, Joan also has 9 kinds of hidden bloodlines. These include the elven bloodline from Mrs. Josephine, the sea elf bloodline and storm giant bloodline from Hyla, the copper dragon bloodline from Holden, and the Chinook bloodline that has not yet been proven, and the dark elf bloodline from the Drow Warlock, the magic beast bloodline from Evelyn, and the fairy bloodline of Cosette, and finally the semi-formed bloodline of Harry Kaufman. Looking at the bloodline pedigree filled with pages of paper, Joan produced an indescribable sense of satisfaction. Joan's main business is mage, collecting all kinds of supernatural blood is just a small hobby. However, even a professional warlock with such a large and complicated bloodline pedigree is enough to be proud. Kiawan and his party arrived on the 4th day of Huiyuan Township. On June 20, the surface of the mushroom forest outside of Huiyuan Township suddenly raised a beam of transmission light, and several figures emerged from it. The bleakness disappeared in the jungle. Time passed by 1 minute and 1 second, the seemingly calm forest quietly mixed with a group of uninvited guests from the Zorland city thousands of miles away, lurking on the edge of the woodland, secretly observing the movement of Garden Township. The magical technique of the Ling-a-Ling spider Ling-Ling was disguised as a huge blue mushroom by the faceless man Pylos, lying under the cap of a giant mushroom, and dozing boredly. She didn't like this place where mushrooms were overgrown, and she was even more reluctant to stick on the ground like a mushroom. However, when she thought of the mistress cold leather whip, Ling-a-Ling had to be patient and keep quiet. Even if the mole ran away in front of her, she had to restrain her hunting instincts and watch the little thing grow. Just 10 feet above Ling-a-Ling's head, the giant stipe of the giant mushroom was dug out of a large hole. Claudia Bellamy was sitting cross-legged in the mushroom hole at the moment, using the appearance of a magical transfiguration into a moth girl. holding in her hands the exploration crystal ball borrowed from the faceless man and peering into the garden town. Internal movements. Another giant mushroom adjacent to it was also excavated into a cave. The faceless Pyros lived in the cave and was monitoring another area of Huayuan Township with eagle eye. In fact, Claudia is not satisfied with just using spells to spy on Garden Township from a distance. Another member of her staff is conducting field investigations within Garden Township. After half an hour, abrupt bats came from the forest. Claudia's ear moved slightly, turning her head to look in the direction of the bat's cry, lowering her voice and asking, "Varys, are you back?" "It's me, Your Highness." Under the giant mushroom, the sorcerer is wearing the invisibility cloak. A thin figure is slowly emerging. "Varys, tell me what interesting things you have seen and heard in that village." Claudia's eyes narrowed slightly, flashing a dangerous light. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.untilnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1092. Secretly observe His Royal Highness. I spent an hour strolling in the small village called Garden Township. I was lucky to meet several old acquaintances, the pygmy thief who escaped from you not long ago, and his group from the surface world. Human friend. Very well, Varys, this shows that we did not find the wrong place. Tell me, why did the cunning little mice hide in such a ghost place? According to my observations and eavesdropping, they seem to have a deep friendship with the two female nobles in power and are invited to be guests here. Who are the two female nobles you just mentioned? Claudia asked enthusiastically. They are all students of Jules, a local Lord Mush-Eater. One named Evelyn looks like a human being and is said to be a warlock. There is also a moth named Cosette who seems to be a bard. How about the strength of these two women? Claudia asked. I'm sorry, Your Highness, I can't see this. Varys shrugged and continued. But since they are all students of the famous Master Mushishi, their strength is not too bad. Claudia nodded thoughtfully and her face became more solemn. It's just a war master, and it's troublesome enough, plus these two unpredictable women, and the Blin gang. It's really a headache. Varys smiled slightly. Your Highness, I have good news for you. Tell me. According to the information I eavesdropped on, the person you most feared, the local Lord Mushy Jules, had left Huayuan Township last night. Oh, really? Claudia's eyes lit up. Hurry, where's the old guy? I don't know exactly where to go, but listening to local people's comments, the wormist occasionally travels like this, going out to find novel fungal plants to decorate his garden, and can't come back in 3 or 5 days. At first I heard the villagers say this, and I was also half trusted. To verify whether the news was true, I ventured into the hilltop garden where the mage master was hiding. As a result, he was not seen, and the rumor was true. Varys smiled strangely, and then said, I didn't find the mushy master in the garden on the hilltop, but coincidentally saw 2 acquaintances. One of them was the pygmy villain. Then why don't you catch him back? Claudia questioned sharply. Please rest your anger, Your Royal Highness. I want to do the same, but I have no certainty of kidnapping Villain, because there is another person with him, the human mage who once turned into a white-haired monster to fight you. Varys sighed and spread his hands. Frankly, I was not sure to deal with these 2 people at the same time. In order to avoid disturbing the villagers, I had to give up my shot and slipped back quietly and quickly report to Your Highness. Claudia's complexion turned from cloudy to sunny. Varys, you are doing things safely. That human mage is really not something you can deal with. Speaking of which, killing intentions appeared in her eyes. Before leaving for the Blood Tundra, Claudia made a lot of preparations, specifically inquiring about the local top-ranked strongman, including the gardener Lord Mugus Jules. Claudia didn't really want to provoke the Insect Master. Since Varys heard that the Insect Master had left the garden town yesterday, she can rest assured that she just took advantage of it. Claudia grabbed the wall of the mushroom hole with both hands and jumped down, pacing slowly around the thick stem of the giant mushroom. After a few minutes of thinking, Claudia formed a perfect battle plan in her mind, and she stopped and assigned tasks to her 3 men. Pylos, you act with me, use a large group of summoning creatures, and hit the garden town frontally. It is better to be able to destroy this village in one fell swoop, but I foresee a strong resistance. It doesn't matter, anyway, our main point is not to kill the village, but to create as much chaos as possible to attract the attention of local residents. Claudia sneered and turned to face the sorcerer. Varys, when Pylos and I created the chaos, you sneaked into the garden town, looking for opportunities to assassinate the human explorers who helped the pygmy villain escape. Your Highness, don't worry, even though this matter is on me, Varys said eerily. Don't try to escape any of the human devil who offended you. Claudia nodded in satisfaction, and finally looked at the demon spider lying in the mushroom bush. Ling Ling, in this surprise attack on Huiyuan Township, your role is the most critical. The spirit of the demon spider was revitalized, and he quickly climbed up, expecting the hostess to deliver the task. She is not afraid of difficult tasks, as long as she is not as boring as she is now. When I attacked with Pylos and Varys together, Ling-a-Ling, using Rutland teleportation ability, first jumped to the spirit realm, then sneaked into the hilltop garden from the edge of the spirit realm, looking for an opportunity to kidnap Bilin. After the abduction succeeded, you immediately cast alien teleportation, left the battlefield, shook off the tracker, and came back to me with the little gnome. Understand? Ling-a-Ling nodded quickly, indicating that she had kept the master's instructions in mind. Claudia thought for a moment, and then urged, Budlin of Sudri is said to be an illusionist. He is scheming and very cunning. Before leaving, I will bless you with a spell to prevent you from being that little dwarf. Illusion of deception. She walked to the demon spider, held the holy emblem in her left hand, and pressed her right hand on the demon spider, chanting and praising the Queen of the Spider Rose's prayer, blessing the demon spider with 6 rings of knowledge. With true knowledge, Ling-a-Ling can see through all illusions and is not deceived by gnomes. In fact, regardless of whether there is true knowledge, Ling-a-Ling did not put a dwarf in her eyes. The person who really dreaded her was the human mage with the dwarf, recalling the bitter experience of being beaten down on the ground by the little mage last time. Ling-a-Ling couldn't help but feel guilty and quickly consulted Claudia with a sense of mind. What if I meet the little mage who can become a white-haired monster this time? Claudia could not see the fear that Ling-Ling could conceal, but she was not angry. The little mage was so powerful that she did not take advantage of her own shots. No wonder Ling-Ling was afraid of him. Recalling the battle for a while, Claudia said to the demon spider, actually, your fighting skills are much smarter than that of the little mage. In the battle 4 days ago, you suffered a loss. Mainly it's because of the debilitating rays emitted by the other party's cold eyes, and the strength is severely weakened. Ling-a-Ling nodded again and again, agreeing with the analysis made by the master. The question is, how can we avoid making another move? Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.untilnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1093 Bilin's spellbook. You don't have to worry about this problem, I have a solution. Claudia reached out to touch Ling-a-Ling again, blessing her with 4 rings of magical anti-death enchantment. Anti-death enchantment can block all negative energy attacks including debilitating rays. With this layer of protection, if you meet the little mage, you don't have to be afraid. If you can kill him smoothly, of course better. Ling-a-Ling focused on her head and calculated viciously, little master, you are waiting for me. The opportunity for my mother's revenge is coming. Claudia then took another care on Ling-a-Ling, then greeted Faceless Pylos to the front, and instructed him to bless the invisibility technique for the demon spider to ensure that Ling-a-Ling was performing the stealth kidnapping operation. In the meantime, avoid exposing whereabouts. With 4 spells added, Ling-a-Ling is now full of confidence, and kidnapping a little gnome isn't it just for her powerful Garner spider. The duration of the spell was limited. Claudia did not want to delay for a second, and immediately asked the 3 men to act according to her instructions. The sorcerer Varys flung his cloak, and the whole person disappeared out of thin air. Under the cover of stealth, He sneaked quietly in the direction of Huiyuan Township to find the assassinated prey. Faceless Man Bilos showed the fifth Order summon wand he carried with him, exhausting all 10 magic powers stored in the wand in one breath, and summoning 10 large fire elements in total. These hazy human-shaped flames, when they were summoned, ignited the dry fungus and moss in the forest, and the fire was skyrocketing in an instant. Pylos waved his wand and controlled the army of fire elements to go straight to Garden Township, ordering them to be scattered around the village. Arson, destruction, and chaos in all directions. Claudia was not idle, and grabbed 3 small stones on the spot, played in the hand twice, and began to cast spells. While chanting the prayer, Claudia injects magic into the stone in her palm, and then throws it away. The pebble drew 3 beautiful arcs in the air, and finally landed at the intersection leading to Huiyuan Township, and each bounced away. At the moment when the beating stopped, the 3 stones erupted in golden light almost simultaneously. Under the shroud of golden light, the small stones expanded and deformed sharply, and within a few seconds they transformed into 3 giant spiders made of hard granite and more than 20 feet in length. These 3 boulder spiders each took a big step through the flames ignited by the large fire element, stepped through the thick tundra, and rushed straight into the garden town. Large fire elements set fire on the streets, and giant stone spiders rammed the streets and pushed hard. They destroyed the house built on the giant mushroom and collapsed the waste. The goblins and dwarves living in the house were screaming and fleeing. In a blink of an eye, the garden town, which was originally bathed in a peaceful atmosphere, became a smoky killing field. Brother Joan, this is my spell book, please read it. Don't lose it. Okay. I'll give it back to you after I copied it. In the garden at the top of the mountain, Joan took the spell book from the dwarf mage and found a large mushroom with a large and thick mushroom cover that resembled a natural stool. He sat down and opened the thick book in his hand. Joan first glanced at Billing's own spell catalogue. There are more than 80 ring spells in the book. There are a lot of numbers, but the categories are not complete. Joan soon noticed that there is almost no necromantic school and confuse control school arcane in Billing's book. With a little thought, Joan realized the reason. Billing is a master magician of the illusion school. By performing some kind of mysterious ritual, he took the initiative to give up the special studies of the necromantic school and the confusion school in order to free up more energy to learn magic. Masters like Billing who specialize in a certain school must choose 2 opposing schools. If they must cast the spells of the opposing school, they will have to pay a high price for doubling the number of spell slots. With such a big sacrifice, the return is certainly not small. Specialized mages can exert their maximum power when casting spells of the school they are good at. In addition, there are other benefits. For example, you can replace a prepared spell at any time with an equal number of school specialization spells, which greatly improves their freedom of casting. Joan is not a master of the school and does not know much about these things. Choose to specialize in one school, or learn all the spells of the school. 2 different options. There is no right or wrong. Right and wrong, different from person to person. As far as Joan is concerned, excessive curiosity and curiosity do not allow him to give up any Austrian school of law, and his intelligence and energy can also support him to learn from the strengths of the public school. The price paid for this is to work harder than a master mage like Billing, and to invest more time and effort in school. To put it more seriously, in addition to the study and adventure in the study, and the food, drink, and lasso necessary to survive, he has little time for entertainment in his daily life. Few people can endure this tense and boring lifestyle for a long time, but Joan is happy. For him, the knowledge itself is the purest pleasure. There is no need to seek other entertainment. Joan has mastered the O2 ring spells recorded in the Billing book, so there is no need to take a closer look. There are 4 new faces in the 3rd ring spell, and 5 of the 4th ring spell catalogues have never been seen before. These 9 spells are all Joan needs to copy. Joan first came to look at the 4 untouched 3rd level spells, namely Powerful Phantom, Shifting Spell, Dodge Detection and Secondary Axe Artifact. Powerful Phantom, just look at the name and know that it is an illusion. After the cast, a large amount of false scenes including images, sounds, smells and even temperature effects can be created. The caster can even activate the phantom while staying focused. Don't be deceived. Shifting technique is also a 3-ring illusion technique. After the cast, there is a distance deviation of about 2 feet between the actual position of the subject and his figure. If the enemy is visually misled and attacks the false image, the real target will be missed. Shifting technique actually uses the principle of refraction of light to deceive the vision. It's like standing by a clear pond and observing underwater fishes. The visually visible fish shadows are actually shallower than the real position of the fish. If you don't consider the error caused by the refractive index, it is difficult to catch underwater fishes. The third 3-ring spell Joan copied from Billin's book is Avoidance Detection, belonging to the Protection School. This spell can provide the recipient with a firewall, specifically used to prevent the tracking of prophecy spells. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.untilenovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1094 Billin's spell book. 2 creatures or objects blessed with avoidance detection can hardly be located by prophetic spells such as Eagle Eyes, Object Positioning, and Exploration. With this move, Billing successfully escaped the tracing initiated by the Faceless Man Bylos with detecting the crystal ball. In Joan's view, avoidance detection is a very useful spell, especially when faced with a strong enemy's pursuit and killing. But there are 2 shortcomings in the evasion detection. The first is that interference with prophetic spells does not guarantee 100% effectiveness. If the tracker's mana is much stronger than the evader, it can still break through avoidance detection and accurately locate the tracking target. In addition, the cost of performing avoidance detection is quite expensive, and it is necessary to use diamond powder with a value of not less than 25 gold coins as a casting material. Of course, in order to save this little life, you should spend more money. Compared to the 3 spells transcribed earlier, Joan is more interested in the secondary ghost axe transcribed next. This change school spell can instantly transform raw materials into finished products imagined by the caster. For example, if you want to make a piece of wood carving, you don't need to hold a carving knife to process the wood. Cast this spell directly on the wood. The wood will automatically become a wood carving craft. Every detail is perfectly in line with your imagination, no difference. Joan is not only interested in Austrian theory, but also passionate about experimenting with his own hands and processing magic guides. During the work of enchanting and experiment, it is inevitable to design and manufacture various enchanting embryo materials and experimental devices, which have very high requirements for hands and ability. In many cases, if the precision of what is made is not enough, the enchanting process or experimental process will not be carried out. Learning the second-level magical skills, the above problems will be solved. As long as the drawings are designed, the corresponding parameters are clearly marked, and then the raw materials are prepared, and the design drawings and materials are cast, and a model that perfectly meets the design requirements can be obtained after a few seconds. Joan has spent a lot of time researching the spores of supernatural fungi, as well as Drow Toxin and mycorrhinic acid. These substances have a strong toxic effect, and can be used as the material for poison strike. However, it is impossible for Joan to take out a pile of bottles, jars and experimental instruments every time he performs poison strike and extract the casting materials on the spot, which is really too troublesome. To this end, pre-treatment of spores, toxins and acid liquids is required to encapsulate them in advance for easy access. For example, all kinds of supernatural spores can be encapsulated in capsules, toxins and acids. The best packaging container is a hollow glass marble. Making capsules and hollow glass beads is a very meticulous technical task. Inject highly toxic substances into the capsules and glass beads, and then ensure that they are sealed to prevent the leakage of poisons, and the requirements for the process are even higher. With the spell Secondary Ghost Axe, Joan no longer has to worry about these delicate manual work. Directly prepare spores, toxins, acid liquid, bulk gelatin and glass plates, and with precise size capsule and hollow glass bead design drawings, hundreds of encapsulated spore capsules and venom glass beads can be created in one application. It's so easy. The processing ability of Second Ghost Axe is proportional to the cast level. Counting the myth level, Joan is equivalent to an 8th level arcane caster. Each time the Secondary Ghost Axe is performed, up to 8 cubic feet of raw materials can be processed. If the volume of the raw material exceeds the upper limit and cannot be divided into parts, this spell will not work. Generally speaking, the secondary ghost work is suitable for processing those small and precise devices, and its role in large-scale projects is very limited. Second Ghost Axe artifact is just the starting point of a series of engineering spells, followed by higher-level Ghost Axe artifact, higher Ghost Axe artifact and even Legend Ghost Axe artifact, capable of handling larger volume of raw materials, suitable for larger magic-guided engineering such as the construction of major tower or floating city, are all inseparable from such spells. After copying these 4 currently available 3-ring spells, Joan made a magic trick, refilled the pen with ink, opened the next page, and continued to copy 4-ring spells. Of the 4-ring spells recorded in the Billin book, a large part of Joan has transcribed elsewhere, and only 5 spells need to be transcribed. The first 2 spells belong to the Phantom School, namely Phantom Wall and Higher Invisibility. Phantom Wall can be used to create walls, floors or ceilings. It looks like the real thing, but when you reach out and touch it, you will find that these fake walls can penetrate directly. Advanced Invisibility is an upgraded version of the second invisibility. The only difference is that it will attack the enemy in the invisible state and will not terminate the invisible effect. In Joan's view, Advanced Invisibility is one of the most practical of all 4-ring spells. It can attack enemies at will in stealth, which is cheaper. If the opponent does not have the ability to see through invisibility, then there is no room for resistance, and he can only be humiliated and played to death. The 3rd/4th loop spell June transcribed was the Mage Loyal Dog used by the Dwarf Mage before. It can create a Phantom Hound for the Vigil, which is quite useful. The next 4 rings of Heavy Fog are also very powerful. It is an enhanced version of the 2 rings of Mist Fog. The dense fog created is very sticky, just like glue floating in the air. Not only can block the enemy's vision, if the enemy had to trudge through the heavy, thick mist as if they were stuck in the mud, and their movement speed decreased sharply. In addition, this spell can even block long-range attacks such as arrows and javelins like Wind Wall. The last 4-ring spell Joan copied from Billin's book is the Fire Shield of the School of Plastic Energy. The name of this spell is very confusing, as if it is a spell specifically used to protect against fire attacks. In fact, the spell function is much more complicated than the literal meaning. The caster can choose 2 diametrically opposed modes to create a circle of purple or blue flames flying around him. The purple flame is very hot, but it does not burn the caster himself, and can absorb half of the cold damage for the caster. If someone tries to approach a caster attacking the purple fire shield, whether he is attacking with his bare hands or wielding a sword, he will be burned by high temperature when he touches the purple flame. The blue flame is more peculiar. It seems to be a flying fire, but the temperature is cold as ice, which can absorb half of the fire damage for the caster. Anyone who attempts to attack a person protected by the blue fire shield will be bitten by the extremely cold blue fire and suffer frostbite. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.untilnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1095 Mysterious Voice. Joan buried his head in copying the spell and completely forgot the passage of time. When Billing saw him so focused, he stopped coming to chat with him and sat on the lawn, dozing off against a large mushroom. The nib swam fast on the paper, making a rustling sound. Joan finally finished the last spell, put away the stationery and books, got up and stretched out. just about to return the spell book to Billing, and suddenly heard the noise from the mountain. Joan froze for a moment, and quickly looked down the mountain. The dark garden street was illuminated by the blazing fire. The frightened crowd ran on the street, and behind them were huge spider-shaped monsters chasing. How is this going? Joan froze for a while. At this time, Billing was also awakened by the shouting from the mountain, rubbed his sleepy eyes, and got up to ask Joan, "It's noisy, what happened?" Joan didn't make a sound and hurriedly carried out windstorm technique to ask Audrey about the situation under the mountain. A short time later, a golden whirlwind flew back, and there was an anxious voice from the paladin. Huiyuan Township has just been attacked by unknown enemies. There are two main types of enemies currently in our view, no less than 10 large fire elements, and 3 unknown rock structures that look like giant stone spiders. Each has a 3-story building so huge. Holton, Hayla, and I are assisting Evelyn and Cassette against this sudden group of intruders. The enemy is fierce, and Master Mushy is not in Huiyuan Township. We are under great pressure here. Joan, you and Bilin have better come to help. Large fire element, boulder spider. The dwarf mage murmured Audrey's words, frowning and thinking, and suddenly his face changed, as if guessing what he had guessed. He ran down the mountain. Joan missed the safety of his friends and followed Bilin down the mountain. But before he even ran a few steps, he suddenly felt the ground tremble under his feet, like waves surging in layers. This abnormal sign surprised him and stopped quickly, looking down at the ground under his feet. However, to his surprise, the ground covered with colorful moss was still and stable. Was the tremor just an illusion due to excessive mental tension? Just as Joan hesitated, a strange and low voice suddenly came to his mind. "Child, beware." Joan sighed, barely remaining calm, trying to communicate with the mysterious will that suddenly broke into his mind. "May I ask who is calling?" "My name is Mancini." "You should have heard the name from Jules." A low voice echoed in Joan's mind. "Moss Lord Mancini?" "Mr. Mancini, haven't you been sealed by the demon lords?" Joanne asked wonderingly. "Yeah, I was sealed in the depths of the earth and lost my freedom, but after centuries of struggle, I finally recovered a little power. Although it was only a negligible force, at least it allowed me to communicate with people nearby." "Listen, my child, telepathy is a very costly method for me. Except for Jules, I hardly talk to others. I didn't want to disturb you, but now the situation in Huiyuan Township is very urgent. You and the little gnome are even more desperate. Jules is just not here today. I can only warn you." "Thank you for your care, Mr. Mancini, but I don't yet know where the danger comes from." "Little master, can you show see-through invisibility?" The Mossy Lord's direct inquiry immediately awakened Joan, unable to answer his question, and hurriedly raised his hand to touch the prosthetic eye, activating see-through invisibility. The first time the spell opened, Joan saw at a glance not far from the opposite side, a huge blue shadow was moving on the edge of the material world and the spirit world, raising 2 capture feet like a giant sickle, trying to pounce unconscious gnome mage. "Bilin, run!" Joanne issued a warning almost without thinking. The gnome mage was taken aback, looking back instinctively towards Joan, his eyes full of doubts. At the same time, the blue beast lurking on the edge of the spirit world was also alarmed, and suddenly turned back to glare at Joan, and the 8 eyes flashed a fierce light at the same time. "Oh, it's you." Joan met the monster and immediately recognized her as the Dark Princess under Claudia's. The Ling-a-Ling spider named Ling-a-Ling. "Little master, it's a good thing for your bad old lady." Ling-a-Ling saw that Joan was going to make a sign of casting a spell, and jumped out of the spirit world first. Zanku sprayed a cobweb at him, entangled him firmly from head to toe. This time, Joank didn't have free movement protection, caught in a spider web entanglement, unable to move his hands and feet, and was forced to interrupt the casting action. Hey brother, lie down for me, don't move, wait for my sister to catch the little gnome, and then come back and pamper you." Ling-a-Ling, through mental induction, grinned and mocked the young mage caught in the cobweb, and then turned to chase Billing. After Joan reminded, Billing discovered the existence of the demon spider in time and quickly performed higher stealth to hide. Joan asked him to run, and of course he wanted to escape, but when he saw that Joan was bound by the cobweb thrown by the demon spider, he was already hanging on the line, and Billing couldn't bear to escape alone. Turning around with a scalp here, trying to cast a spell to drive away the demon spider, taking the opportunity to help Joan get out of trouble. Little gnome, what do you mean by hand? Billing's biggest reliance is advanced invisibility, but Ling-a-Ling has already blessed true knowledge in advance. In her eyes, all illusions are paper tigers, and she has clearly seen Billing's every move. Realizing that the other party had an intention to resist the spell, Ling-a-Ling did not hesitate to spray the cobweb, trapping the dwarf mage in the web. Hey, hey! Two little fools, caught by the old lady without any effort. Ling-a-Ling, with her feet on her hips, laughed triumphantly in the sky, and raised her eyebrows. However, her excitement hadn't passed, and a single glance saw the spider web covering Joan trembling violently. Then, a black spider slightly smaller than her body circle broke away from the web and crawled out. Ling-a-Ling was shocked. All 8 eyes were staring round. What's the matter, little brother? Where did you come from? How did the little mage just disappear? Something is wrong. Suddenly Ling-a-Ling flashed, IQ went online, and stared at the large mutant spider out of the net. Aren't you, little master, changed? Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.untilenovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1096 Brainwave Gun. As an arachnid, Ling-a-Ling certainly knows that most arachnids have a special skill, so they are not bound by sticky cobwebs and walk freely on the web. The little spider on the opposite side first appeared in her web instead of the little mage, and then crawled out sneakily, which was really suspicious. Since the little mage can become a big white-haired monster, it seems that it is not difficult to become a little spider. With such a thought, Ling-a-Ling suddenly showed her fierce glance, and did not care about the feelings of the arachnids, raising a pair of catching feet that resembled giant scythes, and rushed to the black spider on the opposite side. The fact is, as Ling-a-Ling guessed, after Joan was caught in the cobweb, the first thought was to use the burning rays attached to the artificial eye to burn the cobweb. However, for some reason, the spider silk of the demon spider had fire resistance, and he was hit by a scorching ray. In total, 2 spider silks were not burned, which made him deeply frustrated. If this method doesn't work, Joan will use his brain and start a new way. I suddenly remembered the supernatural ability that I just awakened yesterday, Advanced Arachnid. In the spider form, he will automatically gain the ability to walk through the web, which can be used to get rid of the current predicament. Supernatural abilities are different from spells. They don't need gestures and chanting mantras. Kiaon thought about it, and immediately opened the advanced spider form to become a large-scale variant spider form, and she did what she wanted. It is a pity that the demon spider is too alert. Joan had just gotten rid of the cobwebs here, and the demon spider thrashed fiercely. Although his strength has been improved in the spider form, after all, he can't compare with the demon spider that can compete with the mutant snow monster's wrestling force, not to mention that the opponent's body is bigger than him. Joan didn't dare to fight head-on with the demon spider at all. 2 spiders, one big, one small, one blue and one black, started chasing in the garden on the hilltop. Both sides had 8 legs. However, Joan suffered a loss of body size, and 2 steps were only worth 1 step, and the distance between the 2 quickly narrowed. He knew that he would get caught sooner or later, but fortunately he was more familiar with the terrain in the garden than the demon spider. Seeing the point of being caught, he suddenly turned his head and hid behind the rockery. Brother, you will hide and hide. Wait for me to see how the old lady will clean up for you later. Ling-a-Ling threw herself into a vacant air, groaning angrily, bypassing the rockery and continuing to kill Joan. Joan wanted to take the time to return to the form of a bee, flew to the sky, got rid of the entanglement of the demon spider, and took the opportunity to counterattack. However, at this moment, the voice of Moss Lord Mancini came to my mind again. Boy, all the mental energy I can use today is barely enough to launch a brainwave gun. Wait a minute, I use the brainwave gun to bombard the demon spider. Even if I can't completely destroy her spirit, at least can cause her to fall into a short dizziness. You must pay attention to the timing. Joan's lack of understanding of psychic abilities is not clear what kind of abilities the brainwave gun is, but from Mancini's description, it should be a very powerful mental attack, even capable of turn people into idiots. Mr. Mancini, thank you for your help. I am ready. Joan responded with telepathy, unable to suppress the curiosity in his heart, and turned back to look at the demon spider behind him. At the moment when he glanced back, he suddenly felt that the surrounding world was violently twisted and shaken, as if the sky was spinning. Time and space would collapse and crack. Joan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He was extremely convinced that the distribution of the magic net in his hilltop garden did not change at all, and the world and time and space did not really collapse. The horror feeling just now was not a magical effect, but a psychic power. The power in the depths of the earth. A shockwave of spiritual force spewed into an invisible spear, slamming into the eye of the demon spider. Joan was only affected by this brain-wavelength gun, and he had the illusion of the end of the day. He could hardly hold the will defense line. He froze for a moment before recovering, and found himself covered in cold sweat. The demon spider on the opposite side was directly bombarded by the brain-wavelength gun. The mental pressure it suffered was 100 times greater than that of Joan. His body trembled and became sluggish, as if it had become a sculpture that stopped thinking activities. Joan didn't forget Mr. Mancini's instructions. While the demon spider was fixed by the brainwave gun, he quickly returned to the form of a bee and flew into the air. With his wings hanging in the air, Joan quickly pulled a wake-up agent from the belt sandwich and plunged into his arm. At the same time, he inspired a mythical power to bless himself with mythological transformation. This is all done in just a few seconds. Joan can now become a mutated snow monster at any time. He is hard against the demon spider on the front, and he has confidence in his heart. He is not eager to transform. Looking down, the gargoyle embraced his head with a pair of front paws, moaning in pain. The sharp sickle cut her face and the blood was flowing, and she ignored it. It seemed that the physical pain helped to relieve her mental pain. The power of the brainwave gun surprised Joan. Mr. Mancini is worthy of being the ultimate weapon that once swept the demon city. Seeing that the demon spider was overwhelmed, Joan suddenly thought of a spell. It was just at this opportunity that he could do an experiment on the demon spider. Thinking so, Joan skillfully made a series of casting gestures and cast 3 rings of dominant insects at the demon spider. Kanwa. The moment when the spell began to chant out the spell, Joan was not quite sure. Although the demon spider has a worm subspecies bloodline, she is not a real insect creature after all, but a demon from the bottomless abyss. Dominant insects. Can it work for her? At the beginning of the spell, the magic power automatically generates an invisible bond that connects Joan and the will of the demon spider. If the spell can break the demon spider's will defense line, Joan can use this spiritual bond to issue orders to the other party, forcing her to obey her will. Spiritual magic power followed this invisible bond into the mind of the demon spider, but was blocked back without suspense. Joan couldn't help sighing. From the current signs, dominant insects have no effect on arachnids such as demon spiders. However, at the next moment when he was disappointed, the demon spider withdrew his will defense line by himself, allowing the spirit magic to invade her mind. How is this going? After being surprised, Joan thought about it and guessed that the brainwave gun that Mr. Mancini had just issued was still causing damage in the mind of the demon spider, so that the spirit of the monster was on the verge of collapse. And the dominant insects that he exerts himself is also a mental attack. Under the condition that the demon spider's spirit is normal, it has no effect on her. At this moment, it has become the last straw to crush the camel. While she is mentally confused, she successfully broke through the will defense line. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect, www.mentalnovel.com Master Mr. Jones Literature Update is the fastest. Chapter 1097 Beating Joan was overjoyed and quickly passed the spiritual bond, ordering the demon spider to give up resistance and surrender to himself. After all, the demon spider is a high-level demon, and the dominant worm is just a 3-ring spell. The magic energy level is too low. Even if it takes the advantage of the brain wavelength gun, it cannot completely control the soul of the demon spider. Joan focuses on mind control and continuously strengthens the mental pressure on the demon spider. Although the sword and sword are not visible in this battle, it is more dangerous than physical fighting. Dominant insects eventually only had a part of Lingling's effect, making her schizophrenic. The master personality remained loyal to Claudia, and the deputy personality tended to obey Joan's orders. The two opposite personalities almost tore Lingling's soul apart, causing her to have a headache, screaming and moving her feet, trying to escape from the garden on the hilltop and get rid of the mental torture. Joan didn't want to let her go. Now that he has verified the influence of dominant insects on the demon spider, he does not need to be polite to her. Landing on the ground, transforming into a mutated snow monster, striding forward, and catching up. Hearing heavy footsteps behind him, the survival instinct exercised in the bottomless abyss prompted Lingling to temporarily get rid of her schizophrenia and hurried back to meet the mutant snow monster. Qian opened a pair of giant palms, grasped the catching foot raised by the demon spider tightly, avoiding being cut by sharp bone blades, and suddenly glared. The pupils emitted debilitating rays containing negative energy. At first, he used this trick to defeat the demon spider, but now the old tricks are repeated, but it is not working. As soon as the debilitating ray touched the demon spider, it was bounced off by a circle of golden halo rising from her body. Ha ha. Didn't you think? The old lady has a preventing enemies. Lingling's spirit seemed to be a little normal, and she laughed proudly, struggling to press Joan under him, and the other 6 long legs, tightly clamped on him like pliers, spewed rain like venom in her mouth. Joan's left eye suddenly turned crimson, emitting a burning ray. Unfortunately, this time the goddess of destiny did not stand on his side, Fastoface, but failed to penetrate Lingling's fire resistance. Joan couldn't help but scold living hell. When Joan fought fiercely with the demon spider, Billing finally got rid of the cobwebs and climbed up hard. The dwarf mage raised the wizard's hat, and found that Joan had transformed into a white-haired monster, and was wrestling with the demon spider, and it was difficult to win or lose for a while. He was anxious to help Joan deal with the demon spider, but the two sides were inseparable. If he casts an attack, it is easy to accidentally hurt Joan. This is how to do! Billing scratched his head anxiously, quickly calculated all the spells he prepared today. He suddenly made a quickly made a spellcasting gesture, rushed to the two of the scuffle, and burst out a frost star. Joan has revealed to him that he can transform into a mutant snow monster in a unique way, which is not only powerful, but also immune to all cold damage. The demon spider also has a certain resistance to cold, but after all, the resistance is limited. With Billing's mana, a frost star slammed onto the gargoyle, and a magic cold wave of up to 8 energy levels erupted in an instant, breaking her resistance limit, and a layer of condensation on the surface of the dark blue spider shell thick frost. Joan's perfect transformation is different from ordinary transformation spells. In addition to physical attributes, it also gains the absolute immunity of mutant snow monsters to cold spells. The frost nova slammed into his body, but for him it was nothing but a breeze. While the limbs of the demon spider were frozen by the cold, Joan turned and jumped, grabbed Lingling's 2 sickle-like catching feet, and flew her around like a windmill, struggling to hit the nearest rock. Boom, 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 accompanied by a series of numbing scalp impact sounds. The exoskeleton of the demon spider repeatedly hit the rock, and a large crack quickly appeared. The rock couldn't withstand the impact and shattered. Joan changed to a harder rock and continued to round the demon spider, beating towards the corner of the rock. After repeated beatings more than 10 times in this way, the original blue shell of the demon spider has been smashed into pieces, and body fluids and internal organs have flowed from the broken bones, like a fruit that has been thrashed. The second rock could not withstand frequent impacts and broke the ground. Joan dragged a sickle foot of the demon spider and walked to the opposite pond for storing water to irrigate the garden. After being beaten by him for so long, the demon spider was still half alive, insisting on not taking the last breath, then changing her in a less brutal way and pressing her into the pond. Unbelief will not drown her. At this moment, Joan suddenly heard a click and followed his hand lightly. He stopped his footsteps and looked down. The spider foot clenched in his palm was overwhelmed and disconnected. Ling-a-ling, who was desperate, lost one leg, but finally got rid of Joan's control, barely restrained the mental confusion caused by the personality conflict, started the supernatural ability outside teleportation, and the figure was quickly transferred to the unknown position surface. Billing hurried over and saw the demon spider escaping, stomping repeatedly in regret. Unfortunately, I haven't learned the dimensional anchor, otherwise this female spider will never escape. Joan also regretted not being able to kill the demon spider completely, but it turned out that he and Billing could save their lives under the monster's claws. Joan should first thank Mr. Mancini. If it were not for him to promptly warn, and then use a brainwave gun at a critical moment to help him deal with the demon spider, I am afraid that he and Billing have been successfully attacked by the monster at this moment, and their lives can't be guaranteed. Lord Moss seemed to be aware of his gratitude, and sent gentle laughter to him through mental fluctuations. Little master, you have done a beautiful job. But now it's not time to relax your guard. There are still many monsters in the village under the mountain. I can't leave this hill. The mission to destroy the monsters is to you. Joan heard a trace of fatigue in Mr. Mancini's mental fluctuations, and it seemed that the brain wavelength gun just launched caused a great consumption of his energy. Mr. Mancini, you have a good rest and let us handle the rest. Joan no longer disturbed the Moss Lord, and flew down the mountain after saying goodbye. Billing chased breathlessly, asking curiously, Joan, you have been in a daze just now, what are you thinking? I didn't think about anything, I was only in spiritual communication with Mr. Mancini. Joan told the truth. Mr. Mancini, do you mean that Moss Lord? The gnome mage looked around in surprise. But where is he? Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Jones Literature Update is the fastest. Chapter 1098 Firefighting Mr. Mancini. Right under our feet. Joan pointed to the ground. This hill we are standing on may be Mr. Mancini's body. Oh my god. Billing jumped up in shock. You must be teasing me. If this is true, isn't that Mr. Mancini's body as large as a hill? The world is so big, there are no wonders. Who knows? Joan also did not know exactly what the Moss Lord sealed in the earth looked like. Billing also wanted to continue to inquire about Mr. Mancini. The corner of the mountain road ahead suddenly ignited a fire, which scared him to shout and stop. Joan was also blocked by the rapidly spreading fire and was forced to stop. The fire came from the foot of the mountain. The moss and mushrooms spread all over the hilltop garden are easy to burn. Once the fire is out of control, many rare plants and fungi cultivated by the insectist with all their efforts, and the entire hilltop garden will be turned into ashes in the blazing flames. Joan could not tolerate such a tragedy happening in front of his eyes. He immediately took out the sapphire pendant, chanted the mantra, summoned the large water element and ordered it to rush into the fire and extinguish the fire. The large water element nodded obediently, gliding forward along the boardwalk, leaving behind a wet track. Before long, the large water element approached the fire, raising its thick liquid arms, gently waving it, releasing the cool and moist magic, and instantly extinguished the large flames. In the damp ash pile, even one Mars was gone. The element of water is inherently capable of extinguishing fires. Even if it is a magical flame, it will extinguish on the spot with a light touch. As for ordinary mountain fires, Large-scale water elements do not need to be close at all. Joan and Billing followed behind the large water element, trotting along the boardwalk around the mountain, and came to the foot of the mountain not long after. The fires suffered in this area are more serious. A giant mushroom near the foot of the mountain was originally the home of gnomes and goblins. At this moment, the roots were already surrounded by fire, and the residents who had no time to escape from the fire were forced to climb to the top of the mushroom cap, surrounded by the fire and smoke rising from the sky. There he was crying anxiously. Joan quickly ordered the large water element to quickly extinguish the fire and rescue the trapped residents. The large water element nodded, turned and slid towards the tall fungus surrounded by flames. However, at this moment, a strange figure suddenly flashed in the fire, accompanied by the hot air coming from the face, blocking the way of the large water element. The monster's body is completely shaped by a burning flame. The upper body has a vaguely human-shaped silhouette, but it looks like a red python below the waist. It crawls on the ground and is very fast. The surface plants that are passing by are all lit. Pull away a wall of fire. Elements of fire. Bell couldn't help but exclaim. Joan stared at the fiery monster on the opposite side, and found that his body was similar to the large water element he had summoned, and then added Billing's words. Large fire element. Brother Joan, the guy on the opposite side seems to want to stop us from fighting the fire, so we must try to solve it. Billing scratched his head and murmured a little worried. Large water element. Have you ever played a large fire element? Which occasion will it be? Joan looked at the fire field opposite the flames and shook his head secretly. In this high-temperature environment, large fire elements are even more powerful. On the contrary, its natural enemy, the large water element, hates the high-temperature environment. Even if it is just in the fire, the body made of liquid is constantly evaporating, and the combat power is naturally greatly reduced. At this time, the large fire element has launched a fierce offensive, rushed to the large water element, and entangled the enemy with a python-like body. The large-scale water element is not to be outdone, raising a pair of strong arms, struggling to beat the head of the arsonist villain. Two large elemental creatures fought fiercely, hit by water and fire, and made successive chirps, and the white steam rose up, covering the two in the fight. Joan watched the battle, and soon saw that the large water element was in distress. Continue to fight like this, it will be dried by large fire element sooner or later. After a moment's thought, Joan suddenly remembered that Billing had helped himself out of the spell that the garter spider had held, and quickly made a series of casting gestures. Ringer. Joan chanted a spell spelling coldness, and raised his fingers to the two elements of a fierce twist. A highly compressed cold wave erupts in the middle of the battlefield, turning into a pale ice ring, covering both elemental creatures, instantly releasing up to 8 levels of cold magic. It was also bombarded by the 3 level arcane frost nova, but the situation of the two elemental creatures was quite different. The large water element is inherently immune to cold attacks. Frost nova just condenses the water on the surface of its body into an ice shell. It is like wearing a set of ice crystal armor for it. Not only does it have no negative effects, but it greatly enhances the defense. As for the large fire element, it is inherently vulnerable to cold, and the 8 levels of frost nova. The horror damage exploded on it is equivalent to 16 levels. Without even struggling, it disappeared in the rolling cold current and completely annihilated. The large water element found that the enemy had been killed by the owner, and continued to execute the order Joan had given it before, rushed into the fire and extinguished the flames that were burning the giant mushroom. Joan worried that before the fire was extinguished, the burnt black roots of the giant mushrooms would not be able to support it first, and the waste collapsed, inspiring a mythical power to bless himself with mythological transformation. After casting the spell, Joan first turned into a demon form, and then activated the mythical giant. The height suddenly increased from 6 feet to 24 feet, and his wings flew into the air. The huge demon, like an alternative giant dragon, suspended above the giant mushroom cap, two pairs of membrane wings buzzing and trembling, like the roar of a typhoon crossing. The dwarfs and fairies hiding at the top of the cap were all frightened, dumbfounded. Joan worried that the cap would not be able to support his heavy body after he became huge. He did not directly land, took out the spirit net, activated the activated rope mode, and threw a bundle of rope towards the cap, instructing everyone to grab the rope. The horrified gnomes and goblins faced the falling rope, still hesitating, worried that they would be caught by the dragon-like monster in the air and swallowed. Just before they had made up their minds, a burst of rumbling footsteps came out of the fire. Under the light of the fire, a huge and gigantic giant stone spider appeared in people's field of vision, heading straight to the giant mushroom and approaching here. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.untitled.novel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1099 Boulder Spider. The boulder spider is a structure made of rock and magic. It has no intelligence in itself and will only follow fixed instructions pre-planted by the creator. When Claudia created the boulder spiders, they asked them to make the buildings in the village the primary target of destruction. This powerful giant stone spider rushed all the way from the village entrance. Several giant mushrooms have been destroyed along the way. When there was another plant nearby, he rushed straight forward. Seeing this scene, Joanne inevitably felt anxious, hesitating whether to continue to rescue their refugees, or to stop the damaging machine that was approaching first. At this time, Bilin's shrill cry came from below. Brother Joan, you continue to save people. Give me that stupid stone spider to deal with. The gnome mage was not bragging. While shouting to Joan, he was ready to cast spells, raised his finger, and created a pit in front of the giant stone spider's path. By observing the progress of the giant stone spider, Billing has already calculated the advance, and the position of the two-ring pitting is just right. The boulder spider didn't even notice a crater in front of it, and stepped in with 1 foot. The slender spider's foot straight into the bottom of the pit. The center of gravity was out of balance, and the huge body tilted to the side. The spider legs pinned by the pit can't bear the pressure exerted by the whole body, and they snap along the joints with a click. Losing one leg is not a fatal blow to the 8-legged boulder spider. Instead, it gets rid of the pit trap and looks down at the dwarf mage, who is laughing and laughing. The face has 8 stone carvings and 1 eye, while emitting a red beam. Focus on this tiny and dangerous creature. Compared with the task of destroying buildings, boulder spiders also have a built-in, higher priority principle, which is to ensure their own safety and eliminate the threat of a devastating blow to themselves in the first place. The little dwarf can step on 1 foot, and the threat level is not worth mentioning in its construction procedure. But the pit created by Billing's spellcasting easily destroyed one of its legs, making the boulder spider feel dangerous, immediately reordering Billing's threat level, setting it as a priority execution target, and striking 7 long legs. Menacing rushed up. Billing hadn't expected the pitting technique to control the giant stone spider for a long time, and successfully attracted the hostility of the other party. His purpose was achieved. Taking advantage of this open space where the behemoth turned its direction, Billin first shot a haste on himself to ensure that he was not overtaken by the boulder spider, and also took time to prepare the materials for the next spell, including a crumpled rhubarb leaf, a stomach sac of viper, and a dart. The dwarf mage quickly completed preparations for casting spells before the giant stone spider had approached him. Luva. Singing a spell representing bow and arrow, Billin raised his hand, and the dart came out, and he shot at the head of the giant stone spider, exploding a large mass of brown acid, which confuses his face. The acid liquid reacts violently with the rock, making a sneering noise, causing the pits of the giant stone spider's already ugly face to corrode, causing acid mist to appear, and it is even more terrifying. However, these minor injuries are simply not enough for constructs that have no painful nerves and do not know what to fear. The boulder spider turned its acid adhesive eyes to lock Billin and strode forward. Big idiot. Come after me. The dwarf mage made a face to the giant stone spider, turned his head and ran away. ran around the giant mushroom in a circle and circle, seducing the giant stone spider to chase behind his buttocks, but he couldn't catch him. The gnome and goblin, trapped in the giant mushroom cover, looked at the giant stone spider, and looked at the giant bee in the sky. In contrast, the latter seemed to be more friendly. The gnome saw that Bilin was a companion of the giant beeman. Out of the trust of his compatriots and the inherent adventurous spirit, they took the lead in jumping up and grabbing the lingering long rope above his head. Seeing this scene, the goblins also stood up with the dwarf and hugged the lanyard tightly. When Joan saw that the trapped refugees were all grasping the lanyard, they grasped the other end of the lanyard, fluttered their wings, and dragged all the refugees away from the fire and moved them to a safe place. The gnome and goblins landed safely, let go of the lanyard, and thanked Joan one after another. Joan didn't care much and said, withdrew the rope and turned to fly over to Billing. From afar, he heard the gnomish mage laughing. Fly over and see, the giant stone spider is circling in the same place, as if it was hit by a spell. And Bilin laughs in a funny way. Joanne looked dumbly at the boulder spider, and soon realized that the monster's face was corroded by acid, and all 8 eyes were scrapped. After a moment of thought, Joan suddenly realized that the giant stone spider was hit with 2 strong acid arrows. Strong acid arrow does not seem to be a powerful spell at first. The initial damage is very low, but the acid attached to the target continues to play a corrosive role. The longer the time, the higher the cumulative damage. The boulder spider is as solid as a golden soup, and the sword is cut on its granite body, but a splash of Mars is splashed, which is difficult to cause fatal damage. Powerful spells like fireball or lightning beam cannot be easily destroyed. However, the biggest weakness of the rock is that it is not resistant to acid corrosion. Bilin used only a strong acid arrow to completely destroy the magic sensor on his face. The giant stone spider relies on the facial sensor to sense the movements of the outside world. The sensor is corroded and fails. It becomes a blind and deaf person, and it can only go around in vain. I don't know what to do. Joan converged the bee wings, and became a mutated snow monster after landing. And then started Mythical Giant. The mutated snow monster's already very large body, under the urging of Mythological Giant transformation, expanded rapidly 4 times and became a supergiant snow monster up to 70 feet. Compared with the giant snow monster, the giant stone spider on the opposite side looked like a little turtle, and was lifted by Joan with one hand, hitting the ground upside down. Boom! The ground trembles violently. The back of the giant stone spider sinks deep into the soil, and only 7 long legs are exposed. Struggling and shaking instinctively, Joan grabbed the spider's leg and snapped it off, as easily as breaking a crab leg. In a blink of an eye, he broke all the legs and feet of the giant stone spider, and then dug out its round body from the dirt. The boulder spider, which has lost its ability to move, cannot lie on the ground. Joan nodded with satisfaction, and was about to return to human form. The glare of his eyes inadvertently swept to a hazy figure. He sneaked sneakily behind Beering, with 2 black blades in his hand. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.untitled.novel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1100. Decapitate the see-through invisibility opened by Kiao, and his eyes continued to take effect. He inadvertently saw the sneaky movements of the invisible man clearly, and recognized at a glance that the man was one of Claudia's 2 officers, treacherous warlock Vase. Realizing that the mean drow assassin tried to assassinate Bilin, Joan couldn't help reminding Bilin, grabbed a giant stone spider leg, and slammed it directly at Vareth. The thin tricker was bombarded by boulders flying across the sky, as if hit by a cannon, screaming and flying into the sky, blood splashing all over the sky. Varese fell to the ground with his head. His bones were broken, and he struggled to get up, dragging his footsteps and trying to escape. Joan glanced at him contemptuously, too lazy to pursue himself, but just whistled. The ground trembles slightly under Vase's feet, and a blood moss suddenly burst out of the ground and stopped in front of him. The sorcerer was taken aback by the sudden giant worm, barely calmed down, leaned on the invisibility cloak to add himself, and tried to bypass the giant worm. He didn't know that this giant worm didn't appear suddenly for no apparent reason, but it was Joan's servant subdued by magic. The giant worm followed the owner from the original Blood Moss to Huayuan Township, and has settled here. He hated the gangsters who suddenly broke into his home and destroyed it. When he received the master's order, he immediately attacked these. Giant insects living in underground caves are born with the ability to blind sight, can sense the slight tremor from the ground and air, and then determine the location of prey. Versus invisible cloak can only deceive the vision. For bloodworms that do not rely on the sight of the eyes at all, they are only deceiving themselves. The blood moss rushed forward, opened the gear-like jaw, and swallowed Verse's head in one bite. The sharp cogs spirally arranged inside the mouth contract tightly and suddenly, and the whirled, making it easy to cut the neck of Verse's head, twist it into pieces, and swallow it into the belly. The blood moss insects still wanted to continue to devour the remaining corpses. The dwarf mage fly generally rushed over, grabbed the 2 feet of the corpse, and dragged away from the giant worm. The blood moss glanced disappointedly at Billing, making a fighting gesture. Joan quickly sent out a telepathy, calming the giant servant's servant, lest it swallow the Billing at once. Billing ignored the bloodstains of Varys and quickly pulled the magic cloak off him. Brother Joan, how do I want this invisible cloak to be sold to me with 3 ounces of magic crystals? Billing shook his cloak at Joan, his face eager. Joanne wanted to say that if you want to take it away, why should friends talk about money? However, when I thought about it, Billing, a stinky boy, had a lot of stinky money in his pocket, but he was a poor jingle. Since the other party took the initiative to bid, why should he hit the swollen face and become fat? Okay, just do what you said. Joan accepted the magic crystal passed by Billing and scratched his head in embarrassment. In fact, he made the same invisibility cloak himself, and the cost would not exceed 3 ounces of magic crystals, which felt that it was cheaper than Billing. Billing was very satisfied with the deal, and used a magic trick to clean up the black silk cloak and put it on himself. The proud concave shape disappeared out of thin air. Joan couldn't help voicing in his heart when he saw how he was overjoyed. It's more convenient for your kid to put on thin visible cloak and do the trick of going after the chicken and the dog. Billing lifted the invisibility and reappeared. Brother Joan, let's go to Holden and hope everyone is safe. Joan nodded and hurried to the center of Garden Township, where he and his friends lived. Seeing a burning building along the way, Joan directed the large water element to extinguish the fire but did not see the arsonist again. When I arrived at the residence, I saw 2 destroyed giant stone spiders collapsed on the ground like 2 big piles of rock. Audrey turned away from Joan and Billing, standing on the wreck of the boulder spider, arguing with Evelyn. Cosette, Hayla, and Holden surrounded them, all with smoky marks on their bodies. Fortunately, there was no serious injury. Cosette heard the footsteps, looked back, and saw Joan and Billing flying over, and the beautiful face immediately showed surprise. Sister Evelyn, Mr. Vida and Mr. Billing are back. After she reminded, Evelyn, Audrey, Hayla and Holden all looked back. Joan, why did you come here? Did you get attacked on the way? Audrey asked with concern. Joan nodded, not wanting to explain in detail, and asked her first, how are you here? Does everyone matter? It was a little bit dangerous at the beginning. In addition to 10 large fire elements and 3 boulder spiders, the enemies that were attacked were our old acquaintance, Dark Princess Claudia and her summoner. At that time we had to focus our efforts on Claudia and the summoner, but we couldn't stop the monster from setting fire and destroying it. As a result, Huayuan Township suffered a lot of losses. Audrey sighed, and then said, fortunately, the local residents are very courageous and risked to come to assist in the firefighting, and finally did not allow the loss to expand further. Later, Claudia suddenly broke away from the battle and sent away with the summoner. As for why she retreated halfway, we have no way of knowing at this time. We can only guess that she received some unexpected news and had to leave as soon as possible. After Claudia and the summoner left, we can finally pull out and deal with the group of monsters that are destroying in the village. Audrey struck the rock under her foot with a sword. We have knocked down 2 boulder spiders, 5 large fire elements, and 4 large fire elements within the summoning time limit, and disappeared automatically. The remaining boulder spiders and large fire elements have not yet been found. Oh, the remaining giant stone spiders and large fire elements have just been killed by me and Brother Joan. Billin raised his head proudly. It's not a big deal. Just say it and startle you. We also ran Claudia's pet garter spider in the garden at the top of the hill. When I just came over, I killed another Claudia by the way. The powerful man, the sorcerer Veriz. The reason why Claudia fled in a hurry is probably because of the encounter between Veriz and the demon spider, knowing that there is no advantage to staying here, but may be able to take his own life. So hurry up, apply oil to the soles of your feet and go. Dwarf boy, are you bragging? Hayala was dubious. I dare to swear that the words are true. Billin flushed with anxiety. If you don't believe it, ask Brother Joan. He can testify for me. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.untilenovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest.